People called him the lazy nobleman, a good-for-nothing running from his past. But every single night, he had a dream about a swordsman who practiced for 37 years, right up until the moment he died with his blade in hand. And that man in his dreams, he wasn't some random person. He was a piece of his own soul. Through those nightly visions, the sword found its way back to him. This time it wasn't a burden, but his true calling. Slowly but surely, hard work began to chase away his fear, and discipline pushed out the despair. This isn't a story about a born genius. It's about what happens when you just refuse to quit. Just how far can a guy get when he finally stops running from himself? Well, let's find out. It all started with an entry in an old villager's diary. We had a new guy move into the village. He had this "don't talk to me" look on his face, and his eyes were full of anger, like he'd just been through something awful. Personally, I wasn't thrilled about him being here, but our good-hearted village elder, bless his soul, took the stranger in. At that point, there wasn't much to do but try to forget about it. 3 days went by after the young fella settled in. He was the kind of quiet guy you'd completely forget was even in the room. A few of the more curious villagers started to get interested in the new face, but he just went on ignoring them. A week went by, and then another 10 days rolled past since the stranger first showed up. I finally figured out what he was up to. The neighborhood kids were peeking over his fence and gave me the scoop. The stranger was out there with a sword every single day, practicing like he had a lifetime of stories weighing on him. I still didn't really care. A month passed. The young man just kept on training in his yard. I mean, I didn't actually see him, but you could definitely hear him. Another month went by. Nothing new to report. The stranger is still messing around with his sword, and the other villagers are having a field day gossiping about it. Some think he's planning some grand revenge. Others are convinced he's a disgraced knight or a famous mercenary laying low. There was plenty of talk, but honestly, I couldn't have been less interested. You know what I think? I'll go have a look at his training tomorrow. He's been at it every day for 6 months now, and I have to admit, my curiosity is getting the better of me. I mean, anyone would be a little intrigued, right? How quick is he? Is he strong? What kind of fancy sword moves is he practicing? I suppose there's a reason I'm a regular at the neighborhood gossip sessions. I figure tomorrow I'll finally get some answers. Well, that was a complete and utter letdown. Maybe to the other villagers who don't know a thing about sword fighting, the guy looked amazing, but I was not impressed. I've had to meet a couple of actual knights back in my trading days, you see. This guy is a far cry from amazing. He's just practicing. He must have a powerful reason to keep at it, something that really eats at his soul and drives him forward. From what I saw, though, it looks like he hasn't quite figured out how to deal with whatever it is. Poor foolish guy. I almost feel sorry for him. Anyway, my curiosity is satisfied, so I can officially go back to not thinking about him. Oh, a new family moved into the village. A retired mercenary with his son and daughter. The daughter's name is Lemma, and wow, is she beautiful. When she smiles, she looks just like an angel. I've got to work up the nerve to talk to her tomorrow. Oh, and one other thing, it's nothing important really, but I might as well write it down. That young fella is still swinging his sword around, and it's been 3 years now. I'm in a strangely sentimental mood today, which made me pick up this pen and paper for the first time in ages. I courted Lima for 2 whole years, and she finally said she'd marry me. On a day like this, a man couldn't ask for more happiness. But, and this is strange, that guy, the one I have absolutely nothing in common with, keeps popping into my head. 5 years is a pretty long time. While the rest of us are living our lives, having fun, getting mad, feeling down, and chasing our dreams, he's just out there swinging that sword day in and day out without a care in the world. Seriously, how much longer is he going to keep up this whole stoic act? I've decided. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to watch him every day. 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days, the young man trains with a sword. 5 years, 4 months, and 15 days, the young man trains with a sword. 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days, the young man trains with a sword. 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days. A huge snowstorm hit. And yep, the young man is still training with his sword. Lima and I had a baby, a sweet little girl we named Lola. Every single villager came by to offer their congratulations, and through it all, the young man just keeps on training. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days. 15 years have gone by. I forgot to check if he was still out there training like usual today. I'm sure he is, though. Him training is as predictable as the sun rising in the morning and the moon showing up at night. It's about time I stopped these pointless observations. A little while later, the old man slowly opened his eyes and heard a child's voice calling out, "Grandpa." He blinked his eyes open and smiled. "Oh, my dear grandson." Yancek grinned and said, "Look at this sleepyhead. It's time to wake up." Just then, Lola walked over and told her son, "Don't bother your grandpa. Go on and get ready. We're leaving soon," he yelled as he ran for the door, shouting, "Okay." The old man then sat up and called out to his daughter. She came over and asked, "Dad, are you awake?" He asked, "Are you two heading somewhere?" She explained that she wanted to take her son to the market in the next village over. "Want to come with us?" she asked. He just waved a hand and told them to go on without him. He was planning on staying put. A little later, he gazed out the window and thought to himself, maybe a little walk around the village would be nice. He stepped outside, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said, "What a perfectly beautiful day." As he passed some fellow villagers, they called out, "Afternoon, elder." "Good afternoon," he offered. "Anything interesting happening?" Another villager called out for a stroll. "Elder." That I am," he confirmed. A man nearby added, "Elder, I brought in a huge catch today. Care to come by for a taste?" "No need," he replied. "He'll eat on his own." He thought to himself, "Man, time flies. This whole village has changed except for this one spot." With that thought, he stopped in front of the old, time-worn gate. "It's been 37 years, he mused. Then, startled, he peeked through a crack in the gate before suddenly pushing it open and rushing inside. He froze. A swordsman was kneeling there, clutching his blade with wide, vacant eyes, refusing to let go, even in his last moments. For a moment, he was utterly captivated by the sight. As a faint silver light around the man faded, he gently laid the stranger down and closed his eyes. He then whispered a small prayer, "May you find your peace." Sometime later, Irene's eyes snapped open. He was lying in his own bed. "What in the world was that dream?" he muttered. Meanwhile, at the Peria estate, a knight explained, "The Peria estate is located in the southern part of the Heil Kingdom. It's a well-known trading hub connecting several of the kingdoms around here. Baron Peria's children are the talk of the town." The others seemed surprised. "His children?" one asked. "That's right," the knight replied, "especially the young lady Kirill. She's only 11, but she's already been officially recognized as a sorceress." A different knight questioned, "You mean the royal family actually gave her the title?" "It's absolutely true," he insisted, "and you know how incredibly rare and valuable sorcerers are." The other man simply replied, "I'm aware." He had heard they were more difficult to encounter than even the great archmages. "That's putting it mildly," the first knight declared. "The magicians from the magic tower are nothing compared to her. She awakened that power all on her own." Another knight sighed. "So what they still have the eldest son, the young lord." A nearby guard hissed, "Hey, watch your mouth, we've got a newcomer with us." The first knight just waved it off, saying, "He's new to these parts. He needs to know what's what." "Exactly. He needs to know." The gossiping knight pressed on. The senior knight ordered him to shut his mouth, but the man kept chattering away. The newcomer let out a nervous chuckle, thinking to himself that he knew exactly who they were discussing, but he figured it was best to play dumb for now. Lady Kirill was famous, sure, but the eldest son, Irene, was practically infamous. His nickname was the good-for-nothing noble. After watching his mother die when he was young, he'd done nothing until his 15th birthday. He just slept all day, buried under his blankets, which is how he'd earned the title. Seeing as his mother passed away right before his very eyes, you couldn't really hold it against him. Just then, Kirill herself approached them. "What is all this noise about?" One of the knights yelped in surprise. "Ah, my lady!" One knight thought, "Oh, great, it's her and her mother, Lady Amelia." The girl demanded, "Who gave you permission to cause a racket on duty?" "Our deepest apologies." They all stammered. She crossed her arms, stepping forward. "Then why do things that you'll need to apologize for? It will not happen again, we swear." One of the knights blurted out. She pressed on, "Do you think a simple apology fixes everything? How do you intend to take responsibility for this?" Well... They hesitated until a hand rested on the girl's shoulder. "That's enough, dear." Kirill turned. "But mother, Her mom just smiled and said, "I think this is sufficient. I'm sure they've realized their mistake." She then looked over at the knights. "Am I wrong?" "Of course not, my lady." They all agreed in a hurry. "Good," she said. "I don't know what you were talking about, but you should focus on your duties, not on idle chatter." "Yes, my lady," they answered in unison. As the two women departed, the knights let out a collective sigh of relief. Immediately, they started whispering again. "Man, Lady Kirill is intense." "Yeah, and Lady Amelia totally gives me the creeps." "They're both so strong, though. The estate's future is secure. It's just a shame the young lord is their polar opposite." At that exact moment, Irene slammed his fist on his bed. "This is infuriating." "This is so strange. I can't get to sleep. I'm normally out by now. Or rather, I'm normally out all day long. But after that dream, something's changed. The metallic taste of exhaustion in my mouth and the sharp ache in my muscles feel far too real. More importantly, my whole body just feels antsy." He looked down at his own hands, panting. He felt like he couldn't lie still a second longer. Finally, he called out, "Is anyone there?" A butler named Marcus appeared at the door. "Yes, young lord, how may I help you?" As Irene started to speak hesitantly, Marcus's eyes widened. Irene started, "I want to train with a sword." Marcus stared at him in complete disbelief and exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, sir." A short while later, the two of them arrived at the Peria family training grounds. A knight on duty squinted. "Hey, am I seeing things?" His companion looked over. "What are you talking about?" "Just see for yourself. I'm not making this up." The female knight next to him let out a small gasp. "No way. The lazy lord is actually out on the training grounds." Her partner added, "Seriously, most days you're lucky to even catch a glimpse of him." His buddy asked, "What's gotten into him? Is he actually thinking about picking up a sword?" "No chance. That wasn't even on his radar. What in the world? Are you for real?" Just then, Marcus walked up to our hero and said, "Sir, every blade has its own unique character determined by its size, shape, and length. Since he's a total beginner with the sword, if he'd just be patient for a moment, they would bring a proper fencing master to assist him." He just shot back, "That won't be necessary." With that, our guy glanced at the wall of weapons, grabbed the most ridiculously oversized sword there, and declared he'd take that one. A nearby knight gasped, "Am I dreaming right now? Somebody needed to pinch him." And Marcus added, but then the knight grabbed his friend's arm and yelled that this was definitely not a dream. He needed to let go that instant. They both whipped around, totally baffled, and asked, "What?" Marcus just whispered, "Wow." Huffing and puffing, our main character hoisted the colossal sword, swung it with a grunt, and slammed it into the ground in front of him. The onlookers immediately started whispering among themselves. Well, everyone knew how this would end. The absolute worst-case scenario. It's only natural. A lazy bum who snoozes all day isn't going to suddenly become a hero. Still, for his first try, his stance wasn't half bad. What could have possibly possessed the prince to suddenly start training anyway? One guy figured it was because of that young Lord Karan from the neighboring lands. His friend looked surprised. "What are you talking about?" He shot back, "Did you already forget? He totally embarrassed the prince in public last month." The first guy replied, "Yep, that's what happened." The prince didn't say a word back, probably just ate the insult. He added, "It all adds up. Or perhaps he's just completely useless at everything." The other guy just turned away saying, "All right, well, I've got to get back to it. So how long do you think this little hobby of his will last?" His friend guessed 3 days. He snorted, "More like half an hour." And they both started laughing. Marcus, standing just close enough, heard every word. Those scoundrels. He then walked over to the protagonist and said, "Your Highness, mastering swordsmanship demands relentless daily practice. It would be an immense struggle for him to handle it by himself. He offered to find him a skilled swordsman to start his training the very next day. But before he could even finish his sentence, he stopped in his tracks, astonished. The prince, our hero, just swung the weapon again, lost in thought. With every powerful arc, the muscles in his arms and all through his body felt like they were screaming in protest. But why? He didn't even realize he'd crumpled to the ground until he was thinking, is this what it feels like to be calm inside? After a moment, he pushed himself up, his mind replaying the scene from his dream again and again. He felt the heavy pressure in his chest start to fade away. With every swing, it was like his awful memories and the massive weight on his shoulders just began to dissolve. He couldn't bring himself to stop. It was then that Marcus rushed over, grabbed his arm, and yelled, "Your Highness, that's enough for today." He snapped out of it, surprised. Whoa, it was already getting dark. What the heck? Before he could say anything else, his legs buckled. Marcus, struggling to catch him, shouted, "Prince, are you all right?" He managed to reply, "I'm totally spent." He thought to himself, how is this even possible? Marcus told him he had seriously overdone it for one day. The main character looked toward the horizon and thought, is the sun really going down already? Where did all the time go? He asked, had he really been just standing there, watching the whole time? Shouldn't he have gone off to do his duties, or at least called out to him sooner? Marcus replied that he would never dream of abandoning him to go somewhere else. Besides, it seemed like he was in a world of his own and wasn't hearing him anyway. He would have everything cleaned up. It was time for him to get some rest, and while training is great from now on, he really should try not to push himself quite so hard. The protagonist said okay, but he had a feeling he wouldn't be able to keep that promise. A short while later, he was lying in his bed, wailing from the pain. He cried out that he was literally dying. His muscles were throbbing. His bones were aching. Had he completely lost his mind? What was that dream all about? Now he was definitely not going to be able to get any sleep. 5 minutes later, he was snoring. A couple of days passed, and our main character was at the dinner table, heartily enjoying his meal. Marcus, watching him, thought, I'm looking right at him, and I still can't get my head around this change. He finally asked if he was heading off to train today as well. He got a firm nod in response. The protagonist reflected that ever since that day, that bizarre dream had been stuck in his head. To shake off the restless energy that seemed to buzz under his skin, he had simply kept up with his training. He discovered that, well, how to put this, when he's swinging a sword, all the useless chatter in his brain just vanishes and he's getting stronger, so it's really a win-win situation. He realized he needed to eat a solid meal if he was going to train properly. He then called out, "Could you please bring me some more milk and sandwiches?" Marcus replied, "Excellent, they'll be here right away." After a bit, the knights on duty started to chat. I'm actually a little curious to see his progress. One shouldn't get their hopes up, though. I think he's got this. Hey, you, the new guy who's your money on, the rookie, replied that he really had no idea. The veteran knights then asked him what his problem was. Just then, an old man approached their group and said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, could they possibly give him directions to the training grounds?" One of the knights turned and asked who he was that he would be going there. The old man simply stated that he was a traveling knight. As a fellow swordsman, he had wanted to pay a visit to this renowned estate and stop by its training grounds. Oh, sure, he had clearance. Just a sec. Where did that slip go? The knight chimed in, "No need for that. Tell him to hang tight until our shift is done." "We'll show him the way to the platform then?" Turns out they were heading there anyway. He shot back a "thanks a million," letting them know he was counting on them. A bit later, the knights moseyed on over to the door, only to stop dead in their tracks. One of them announced, "All right, that's a wrap. Let's bolt and see who took the pot." Just then, another one let out a baffled shout. "What? How in the world? He's right there. Look, the prince is here." His buddies gawked in disbelief. "Whoa. For real, this makes it 4 days in a row, doesn't it?" A knight cheered, "Yes. I won time to win back everything I've lost." He tossed a pouch of coins to his pal, saying, "Here, take it." The other guy grumbled, "You lucky dog, I desire," but gratefully accepted it. Then the first knight mused, "It's wild, he's been here 4 days straight." His buddy, while inspecting a gold coin, deadpanned, "Didn't you literally just say that Chiron had certainly taken the prince down a peg? You had to wonder if this stubborn streak would even last another week." A knight shrieked, "Oh, that son of a gun! He knew the whole time and kept his mouth shut." He then snapped, "Are you thick or something? Why on earth would I share intel with a guy I was just bickering with?" The younger knight advised, "Chief, you gotta take a breather." "Hey, newbie," the senior knight growled. "You knew, didn't you?" The rookie stuttered, No, sir." All the while, Brand Somerville was watching our main character. He thought to himself, well, what do you know, he's actually trying. That said, his technique is an absolute train wreck. The kid's so frail he can hardly keep hold of his sword. His stamina's a joke, and he's already wheezing. I wonder how long he can keep this up. Word on the street is this is all because of some grudge with a young noble from the neighboring lands. But you can't master the sword with such petty motivations. I'm betting he'll wash out before long. His thoughts were cut short as the knights began to look around, one commenting, "Whoa, the wind's really kicking up." Another one yelled, "There it is." Our hero's head snapped towards the sky as he gasped, the legendary griffin, and Miss Curel. A griffin, a beast from myths that shouldn't even be real. A lion's body, an eagle's wings, and a hide as tough as steel. Can that be real? A moment later, the beast landed gracefully. Curel dismounted, stroking its hide. It said she can shape an animal with her bare hands, then pour in her energy to give it life. Such was the power of the sorceress Curel. Just then she pointed a finger and declared, "Hey, you!" The knight she indicated squeaked a terrified, "Yes, ma'am." Her eyes then darted to the next knight. "And you." Then she settled on the older knight, "And you too." They all stared back, looking like they'd seen a ghost. Finally, her gaze fell on Bran. "And who might you be?" He offered a charming smile. "Just a humble wandering knight, ma'am. Came to get a look at the training grounds." She scoffed. "You're the ones I caught goofing off at your post before, aren't you? Isn't it your shift? So, what are you doing just standing around here?" The knights quickly explained that they had, in fact, just finished their shift. The senior knight managed a weak, awkward smile. "The afternoon guards have already taken over for us. We weren't doing anything to cause a stir." She looked livid. "Are you talking back to me?" No, ma'am," he scrambled to say. "That's not it at all. You've got it all wrong." She narrowed her eyes. "Oh, really? Then what is it? I mean, you were all chit-chatting instead of training." At that very moment, our protagonist walked up to her and asked, "Is everything all right?" She gave him a sidelong glance before turning away. "Just stop it," she snapped. He was completely lost. "Stop what exactly?" she retorted. "Take a wild guess." "Stop this whole pointless spectacle." He just stared blankly for a second, then turned to grab his sword. She erupted, "You think sword fighting is a joke. For years, all you've done is laze around, and now you think picking up a sword for a few days is going to change a single thing. Just look at yourself. Your skills are utterly worthless." Even that rookie over there is 100 times the swordsman you are. Is this entire circus really over? Something someone said to you 2 weeks ago?" Just then Amelia descended the stairs, calling for her daughter. "Come over here now. Stop pestering your brother." The girl looked ready to protest, but her mother's firm "now stop" cut her off. As they walked past the knights, she wished them well in their work. Irene, seeing his spirits lift, was told by his mother, "Don't overdo it, dear." He replied with a simple, "Okay." The knights breathed a sigh of relief, but then the griffin turned and stared directly at them. One of the knights yelped, "Why didn't she take the giant bird with her?" Bran mused to himself, "So that's the famous Kirill. She's like a force of nature, just rolls in and knocks you off your feet." It was pretty impressive that all this commotion hadn't managed to break the kid's concentration one bit. He continued to watch the protagonist, thinking that maybe, just maybe, he should stick around and see what this young man does next. Sometime later, Kirill was walking down a corridor when she was surprised to find Marcus following her. He informed her, "The prince is currently sleeping." "Eek!" she yelped, spinning around. "What is it?" he replied gently. "I believe it would be best for you to come back tomorrow." "I have business with him," she insisted. He pressed, "Can it not wait until the prince has woken up?" A wave of intense energy rolled off her as she asked, "Still feeling so cocky?" He couldn't help but think, "Whoa, where is all this pressure coming from?" Then she laid down the law, "Don't even think about telling a single soul what just went down." He totally got the picture right, so he just watched her leave. Meanwhile, our hero was just kicking back on his bed. All of a sudden, the little toy next to him burst into song. He cracked open his eyes, glanced at it, and that's when he spotted the letter. He ripped open the envelope and started to read. It started with an apology for not bringing this up with him during the day. She'd heard he wasn't eating right and was pushing himself way too hard, and it had her seriously worried. She had left him a little musical doll. She wrote that it should help him relax and that she hoped he'd like it. Also, he absolutely shouldn't tell their mom she stopped by, since she'd asked their mother not to disturb him. He mumbled Curiel, and then noticed there was writing on the back too. It said to let her know if Curiel was causing him any grief. Until then, it read, "I'll play dumb." Man, what a caring mom, the protagonist thought to himself. His mother and his sister were both so concerned about him, and here he was, having spent over 10 years in bed like a total nobody. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. "Your Highness, dinner is served." He murmured, "Food." He wondered if he was actually for real going to eat with his family tonight. At that very moment, Marcus was cheerfully strolling down the hall thinking, "The prince, he's really changed." A bit later, the entire family was seated around the table. His sister Kill placed a piece of meat on his plate and said, "Here, brother, you should have some more." "Uh-huh," he managed to reply. She just kept piling more food onto his plate, adding, and this and some of this too." "Okay," he said awkwardly. Just then his mother called out to his sister, and our hero finally spoke up. "Thank you, Father, Mother, and Sis." He'd been wanting to thank them for ages. They were so incredibly kind to him, even though he did nothing but lie around in bed all day. Before he would have been too ashamed to even say it, but now he just blurted out, "I'm sorry, I love you guys." "We love you too, son," his father said warmly. The protagonist apologized again for all the trouble he'd caused, but his father cut him off. "Don't you dare say that." "Let's get back to our dinner," he suggested. Our hero agreed. "By the way, son," his father began. "Yes, father. I've heard," he said, "that you've been focusing quite a bit on your fencing lately. Physical training is a great thing, even if it's a little overdue. Just don't overdo it, all right?" The protagonist assured him that everything was fine. "I'm not pushing myself too hard." His father insisted it would still be better if you took small breaks during your training. He just replied, "Everything's fine, really. You don't have to worry." He thought to himself, "To be honest, compared to the training I saw in my dream, this stuff is a walk in the park." Sometime later, a guy looked up and asked, "What day is it today?" His companion thought for a second before guessing, "I think it's been about a month, right?" The first guy replied, "That's insane. The prince trains that long and doesn't miss a single day. Is his brain on slow-mo or something?" His friend scoffed, "Get out of here. I'm telling you, he's going to hit his limit soon." "I don't think so," the other replied. Then the first guy looked away and asked, "By the way, who's that old man? I've been seeing him at the training grounds non-stop for the past few days." His companion explained, "He's the overseer. They said he got permission to come in." The first guy asked, "What's he staring at?" "How should I know?" the other shrugged. It was his 10th day observing the prince's training. At first, he'd figured the kid's motivation to learn the sword was just some mix of an inferiority complex and pride. That's why he was sure he wouldn't last long. But in reality, he couldn't have been more wrong. He remembered the kid's nickname, the Lazy Noble, given to him for being so slothful. How on earth could someone who'd never exercised in his life keep up this tireless training without the slightest sign of complaint? He attacked each day with the mentality of a blacksmith, forging iron, never hesitating, as if he'd been living this way for decades. He scanned his memory and couldn't recall a single person with such a powerful will. But hold on, no matter how amazing a hero is, that kind of iron will is something that only develops in adulthood. And standing before him was a kid who was just 15 years old. If he kept up his sword training and unlocked his potential with a good teacher, how high could he possibly climb? Just then the protagonist swung his sword again, and Bran, turning to the man, raised a finger and said apologetically, "Mr. Guard, I'd like to ask you something." He replied, "Yeah, of course." He asked, "That prince training over there, doesn't he have a personal instructor?" He replied, "The lord of the estate just recently announced that they'll be assigning a fencing master to the prince very soon. He's working so hard it would be a real shame to leave him without proper guidance." The old man asked, "Do you have any idea who exactly they're looking to hire as an instructor?" He replied thoughtfully, "Well, the information isn't exactly a secret. The tutor is going to be Sir Juker." Bran suddenly shouted, "No way." He was taken aback. "What?" He thought, "You can't entrust such a precious talent to a degenerate who chugs booze by the bucket load the day before training and then just screams at the soldiers." He had to move fast. A kid with that much talent couldn't just be left to fade away. He needed to speak with the lord of the manor, and now. After a moment, the head of the household finally asked, "Is this for real?" Standing across from him, Bran replied without hesitation, "Yes, sir, 100%. The man couldn't help but wonder if his son truly had that kind of incredible potential. The very idea was staggering. He glanced down at the letter in his hands. Chrono Fencing Academy, the most elite school on the entire continent, a place that recruited only the best, regardless of their background, name, or status. Just being accepted as a student there earned you more respect than most aristocrats ever see. He thought to himself that its reputation even managed to eclipse the Royal Academies. But for all of Chrono's prestige, getting in was brutally difficult, and getting kicked out was shockingly easy. Could Irene really handle that kind of non-stop competition? After a long silence, Irene himself spoke up, his voice filled with surprise. The family head held up a hand, assuring him there was no pressure. "If you're not interested, all you have to do is say so. I'm simply showing you a possible path," he explained. "What you choose to do with it is entirely up to you." The young man requested a few days to think it over. His father simply nodded and said they would do just that. A little while later, Irene sat on his bed, lost in thought. Could he really pull this off? He had been confined to a bed for 10 years, and he refused to waste another moment, not for his own sake, and especially not for the family that loved him so dearly. Sometime later, he found his father and declared, "I'm going to the academy." When the day came, he stood by the carriage and turned to his family. "Well, I guess it's time for me to go." His sister crossed her arms and wished him good luck. Moments later, they were on their way. Gazing out the window, Marcus commented, "This is your first time ever leaving the estate, isn't it?" Irene confirmed it. Marcus then handed him a necklace, saying, "Lady Carol asked me to give this to you." Irene looked at it surprised and offered a silent thank you to his sister. He fastened the jewelry around his neck. After some time on the road, Marcus pointed ahead. "Young master, we're here." Irene looked at the massive building, his jaw dropping. "Whoa." Marcus stepped forward. "I'll see you to the entrance." "No need," Irene replied. "I've got it from here." Marcus looked surprised. "Excuse me, sir." Irene glanced at his own hand. "From now on, I'm a student. I should probably get used to handling things myself." A look of admiration crossed Marcus's face as he replied, "Understood, sir." Irene smiled and said, "All right, I'm heading in." As he turned away, Marcus bowed deeply and wished him great success. As Irene approached, he saw another young man in front of him, whose knight was announcing, "This gentleman is Lord Bart Lloyd of the Count Lloyd family from the Kingdom of Cuba. He comes with a recommendation from the highly respected knight Sir Coway." A nearby guard smiled and said, "It is an honor to welcome such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family. Please proceed inside." At that moment, a nearby academy instructor glanced over his expression, one of pure surprise. Irene handed over his own letter and introduced himself. "I'm from the Perry baronial family. My letter of recommendation is from the wandering knight Bran Somerville." The instructor beamed. "Young lord of the Perry family, what a great honor we certainly know of Sir Bran. The man's a legend who led the mine subjugation for decades. With a recommendation from someone that outstanding, we'll be expecting great things from you on the exams. You should head straight into the auditorium. We wish you the best of luck." Irene walked ahead, thanking them for the encouragement. Just as he was out of earshot, a man named Ahmed watched him go and asked, "Did old man Brand really write that letter?" "What's gotten into him?" the first instructor replied. "Isn't that the lazy noble kid?" He seemed genuinely shocked. "The lazy noble who I'm not familiar with him." Ahmed was confused. "You know the slacker from the Perry family?" The instructor replied, "I've only heard rumors, but judging by his physique, that has to be him. He looks even weaker in person." "So how did a guy like that get noticed by that picky old man?" Ahmed wondered aloud. The instructor just shrugged. "I guess we'll find out soon enough." Meanwhile, Irene pushed open the doors and entered a hall packed with a massive number of students, all of whom turned to look at him. He could feel their disdainful glares, but he told himself to keep his cool. As his eyes scanned the room, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Just then, Ahmed took the stage and addressed the crowd. "A warm welcome to the 400 students who passed the initial selection. Allow me to introduce myself," he said. "But don't worry, I'm not the one who will be teaching or evaluating you today." Irene thought in surprise, "So he's an instructor?" At that moment, Ahmed looked over the students with a sly grin. "We've got some very interesting people among you all. Of course, the most notable is the second prodigy from the Lindsay family of swordsman Ilya Lindsay. They say her talent far surpasses her older brother's. We shall see if that's true." At that moment, Bart stared at her from across the hall and thought, "Ilya, what in the world is she doing here?" Man, thanks to her, his shot at the number 1 rank is completely gone. The instructor then cut in, "All right, let's get something straight. You're not students yet. You're just prospects." He figured they all thought they had an idea of just how grueling the training here is. If they can manage to survive 2 brutal trials and are still standing a year from now, only then will they be considered official students. "However," he continued, "the real hell begins after you're officially admitted to Chrono Academy. Now leave all of your belongings here and head outside. There's a little place I want to show you all." Once they were outside, he announced, "From now on, this is where your physical conditioning will happen. We're going to forge your endurance, heart, lungs, and muscles." The rugged, uneven trail that circled the area was their new daily running track. "All right, let's kick things off with an endurance test. Your job is to keep up with me." In a flash, he bolted forward, glancing back over his shoulder to shout, "This is getting boring. Let's pick up the pace a bit." He accelerated again, yelling, "Excellent. You're all doing well." He'd actually underestimated them. Time to go a little faster. Bart, still chugging along, thought to himself, "This is going to be a marathon. I need to pace myself. I'll just hang back and watch how things play out." He then scanned the crowd and wondered, "Hey, where'd our pampered little noble go?" At that very moment, the protagonist collapsed to his knees, bracing himself with shaky arms. "No wonder they call that guy a demon," he gasped. The main character felt like his heart was about to explode. His limbs felt like lead. He couldn't run another step. That's when he saw the instructor looking right at him. He thought, "Everyone's leaving me in the dust. I can't even move." But a new resolve hardened in his eyes. "No, I will get up. This is nothing," he thought, "nothing compared to what the man from my dreams went through. I want to be like him. I have to be his equal. Shit. To do that, I have to break free from this lazy person I've always been." At that instant, Karaka glanced back at the protagonist, a surprising thought crossing his mind. He then looked ahead, his eyes widening. Something felt off. Just then, breathing raggedly, the protagonist surged forward in a final burst of energy and actually overtook the instructor. A second later, he collapsed. Karaka rushed to his side, catching him before he hit the ground. As he laid the boy down, he thought, "This isn't just exhaustion. He's pushed his body to complete shutdown." He had wrung out every last drop of strength he possessed. "What an interesting kid," Karaka mused. Sometime later, the main character's eyes fluttered open. He sat up in bed, looking around in a daze. "Where am I?" He looked over and saw a man named Run Tarhal standing beside him, who smiled when he noticed he was awake. "No need to worry about your health," the man said warmly. "Everything's fine. My name is Run Tarhal. I'm an instructor and the head of the rehabilitation department here." The protagonist simply replied, "Thank you." "Of course you're thankful," Run chuckled. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have recovered this quickly. Something tells me you and I will be seeing each other quite often." Irene, our protagonist, just said, "I understand." Run laughed and handed him a scroll. "Hey, it was a joke. You don't have to look so serious all the time. Here, take this." What is this?" the protagonist asked. "It's the participant rankings from the first test," Run explained. "Don't get too worked up about it. This initial assessment, unlike the final exams, has very little impact on your official admission to the academy. The first test was really just to get a rough idea of the stamina levels of all you prospects." The main character stared in surprise at the very last place on the list, where his own name was written. The instructor just smiled and said, "You know, the higher the rank, the better you feel. But, on the other hand, the lower your rank, The more fuel you have for the fire to improve, right? This entire ranking is going to be completely different a year from now. There's no reason to be down about it. Before he could finish his little speech, he paused, a look of surprise on his face. He'd been trying to cheer the kid up, but at that moment, the protagonist simply rolled up the scroll and stated, "I see." The instructor thought to himself, he doesn't look like someone who needs a pep talk. So the rumors about him being a special case were true. He then helped the protagonist to his feet and said, "All right, let's get you up. You can't skip classes on the very first day." He replied, "Of course." A short while later, Karaka stood before all the assembled candidates. "How did everyone sleep in your new home?" A chorus of, "Not bad," so came from the crowd, and he smiled, chuckling lightly. "Thank goodness. I see you're all full of energy today. Wonderful. Let's get acquainted. My name is Karaka. I'm one of the instructors in charge of your training. From now on, your entire day will run according to this schedule." With those words, he pointed to a large board displaying the Chrono Academy's plan for prospects. Wake up is at 600 to 800 hours. Breakfast is from 8 to 1200 hours. Training is from 12 to 1 p.m., followed by lunch from 1 to 3 p.m. More training runs from 3 to 6 p.m. Dinner is followed by more training and general education lessons from 6 to 7 p.m. If anything changes, we'll let you know after 7. After 7 p.m. is your free time. Starting today, you have access to all the outdoor playgrounds, indoor gyms, and any other training facilities we have at the academy. The protagonist thought, a small smile on his face. "Fantastic. Today I can finally pick up a sword again." Then the instructor held up a finger and added, "One last thing, weapon training is strictly forbidden." I thought, wait, what? As dusk settled, a group of students wandered over to the building. One of them, glancing at Bart, commented, "Man, weren't those regular classes a total snooze fest? I practically fell asleep during the theory lecture." His friends chuckled, adding, "That's only because they were using a ton of big words he has no clue about." He shot me a baffled look, but I knew he understood me just fine, so he really should just zip it. We headed inside and someone gasped, "Whoa, this place is massive." As they pushed deeper into the training hall, one of the guys remarked, "Everyone's really going at it hard from day one, but I bet all this enthusiasm fizzles out in a couple of days." Just then Bart did a double take, his eyes landing on Ilya working out with a barbell. He thought, Ilya, seriously, the rumors about her were a massive understatement. Just being in her presence makes you feel the intense pressure. The rest of the students don't even compare. Standing anywhere near her makes you feel completely inadequate because you're on two totally different playing fields. At that point, his buddy whispered, "Whoa, someone pinch me." He couldn't help but wonder how she got a physique like that. "I heard she was even younger than me." Then one of the group peeked around and, spotting me, joked, "Well, what do you know? Even our laziest aristocrat decided to work on his self-discipline." His pal snickered and said, "Yeah, he actually did put in some real effort on the last test. I guess people can change after all." The first guy scoffed. "That's absurd. He should have gotten serious a long time ago. Why did he just coast for so many years?" His buddy just laughed and told them to keep an eye on me, saying I looked like I was about to collapse. At that very moment, Ilya paused to wipe sweat from her brow, her eyes fixed on me. Bart took a step forward and announced, "Why are we wasting time? We need to get going." His friends followed his lead. Then his gaze shifted and he thought, "That girl, she's just a commoner named Judith. She was the one who kicked him out of the number 2 spot in the rankings. It seemed like she had to fight tooth and nail just to get into the academy. But there was no way he was going to let someone like her snatch his position from him again." He clenched his fist tightly, and just then Judith spun around and yelled, "That's enough, stop staring." He was completely caught off guard. Was she really talking to him? She demanded, "What, are you blind or something?" Who else did she think she was looking right in the eyes? "You're ruining my concentration. Just go away." His buddies immediately rushed to her side to start complaining. "What did you just say, ma'am? This is a noble lord from the prestigious Lloyd family of counts. A worthless little commoner like you has no right to be so rude to him," she thought. "And who are these guys? His personal fan club?" One of the guys furiously shouted at her, "Get on your knees right now and beg for his lordship's forgiveness." She just deadpanned. "Your breath is awful. Are you sure we had the same thing for lunch?" He was speechless for a solid 5 seconds, utterly shocked. "Well, damn. What gench?" Bart also whipped his head around in surprise. They all watched as Ilya walked over to the main character and said she needed a word with him. He glanced at her surprised and they started talking. She was pointing out something he was doing while everyone else just watched, totally confused. Then she stepped back and left the training hall completely. The protagonist watched her go, and when he finally tore his eyes away, he saw that everyone who had been gawking at him had suddenly found something else to look at. Bart thought to himself that you couldn't hear a thing they said. Just then his friend snatched the kettlebell from Judith's hands and yelled angrily, "Where do you think you're going? I wasn't finished with you yet." She just walked right past him, marched up to the protagonist, and called out, "Hey, are you deaf? You're supposed to answer when someone talks to you." He looked up from his exercise, saw her, and said, "Oh, sorry about that." "Did you need something?" She replied. "Don't give me that need something routine." He was confused. "What are you talking about?" She leaned in close to his face and demanded, "Ilya, what were the two of you talking about?" Then she added, "You look surprised." "About what?" She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Was she just giving you tips on how to bench press correctly?" "You expect me to believe that?" The protagonist simply replied, "I'm not lying, that was it." She pressed on, "So have you two known each other for a while, or are you maybe seeing each other?" He answered flatly, "That's not it. Today was the first time we ever talked," she said, looking thoughtful. "All right then. By the way, you should try to relax your face a bit. You look like I'm about to mug you or something." He wondered what in the world her deal was. She was really getting on his nerves. Damn it. He got back to his workout thinking, just block it out. Time to get back to it. I'll focus on getting the form right. Just then, Bart strolled over and said, "Hey, I was just wondering what you and Ilya were chatting about." 1 month later, Bart took a swig of water as his friends flopped onto the ground sighing. "We've been doing this exact same routine for a whole month. Don't you guys think it's a bit unfair we haven't even touched a sword yet?" He glanced over thoughtfully and saw Ilya standing beside the protagonist telling him, "Stop arching your back like that." Crossing her arms, she mentioned he needed to get his breathing under control. Whatever. Bart thought, I'm just going to tune these two out. Let's be real, he's never going to beat her. She's a shoo-in for the top spot, again, while Irene will probably do the complete opposite. He's convinced someone pulled strings to get him that rank, as if a guy who's slacked off his whole life could suddenly train hard and actually defeat him get real. He wasn't about to quit just because Ilya was cheering him on. All the trash talk from everyone else just fueled his fire. He figured once the novelty wore off, he'd go right back to being the same old carefree noble. He then motioned for them to head to the stadium, figuring second place was his real goal anyway. But when he walked in, he was stunned to see Judith already miles ahead. His buddy commented on how intense she was showing up before anyone else every single day. Their other companion added, "Well, yeah, commoners have to hustle if they want to survive." Bart ground his teeth and just snapped, "Let's run." His friend already looked taken aback. Bart just said that if they were tired, they could feel free to fall behind. But if they had anything left in the tank, they'd better give it everything they had and close the gap. With a scowl, he turned and left. Fast forward 3 months, and Ahmed stood with his arms crossed, a smirk on his face as he said, "I totally called it." Most of the recruits were looking completely drained. Karaka added, "Even so, we've got a few real standouts this year. That top-tier trio of theirs is still as disciplined as ever, and the resident slacker, well, you can't really call him a slacker anymore." Later on in the classroom, he got everyone's attention. "All right, listen up, folks. I've got an announcement. The midterm assessment is right around the corner." Ahmed clapped his hands together and continued, "This is the course you'll be running. All you need to worry about is finishing within the time limit." A student cried out in dismay, "You have got to be kidding me. There's no way anyone can finish that in time." The instructor simply crossed his arms and replied, "We've been drilling you on running and swimming for the last 4 months. For you all this should be a walk in the park. The grading is simple. What place you finish in is totally irrelevant. The only thing that matters is beating the clock. Oh, and the first 5 people across the finish line will get their awards straight from the academy director." Pretty good motivation, huh? The exam is in 10 days at 9 o'clock in the morning. Until that time, all regular classes are canceled. Feel free to use the time how you like, but make sure you don't skip meals. I wish you all the best of luck. A little later, one of Bart's buddies went up to him and asked, "Sir, you think you can handle this?" The guy shot back, "Of course, the young master is no pushover." At that moment, Bart thought Ilya, Judith, and a couple of others, even in the worst-case scenario, getting into the top 5 should be a breeze. So why is my mind always drifting back to that guy? A moment later, Judith heaved the barbell up one last time, setting it down with a satisfied grin. New personal best. Guess we can call it a day. She then spun around at some strange, gasping sounds, only to see the main character on his hands and knees behind her, panting heavily. She wondered to herself, did he really just push himself to the breaking point again? His physical stats were way higher than when he first enrolled. How in the world does he wring so much power out of himself? She clenched her fist, thinking, is my willpower really weaker than some lazy aristocrats? Heck no. Fired up by the thought, she immediately picked the barbell back up. Elsewhere, Karaka looked over the students and asked how many he figured would pass this year. Ahmed estimated it would be about 30. Just then Ian came over to them and asked, 30, you say? Ahmed looked up in shock. Director, what brings you all the way out here? The head of the academy explained, I decided I'm not repeating last year's mistake. I'd rather see everything firsthand than just rely on secondhand stories. Smiling, he then extended his hand to Karaka. And you, if I'm not mistaken, are the new instructor from the Adon Kingdom. Correct. He accepted the handshake and confirmed that was him. He mentioned that it was a true honor to meet him. The director then leaned in and asked him to guess his age. He just smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, what? Well, I'd say about 55. Ian let out a hearty laugh, clapping him on the shoulder. Ha, I knew I liked you. I'm so sick of all that phony flattery. You can expect a bonus in your next paycheck. Karaka just gave an awkward thank you. Ian then looked out over the training field. The whole vibe here is completely different from last year. Is this the result of some top-notch teaching? Karaka said he was giving them too much credit. He then glanced toward Ilya and added that she was the second daughter from the famous Lindsay family of swordmasters. She's incredibly sharp and gifted just as you'd expect from her lineage. Up to this point, she's held the #1 rank in every subject. The instructor sighed, poor kid. She really ought to forge her own path in life. Why chain yourself to a destiny someone else picked out? Is that just how the world is supposed to work? He truly hoped she would manage to break free from those expectations someday. He then looked over at Judith. So what about that other girl you were telling me about? The instructor simply replied, it's all true. The director chuckled and asked if they had made any attempt to rein her in. Karaka replied that they certainly had, but she was absolutely not the type to listen. You had to give it to her. She was probably the most relentless person in this entire assessment. Ian stepped forward saying, we really have to get her to stop. It would be a total waste to see that kind of talent burn out. She had to have a reason for pushing this hard, right? He decided to give it a shot and talk to her. As he approached the student, Karaka asked his colleague, you think he actually stands a chance? Ahmed shot back, of course. It's not like she can just ignore a direct order from the supervisor, which is why he was so surprised to see their leader walking back from the student who was still going at it. What happened? He asked. Supervisor Ian got closer and let out a sigh. Man, that kid is stubborn. He explained, she said she'd stop if I gave her a good enough reason. He then turned asking, so where's Irene? After a moment, Ahmed whispered, how long has it been now? Karaka murmured back, he's been holding that pose for a solid 30 minutes. The main character just kept on training, prompting the leader to order, just let him be. The other instructors were shocked. What, just leave him to it? One replied. That's right, there's no way you can stop a kid like that until he decides he's done. At this point, the young man's mind was completely overpowering his body's limits. A while later, the protagonist let out a massive sigh as he collapsed onto his bed. So many weird things have happened in just the last few days, he thought. Guys who used to either ignore me or straight up mock me are suddenly paying attention. It's strange. And why is Ilya helping me out? She's not the type to do things out of pity. All right, I'm overthinking this. He started to drift off to sleep. This place, it's been such a long time since we saw each other. A figure in red fabric pulled him into a tight hug, and he vaguely thought, wait, I never left my bed to come here. It wasn't a motherly embrace, not at all, but it was incredibly warm all the same. He figured some sleep would be amazing right about now. The very next second, a gigantic sword was pointed at his face, and his eyes flew open in shock. He spun around, felt a hand on his arm, and offered a small smile. Thanks for everything. He then walked forward, thinking that his time had finally come. Then he was actually getting out of bed, and a bit later he walked outside past students who were asking what was up with his clothes. Did he not sleep at all, or what? One guy snickered. He's so infuriating. It's a shame they aren't grading us individually, otherwise he would have totally tanked his score. Bart silently averted his gaze, thinking, Judith's been pushing way too hard these last few days. Her condition right now is pretty bad. If I just keep my head in the game, second place is in the bag. Just then, Ahmed yelled, all right, it's 8:55. I'm going to explain the rules for the midterm evaluation one last time. The course is made up of 4 stages. There's an instructor stationed at each one. You can only advance to the next stage after clearing your current one. That part's simple. The only thing that matters for your grade is finishing within the time limit. Don't get psyched out by what everyone else is doing. Just focus on showing us how much you've improved lately. Okay, get ready and, go. Stage 1, power jab. Bart tensed up, gripping the barbell. As expected, she's fast, he thought. Even going all out, there's no way I can keep up with her, but still, besides Ilya, I'm... In the next second, one of his teammates yelled, holy crap, Everyone looked over confused at the protagonist who was just repping out the barbell lifts without stopping. Bart gritted his teeth. What an idiot, he thought. Has he lost his mind? Is he planning to burn out right at the start? Just then the instructor shouted, Ilya, stage 1 cleared. She moved on and Bart thought, what already? That was insanely fast. Then the instructor yelled again, Irene, stage 1 cleared. The others were totally baffled. How did that happen? Forget about him, one said. He'll be gassed out by the end anyway. Our hero just kept clearing the tasks, thinking to himself, they can laugh all they want. He had already made it to the second stage, the box jumps. He kind of understood their confusion. To be honest, even he was shocked at what he was doing. Something about his body had changed. It felt like it was on fire. The thought that this might be his limit hadn't even popped into his head. So he just focused on his own pace. He had to go faster. His current speed just wasn't good enough. He needed to be quicker, more agile. At that exact moment, Ahmed shouted in disbelief, Whoa, Irene stage 2 cleared. The other students were stunned. What? At that moment, Bart glanced over and saw Judith pushing herself with everything she had. A while later, the third stage began the long-distance run. The protagonist shot forward, trying to close the gap with Ilya. What's going on? He thought. This feeling is incredible. I've got to pass Ilya. He was so focused that he was completely surprised when he looked to his side and saw Judith blazing past both of them. He was shocked, and Judith looked just as surprised herself. There's no way I can lose, she thought. No, freaking way. Do they have any idea what it took for me to even get here? During training, she'd heard the whispers behind her back. Did she really get into Chrono Academy and she's not even a noble? That girl's got her head in the clouds, thinks she's so special or something. She needs to learn her place and stop butting in where she doesn't belong. As she crossed the finish line, she couldn't help but wonder, am I really just butting in where I don't belong? She'd fought tooth and nail to get into Chrono. No way was she going to let anyone under any circumstances get the best of her. Kicking off from the bank, she yelled, I'm not losing to any of you. With that stage 4, the long-distance swim was officially underway. She surged ahead, cutting through the water at a blistering pace until a sharp pain shot through her leg. She cried out, thinking, of all the times, why now? That's when she saw Ilya starting to pull ahead, and it all clicked. So that's the game, she thought. She'd been completely played, but even so, was she really going to fail like this? What a letdown. This was just too hard. She just wanted to rest. As those thoughts drifted through her mind, her exhausted body began to sink toward the bottom. She blinked in confusion, wondering what in the world was happening. She broke into a coughing fit as the main character started dragging her toward the shore. Who is this guy? She wondered, staring at him. What does he think he's doing? This guy is unbelievable. He told her to take it easy. They were almost there. After hauling her onto the sand, he asked, Judith, are you all right? Just then, the instructor sprinted over, shouting, Leave her to me and get back in the race. Go! The protagonist scrambled to his feet and said he understood. Move it, the instructor barked. Judith watched him go and let out a soft sigh. As her eyes fluttered shut, she thought, what an absolute moron. A little while later, a student dropped to his hands and knees, utterly defeated. I tried so hard and I still didn't make it. Karaka came over and said, Hey, don't beat yourself up, kid. You still have the second assessment coming up. The standards for that one are a lot more forgiving than the first. As long as you don't quit, you've got a solid shot. The other students cheered up, shouting, Awesome, he's totally got this then. Ahmed then walked up to Karaka, remarking, This year's batch of students is as impressive as ever. Way more of them passed than last time. He smiled and agreed, Yep, this year's a whole different story. We've definitely got some real talent, but the one who made the biggest impression was our resident hero, Irene, who came in 34th out of 35. At that moment, another student glared at the protagonist. What a total show-off. What was that all about during the exam, trying to look like some kind of saint? Well, whatever. Thanks to him, I snagged 5th place. A guy walked up to him and asked, How'd you pull off 5th place, man? He put his hands on his hips and grinned. Hey now, I believe a congratulations is the proper response in these situations. Another guy joined them saying, Dude, you should be congratulating him. He's getting a special reward from the supervisor. Talk about lucky. Then Bart came over and said, Congrats, Lance. He turned surprised to see him. I couldn't have done any of this without you, man. Bart just shrugged. What did I do? This was all you. A few more students came over to congratulate him on getting 2nd place. They told him they knew he could do it. Bart replied, Yeah, well, I've been thinking. The way I am now, there's no way I could have matched the performance Irene showed today. And if Judith had managed her stamina better, I would have been knocked down to 4th. I have to admit I was completely outclassed. The next morning, the main character was out for a run when he had to stop to catch his breath. Ilya appeared and asked him why he did it. He looked up, surprised. Did what? She pressed. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He stood up, clarifying, You mean saving Judith? That's right, she confirmed. What on earth possessed you to do that? He looked at the ground and mumbled his answer. It just felt like there wasn't any other option. She scoffed. Are you even listening to yourself? The instructors were right there. They would have saved her. You had no reason to get involved. And for such a boneheaded move, you threw away a reward from the head of the academy, the most prestigious on the continent, and your one chance to get back at everyone who's ever made fun of us. Do you get that? The protagonist just waved his hand dismissively. You know how everyone calls me the lazy noble, right? She said nothing, and he continued. For the longest time, I felt like I was stuck in a swamp. I kept making excuses, but the truth is, I never even tried to pull myself out. In the end, it was my amazing family who dragged my pathetic self out of that mess. A few people gave me a hand and helped me get back on my feet, so I just couldn't stand by and watch someone else drown. That's really all it was, nothing more to it. She stared at him in silence for a long moment before turning away. You said you only started using a sword last year, didn't you? He confirmed it, a bit confused. She went on, Swordsmanship isn't the same as physical training. You need talent and hard work for both, of course. But with the sword talent is what really makes or breaks you. Because of your little stunt yesterday, you've probably blown your chance to be trained by the Academy's headmaster himself. I'm not going to help you anymore either, so when you find yourself getting mocked by everyone, I just hope you don't end up regretting your choice. He called out to her, Wait, why did you ever help me in the first place? She stopped and without turning back said, Because I can't stand it when amateurs talk like they know what they're doing. He watched silently as she walked away. A little later, the instructor clapped his hands for attention. All right, listen up. Time for the midterm results. 35 people made it through the first exam with 78 passing the second. That brings our grand total of survivors to 113. For the 5 of you who absolutely crushed the first exam, we've got a special prize, a personal meeting with the headmaster himself. Ian glanced over at Ahmed. I think we forgot something. Ahmed just grinned. Way ahead of you. The instructor then called out, Student number 311. Irene, would you please make your way to the podium? A confused murmur rippled through the hall. The instructor let out a hearty laugh. Rivalry is a funny thing, isn't it? When you're frantically trying to catch the person in front of you while also making sure the person behind doesn't pass you, you can unlock potential you never knew you had. But if you focus too much on just the ranking, you can easily lose sight of what's actually important. Irene, however, was different. In a moment where a single slip-up could have cost him everything, he put his own test on hold to save a classmate who was about to fail. Now, while some might argue about the strategy, every instructor here agrees that his choice was truly commendable. So Irene, please, come on up. A few hesitant claps started up quickly, turning into a full round of applause as our hero walked to the front with an awkward little smile. A bit later in the instructor's office, Bart flopped into a chair. I get it now, he sighed. He was right. My whole approach was just too narrow. Ian chuckled. Hey, don't sell yourself short. A small-minded man would never admit he had a weakness. Bart shook his head. No, I was just arrogant and stubborn, totally stuck on my own way of doing things. But like you suggested, he continued, if I run into someone I can learn from in the future, I'm definitely not going to waste the opportunity. With that, he walked to the door, gave a slight bow, and asked if he could be excused. The kid was definitely talented, had a good head on his shoulders about where he stood, and seemed genuinely eager to fix his own flaws. On top of all that, he had the makings of a great leader. Sure, he had that typical noble-born stubbornness and a bit too much self-confidence, but it wasn't anything that set off alarm bells. Ian thought to himself that in any other year, Bart would have easily taken the top spot. Vanilla then took the empty seat, making him think, It's a shame, really. We've just got so many gifted kids this time around. She announced, For my reward, I want to have a sparring match with you. Ian smiled. A very wise choice. All right, then, here's a little advice, he offered. You need to stop letting other people dictate your life. It's time to live for yourself. Don't waste your youth here chasing some silly affection. Go back home, master your family's sword techniques. That will do you far more good. She just stared back and repeated, I'm asking to spar with you. He sighed. I should have known that's what you'd say. This office is pretty big. You want to go a few rounds right here? She simply beamed and said, Thank you. After a while, the head instructor let out a weary sigh before finally getting to his last appointment. He looked at the student before him and asked, So what about your reward? It can be anything at all, even something you can't touch. Just say the word. Ian leaned in, his interest piqued. Honestly, your answer is the one I'm most curious about. Irene looked down and mumbled, I want to make up with someone. How do I do that? His eyes darted to the floor as he added, "I know it sounds crazy, but I don't have anyone else to ask about this stuff, so I'm sorry." The supervisor held up a hand. "You have nothing to be sorry for. On the contrary, I appreciate you being this honest with me." He remembered Irene's file. The kid had been a shut-in until he was 15. And now being tossed in with kids his own age, he was clearly overwhelmed. So, someone finally got close to him. Ian thought the one person the others all pick on. He said aloud, "Okay, tell me what happened." After they had talked for a bit, the young man thanked the headmaster, saying, "That was really helpful, sir." He just smiled back. "If it helped, then I'm glad." It had been a long time since he'd given advice that had nothing to do with swordplay. He thought to himself that Irene wanting to make peace with Elia was the last thing he expected. This year was just one surprise after another. "All right," he said, shifting gears. "Now that we've covered that, let's get to the main event." The protagonist looked confused. "The main event," Ian laughed. "You didn't really think I'd let a little chat count as your official reward, did you?" "Let's be specific. I want to offer you some advice on your sword training. That's a field I'm a little more qualified to discuss. So tell me what you want to know." The protagonist apologized again. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't think of anything. I'd only ever practiced with a sword by myself for about a month before coming to the academy. So as embarrassing as it is to say I don't even know what I should be asking." Irene, the headmaster, began gently, but the boy just kept rambling. "I know everyone says getting a personal lesson from you is an incredible opportunity, and I'm so sorry, but I don't know how to take advantage of it." The headmaster walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said with a booming, friendly voice, "Why do you keep apologizing? None of that now. A good swordsman needs to be confident, wouldn't you agree?" The young man nodded. "Good." The headmaster grinned. "Let's put a pin in your reward for now. If you ever feel like you're missing something, you come find me. On the other hand, if I feel it's necessary, I might just give you that lesson myself." "Any objections?" he asked. The young man simply shook his head and thanked the leader. "Excellent," the man said with a nod. "Then you're free to go." A bit later, the manager was watching him walk through the courtyard from a window. "He's a strange one for sure," he mused, "but something just doesn't feel right. He has zero experience with a sword, yet he doesn't seem the least bit worried or anxious about it. Quite the opposite, actually. It's like he already has a clear path forward, almost as if someone is guiding him. You know, this reminds me of someone I once knew. The same kind of raw talent, confidence, and unpredictable personality. Although no, they're complete opposites in every other way." Later, while he was sweating it out in the training hall, Judith approached him. "Wow," she said. "I mean, I had a feeling you'd be in here again, but it's still impressive. Sword practice starts tomorrow, by the way. From now on, it's all blades all the time." He turned to face her. "So what brings you here?" She shifted her feet. "Well, you know, I wanted to talk to you about something." "I'm grateful," she said. He just blinked. "For what?" She stepped a little closer. "I'm going to pay you back for what happened so you don't need to worry about it." "Honestly, I hadn't even thought about it," he replied. "Right," she said, rolling her eyes. "Look, what I'm trying to say is, we should probably get along." He looked surprised again. "Huh," she shot back. "What do you mean, huh? I'm saying let's be friends. You're always eating by yourself, so now we can hang out. We can practice with our swords, too." "Sounds good, right?" She stared at him, demanding an answer. He stammered, Yeah, sounds great." With a quick spin, she waved over her shoulder. "Okay, I won't bug you anymore. You keep at it, and your awesome big sis will be on my way." He watched her go, a thought crossing his mind. "But she's 3 years younger than me." Regardless, he couldn't stop a small smile from forming. A short time later, Judith grinned mischievously. "Hey, you ever hear that old turtle song? 'Turtle, turtle, draw your sword, or I'll roast you up and eat you whole'?" He just gave her a blank stare while the other students exchanged confused looks. One of them whispered, "Has she changed? Doesn't she seem weird to you, Mr. Lloyd?" His friend added, "It's like she hit her head when she nearly drowned." The first student shivered at the thought. Meanwhile, Bart mused to himself, "Weird, this is a whole other level." Irene and Ilya were like strangers now. What on earth happened between them? A few seconds later, Ahmed clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, listen up. As you're all aware, swordsmanship training officially begins today. It's time to see what those last 4 months of conditioning have done for you. From now on, you will all have 2 hours of free sparring time with a sword under the supervision of an instructor. Now go on and pick a wooden sword that you like." Judith gave her chosen blade a swing. "Whoa, I can swing way harder and my balance is still perfect." Ahmed just smiled to himself. "Exactly. We weren't just making them stronger and tougher." Bart swung his own sword thinking, Even though this is wood, the feel is completely different than it was before. He could sense the change through his entire body. Just then, the protagonist walked over to a ridiculously large wooden greatsword and lifted it up, as the others stared their jaws on the floor. He gave the massive blade a swing. "Looks like nothing special," one student scoffed. Another thought, "No, the swing's a bit rough, but his actual stance is almost textbook perfect." The first student muttered, "I heard he's never even touched a sword before." His buddy sneered, "What a show-off, grabbing the biggest sword he can find like some amateur." At that moment, Bart stepped forward as his friends called out to him. Judith's eyes widened. "What the?" she exclaimed. "Irene, he's challenging you to a match." As if to confirm, he pointed his sword right at him, stunning the onlookers. He glanced at the instructor, then looked back at his challenger and said flatly, "I accept." "Hey," Ahmed shouted, "what do you two think you're doing? If you want to spar, do it after class." Karaka wondered why on earth Bart would call out Irene. "We need to maintain order here," Ahmed yelled. Before he could finish, the head instructor stood up. "There can be exceptions," he said, catching Ahmed by surprise. The instructor smiled. "I'll allow the duel, but I'll make one thing clear. If I think anyone is in real danger, I'm stepping in immediately." "Are we agreed?" Both boys nodded. "Then, you may begin." In the next instant, Bart leveled his sword and charged forward with a yell. The protagonist, looking completely bewildered, shouted, "Whoa!" The wooden swords clashed with a loud crack. "Gah!" he yelped. Without missing a beat, Bart swung again, pressing his attack. He ducked his head back sharply, but the swing was so close it managed to slice off a few strands of his hair. Bart then launched several more attacks, each one hammering against the protagonist's blade. "No way," one of his comrades gasped in surprise. "I totally thought Mr. Lloyd would finish him in one hit." The guy next to him replied, "He's actually holding on." At that moment, Judith folded her arms, looking irritated. "He's just testing Irene, playing around with him." After another strike, Bart jumped back. "Irene's reaction time is decent," he thought. "But that huge sword is completely wrecking his balance. His footwork and swings are a disaster. Is he even serious about learning this?" Irene's skills were far, far worse than he had anticipated. "All right, then, how strong is he really?" With that thought, he launched himself forward once more. Our hero, dripping with sweat, raised his sword high before leveling it at his foe. In a flash, Bart sidestepped the attack, and with a single flick of his weapon, sent the protagonist's sword flying from his grasp. The main character stared devastated at the massive blade now lying on the dirt, just as Bart pressed the point of his own sword to his neck. The leader called out, "The fight's over. Bart is the winner." A little while later, Karaka, holding a sheet of paper, announced, "All right, everyone, we're on to the last item on today's schedule. We've divided you all into classes. Starting tomorrow, your fencing lessons will be conducted within your assigned groups. Class A will be Ilya, Bart, Judith. 10 people in total. As you'd expect from our top class, your training is going to be a whole lot more intense and demanding, so you'd better prepare yourselves mentally. Next up, Mark Woodruff, Alfred Amia, and Kickland. That's 35 people altogether. You are all in Class B. Now let's move on to Class C." Just then, Judith glanced over at the main character, giving him a look that said, "Don't worry, your big sis from Class A has your back." He just managed to reply with an awkward, yeah." Karaka then continued, "There will be 54 people in Class C." Judith looked confused. "Wait, what about Irene?" His name hadn't been called. Karaka finished. "And finally, Irene. He is assigned to Class F." A moment of silence passed before Judith exploded. "Okay, I see exactly what's going on here. But that moron Bart was acting like a total smug jerk about it. She was positive he was just using this to lord his superiority over everyone. It's not like anyone was unaware he was a high and mighty noble. Does he seriously get a thrill just from flaunting his status? In any case, he shouldn't let it get to him. They just had to grind that fool into the dirt before the final evaluations, that's all." Even those little rats that trailed him everywhere were starting to get on her nerves. She then noticed him staring off and asked, "What are you looking at?" The protagonist replied, "You don't have to be so angry for my sake. I really appreciate you being concerned," he said, "but it makes me feel kind of bad when you get this worked up over me." She blinked. Who said this was because of you?" He yelped, "Don't hit me, I'm already covered in bruises." A little while later, Bart was drying his hair with a towel before flopping down on his bed and closing his eyes. His eyes snapped open again as he replayed the fight. At that last second, he had been fully prepared to meet the man's attack head-on, but his body moved on its own. He dodged. It wasn't just about the sword, though. In that split second, his eyes, his expression, his whole demeanor radiated an unstoppable pressure. Irene had poured every fiber of his being into that single downward slash. He crouched down, his eyes fixed on the floor, and wondered, But what about me? What kind of expression did I have on my face when I was swinging my sword? A bit later, Run stood before the main character, resting a hand on his sword's pommel. I was told, he said, that the only attacks you know are a straight down and a diagonal slash. The protagonist simply confirmed it with a quiet apology. There's no reason for you to apologize, he replied. After all, you've never had any proper swordsmanship training. How could anyone expect you to get great results right from the start? Okay, let me ask you a different question. What do you think it will take for you to catch up to the others being so far behind? He hazarded a guess. More effort. The man shook his head. That's not it. He gave his own weapon a fluid swing and said, talent. Of course, he added, effort is also incredibly important. Depending on how hard you work, you could either manage to keep up with the other students or potentially even leave them in the dust. But that's not exactly your situation, since the others only started training a few years ago themselves. I'll give you 1 week. In that time, you must learn all the fundamentals of wielding a great sword. If you can manage that, I will promote you directly to Class C. The protagonist asked, and if I fail, he replied, then absolutely nothing changes. You'll remain in your current class and continue your fencing training. But then he put a hand on the boy's shoulder, adding, however, if you feel that you simply lack the talent for this, it might be better for you to leave the academy on your own terms. The protagonist's fists clenched. I'll give it my all, he declared. Run stepped back and said, good, see that you do. He was already certain that the boy had no shortage of diligence. On the second day of training, as the main character went through his swings, Run called out, you need to relax your shoulders more. On the third day of training, he commented, excellent, you're doing great. Then the fifth and sixth days of training came and went. Run folded his arms, thinking to himself, he's improving more and more rapidly every day. His hard work is definitely a major factor in this. It might not be obvious at a glance, but this kid actually possesses a genuine talent for the sword. After a while, the protagonist was panting, leaning on his sword for support. Looking over at Judith, he asked, hey, I have my evaluation tomorrow. Would you mind taking a look? She told him, you'd better be prepared. I'm a pretty harsh critic when it comes to this stuff. If it's awful, I'm going to totally tear you apart, she said with a grin. But as he demonstrated, her expression changed to one of surprise. He let out a sigh and asked, so, how'd I do? She broke into a smile and gave him a big thumbs up. A little while later, a man carrying a box poked his head into the room and said, oh, Mr. Instructor, I see you're scheduled for a shift in the rehabilitation department today. Taking a sip of his drink, Run glanced over and confirmed, yeah, it's true. That guy officially made it into Class C. A bit later, Judith was absolutely demolishing her food, stacking one empty plate on top of another. She then glared at me, slammed her fists on the table, and bellowed, hey, this guy needs more to eat. He gets how crucial calories are, just like I do. The man trains harder than anyone I know, but eats like a bird. Yeah, you're right, I admitted. Just then, Lance strolled by, remarking, my goodness, I wasn't aware we had a hippopotamus attending the academy. Judith whipped around and shot back, hey, you've got a thing for her, don't you? Lance yelled back, completely flustered. What? She just smirked. Aw, look, he's blushing, sorry folks, but it looks like nothing's going to happen with this one. He demanded, what on earth are you blabbering about? Are you insane? At that point, Bart stepped in. All right, that's enough. We've got to go. A friend of his added, yes, Mr. Lloyd. Bart finished for him. And for the record, we should all stop gossiping about other people. It doesn't help any of us. Understood, they all mumbled. A moment later, Judith turned back to me. You know that cocky fella has been awfully quiet lately. I glanced away, lost in thought, as my eyes fell on Ilya. A grin spread across Judith's face. Seems like you two aren't exactly on speaking terms at the moment. Did you two get into an argument? I shook my head. That's not it. Why would we argue? Could you even really call what happened between us a fight? She asked. So what's got you so deep in... Could you even really call what happened between us a fight? She asked. So what's got you so deep in thought, Martin? I replied. Why don't you tell me how Ilya is doing? After all, you're in the same class and you must see her all the time. She crossed her arms. Well, young man, she started, if you didn't have a fight with the lady, then you should just march over there and ask her yourself. I just looked at her, completely unsure. She then let out a chuckle. I'm just messing with you, she added. But I had to say it. The look on your face was absolutely priceless. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. To be honest, not much has changed. She's still number one in our class, getting incredible results that even the instructors have to give her credit for. The thing is, the skill gap between her and everyone else is so huge that all the guys are too intimidated to even approach her. I heard she's been going to the small training ground in the evenings to practice alone. She's probably working on her family's sword style or something along those lines. Since you've been leveling up so fast, you could probably keep up with her now. I sighed. Please, just stop teasing me. After a moment, Judith asked, Ready? I gave a nod. She instantly lunged forward as Bart stood off to the side, watching silently, with his arms crossed. Our weapons rang out as they clashed. Parrying her strike, I thought to myself, yep, that's exactly what I'd expect from her. Her attacks are insanely difficult to block. I pushed her back. A single thought racing through my mind. What incredible power. I then charged ahead, swinging my weapon. I saw her eyes narrow as she thought a vertical slash. She raised her sword to defend, but in that instant, I struck from the side. She grinned widely and said, Well, now look at you. Tightening her grip on the hilt, she gritted her teeth and unleashed a blow that sent me tumbling to the floor. Wow, she said, you really have gotten stronger. You've made some real progress, but you've still got a long way to go to catch me. She then glanced away. All right, that's enough for today. I was stunned. Already, she replied, Dude, it's practically nightfall. Just look around. We're the only ones still here. By the way, if you head over to the small training ground right now, there's a pretty good chance you'll find Ilya. I held up a hand. Just stop it. I looked away. Meanwhile, Ilya was in the middle of her practice. All of a sudden, she spun around and exclaimed, What in the... I was standing right behind her, offering a lame smile. Hi. What do you want? She asked. I held out a scroll and a small pouch. I came to give you something. My family sent a gift for you, and I wrote this letter. I know this is a little out of the blue. She looked confused. Why would I want this? I explained, I have a younger sister, you see. She's never been very good at talking to people. We used to fight a lot over simple misunderstandings, but every time the very next morning I'd find a small gift and a letter waiting on my bed. I'm not exactly great with words myself. I never know how to get a conversation started. Communicating has always been hard for me. I awkwardly rubbed the back of my neck. So I figured it might be better if I just wrote down my thoughts the way my sister always did. She asked, And you believe this will convince me to start helping you again? After you read it, I replied, and she just said, Fine. I turned to go. Sorry to bother you. I'll be on my way now. She watched me leave without a word. As night settled in, she opened the letter. A small smile appeared on her face as she murmured, like a little kid. She then glanced at the pouch, pulled out what was inside, and saw it was a bracelet. Her eyes widened in shock. This is Adonis. She pressed her lips together firmly, and in the next second a brilliant glow erupted in front of her. Maybe, she thought, I was wrong to judge him for something I didn't even understand. Sometime later, Judith stretched her limbs and announced, Today is going to be even more brutal. I asked, Perhaps we could ease into it a little. Just then Bart walked up and Judith piped up, What's with blue hair over there? Is he here to be a pain in the neck again? He got right in her face and said he needed a word with her, telling her to just hang on a second. She looked completely ticked off. What in the world was he even on about? He then pivoted to me and said, Hey, listen up, I want to train with you. He explained that during the midterms and our last duel, he noticed my insane level of concentration, which was something he really struggled with. He basically asked if I could teach him how to do that. He put a hand over his heart and in return offered to give me sword lessons. His whole pitch was that we could help each other with our weak spots and get stronger together. Judith just slung her sword over her shoulder and was like, Seriously, what's this guy's deal? Last time he was challenging Irene to a fight, and now he wants to be training buddies. What's his angle? Are you just trying to use him to get ahead? She snapped. He just blinked. Use him. Yeah, you heard me. She shot back all fired up. Wow, she muttered. The nerve on this guy. He just asked, What's the problem with that? Sure, you can get great results on your own, he said, but that whole lone wolf approach is super inefficient here at the academy. Besides, he added, it's a two-way street. We'd be using him just as much as he's using us. Look at you, Judith. You ditch your lessons to train with Irene all the time. He argued that they should be soaking up experience from everyone they could, since what they learned in class was just the tip of the iceberg. We need to think outside the box, he said. This is our chance. He clenched his fist, adding, with some friendly competition, pushing us, we'll learn new things from each other and see some real growth in our skills. One of the students watching muttered, Whoa, a Class A kid wants to team up with someone from Class C. Another guy pumped his fist and said, Awesome. At that point, I just said, All right, I'm in. But then I had to ask, Are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, I'm behind you in pretty much every category. What on earth could you learn from me? Bart just smiled. Like I said, you have something I lack. It's been on my mind ever since the midterm assessment ended. I kept asking myself, what the heck is the issue here? I've been working just as hard as you. So why is there such a huge gap between us when we spend roughly the same amount of time training? It had to be something else that made Irene different. Then it hit me. he said. All the students here are working with the same limited time. But the quality of how we use that time is completely different. From the second your training starts, you never lose your focus for a single moment. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "So teach me. Teach me how you maintain that intense focus all day long." I was pretty floored. I looked down for a second and admitted, to be honest, I don't even know how I do it. It was apparently the answer he expected. See, all you geniuses say the same thing. I was like, "What are you talking about? A genius, I'm nothing like that." Bart just gave me a look thinking, yeah, right. Anyone with eyes can see the talent he has. Maintaining that level of concentration constantly is way harder than it looks. He thought, then said out loud, "Anyway, I've got personal training today, so I gotta run. And Judith, you're joining us tomorrow." She immediately yelled, "The heck I am." She was not on board. "Oh, and one more thing," he added, totally ignoring her. "Here's some free advice for you, Irene. You should never ever sell yourself short. You come from the noble bloodline of the Peria family. I'm not sure how you started out, but right now your actions and your skills are absolutely worthy of a member of a noble house. So have some pride, man. Show everyone you're confident." Judith made a gagging noise. Is it just me, or am I going to throw up? Bart just kept on walking. A moment later, he looked back at me and said, "You're rushing it?" He got into a stance and explained, "Your movements will only be truly precise when you find a perfect balance in your body." I nodded. Got it. Then I lunged forward. Like this. A little while later, I called out, "Hey, Judith, we're wrapping up for today?" "You don't want to spar." She just stormed past shouting, "I already told you no." Bart grinned. "So how long do you think she'll hold out?" I smiled back. Well, she didn't curse at us, so I give her about a week. We both had a little laugh. Later that day at lunch, I looked over and saw Ilya passing by our table. She didn't even stop, just said, "I read your letter," and kept walking. Judith immediately jumped on it. "Ooh, your big confession was a success, huh?" I turned beet red and yelled, "It wasn't like that." That evening, I was lying in bed thinking, concentration. Bart was right. That's definitely something worth figuring out. But how do you even get better at it? If I could just crack that, I could move forward so much faster. Wait, is this a dream? But I could feel my hands so clearly. This dream felt completely different than before. It wasn't just my hands. I could feel my entire body. All the sensations from that man in my dreams felt as real and natural as being awake. I shot straight up in bed, gasping. I glanced out the window. It's still dark out. I need to grab my sword quick before this feeling disappears. The next morning, Judith was staring at me. "Dude, what were you up to all night?" Just forget it." A moment later, Bart gets right in Judith's face, yelling, "Hey, no slacking off, loud." She snaps back, "Geez, get off my case." Then her eyes go wide. "Are you kidding me?" she yells, pointing. "He's the one telling me not to take a break." "Yeah, what about him?" She glares over at the main character who's just chilling on a bench. "What's his deal?" "Is he taking a nap?" "Yo, Irene, rise and shine." Bart cuts in. "Just let him be." The guy looks beat. Bart's jaw drops. What in the... All of a sudden, Irene leaps to his feet, swings his sword once, and then flops right back down. What was that about? Did he maybe hit his head on the way over? Bart cautiously walks up to him. "Irene, my man, sorry to bother you, but what exactly are you doing?" Irene just scratches the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. "Well, I'm trying to work on my concentration. So far, though, it's not really panning out, but hey, I wasn't expecting miracles or anything." Bart puts a hand to his chest, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Whoa, are you meditating or something? I've heard about that. Like calming your soul and finding your inner self right." Irene mumbles, "Yeah, something like that." Bart immediately lies down on the bench. "Awesome. In that case, I'm trying it too." He thinks to himself, "You know this isn't half bad. I just need to get even more zen." Just a little bit more. After a moment, his friend calls out to him. He cracks an eye open to see Lance looking down. "Dude, I totally thought you were sleeping." "I wasn't sleeping." Bart huffs. "I was meditating." Judith grins mischievously. "Oh, right, meditating. Is that what the kids are calling snoring and drooling these days?" Bart frantically wipes at his face. A little later, he's sitting on the floor. "I've got it. The problem was my positioning. Normally, people sit in the lotus position for this." Judith leans in, shaking her head. "You're such a goofball. You've got to understand Irene is just... Irene, he does weird stuff like this all the time." "Hey, I'll try it before I knock it," he says. She just rolls her eyes. "Fine, do whatever you want." A bit later, Ian is walking along and remarks, "Things have been pretty quiet lately." Karaka responds that they have. Everything is proceeding as usual. Oh, on that note, Irene has been promoted to Class B. It seems his skills have shot up thanks to help from Judith and Bart. The leader simply says, I see. The instructor smiles. You were right, sir. Leader. Bart has kicked off a small wave of changes this year. Sometime later, a large number of students are seen sitting in the lotus position in the training hall. After a bit, a sword goes flying and clatters to the side. Ahmed raises a hand and shouts, The winner is Bart! Judith collapses to the floor, crying out. Then she shoots back up, yelling, No way, that doesn't count. We have to go again. Ahmed looks at her sternly and shouts, Judith! Pointing to herself, she marches up to Bart. After class, you and I are having a rematch. You get me. He just grins. You want it, you got it. Watching the two of them, Ahmed smiles to himself. These kids are really something else. They're both improving at a ridiculous speed, especially Bart. A real gap is starting to form between him and Judith, who used to be tied for second place. At that moment, Bart looks down at his hand and thinks, Yes, I can feel myself getting stronger. If I just keep this up. He clenches his fist. Then maybe. A bit later, the MC is practicing his sword swings. He looks straight ahead, thinking, Meditation definitely improved my performance, but it's still not enough. Just a little more. Just then, Bart comes over. Hey, you think maybe you're focusing a little too much on that one vertical slash? You should wrap it up and come with us. The leader is calling for everyone to assemble. He replies, Okay. In the main assembly hall, right? Bart shakes his head. Nope. The large training ground. The protagonist asks, You mean the arena? A short time later, the students are all gathered in the right place. Ian steps forward, saying, The 9 months since you first arrived at this academy have absolutely flown by. I couldn't be happier that you all managed to survive the countless exams and the grueling training. I'm proud of the brilliant progress you've all made. But let's get down to business. We're here to talk about the final assessment. It's going to be different from the midterm where you just had to meet a specific standard in a certain discipline. This might sound a little abstract, but for the final assessment, I want to see you uncover your hidden talents. Don't get intimidated. There's no need to start frantically digging for some hidden meaning in my words. All you need to do is use your sword to show us what you believe is your best quality. You could demonstrate some secret technique or an unusual maneuver you've developed to confuse an opponent. In other words, you're free to use any means necessary to show off your capabilities. I'm confident that every single one of you can bring out your strengths. So for the remaining 3 months, I'm asking you to give it your all. By the way, I have a small gift for you. At that very moment, he throws off his robe and takes up a weapon. He says, Now this might just look like an old man dancing with a sword, but I'd be grateful if you could take something away from it for yourselves. With his eyes now open, he began to flow through the movements, and the other students just watched in awe as his dance continued. He glanced off to the side, aimed his sword forward, and announced that was all there was to it. He then wished everyone the best of luck. Whoa, did you guys see that? One of the students asked, completely stunned. His buddy replied, His blade? What in the world happened to his blade? After a moment, Bart let out a sigh and said, All right, I think it's time we all took a little break. Judith quietly nodded in agreement and plopped down on the bench beside him. The captain's little performance yesterday was really something, wasn't it? Right. She was totally silent. Feeling a bit awkward, he added, Hello, am I talking to a brick wall here? She snapped indignantly. Hey, would you just shut your mouth already? He blinked. Miss, are you in a bad mood because of what happened with Irene? What does he have to do with anything? She yelled. Then looking down, she mumbled, It's just the final assessment is coming up, and he's totally lost in his meditation. Is he even going to be ready? He replied, Oh, I'm 100% certain he's going to pass. With that, he stood up. She shot back. And how would you know that? He just smiled and asked, What are the grading criteria for the final assessment? She looked confused. What do you mean by that? You need to show your hidden talents. He turned back to her and said, Exactly, hidden talents. In other words, they're grading us on our future potential, not just our current skill level. So let me ask you this. In the 9 months we've been here, who do you think has shown the most hidden talent and improved the fastest? She replied, Well, obviously that would be... He cut in, Yep, it's Irene. So you can stop worrying and get on your feet. What? She yelled. Who's worried? If anything, I'm going to show everyone exactly what I'm made of. First place in the final evaluation is mine. With that declaration, she grabbed her sword, but Bart, standing nearby, muttered, Yeah, I wouldn't count on that. Ilya's going to take it this time, too. She spun around. Why is it always her? He sighed. You know exactly why. She comes from one of the most distinguished families of swordmasters out there. On this entire continent, you can count families like hers on one hand. The Lindsay family's martial arts basically earned them their legendary status. So yeah, it's pretty much a given she's taking first place in the finals, Judith fumed. And you think that's a good enough reason for me to not even try for first place? Pretty much, he answered. It's not just her technique, it's her sheer willpower. She threw her hands up in frustration. This is infuriating. Then why bother having a test if the outcome is already decided? What's so great about their fancy noble families anyway, and her older brother, who everyone called the greatest genius on the entire continent? They're going to lose to a commoner orphan and won't even be able to look anyone in the eye. Then she paused. Hey, what are you looking at? She whipped her head around and saw Ilya standing right behind her. A short distance away, Lance just went, "Oh, this is bad." His friend added, "Yikes." Ilya walked up to Judith and said coolly, "I couldn't care less if you insult me or my family. It makes no difference what people like you whisper behind my back. Your words have no effect on me." Judith scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Then let's have a go at it right here, right now." Bart quickly stepped between them. "Stop it fighting between students will get you expelled." Ilya just walked past them, saying, "I'm still taking first place this time, and I'll take it every single time after this. I don't need my family's sword style. The basic academy curriculum is more than enough for me to prove I'm head and shoulders above all of you." Bart jogged after her, calling out, "Hey, wait up. The Lindsay family's sword techniques. That's the heavenly sword, isn't it? The one that got its name after your ancestors captured the demon dragon king 400 years ago, right?" She glanced back. "What about it?" He said, I'd love to see how amazing that technique really is." She turned away again and said, "In your dreams." "Right, too bad," he called after her. "Well, then you should remember this. If you don't show everyone your heavenly sword technique, then first place is going to be mine." Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. A while later, the protagonist was back to his training. He looked down at his sword, thinking that it just didn't feel the same anymore. He frowned. "I was so sure I was getting closer to it. But lately it feels like I'm actually drifting further and further away. I need to get focused." He settled into the lotus position. "Let's start with some meditation." "Wait a minute. What if I tried meditating while holding the sword? Maybe that would create some kind of connection?" He got into a ready stance, holding the sword before him, and closed his eyes. At the same time, across the training grounds, Lance sent his opponent's weapon flying. The other guy threw his arms out. "I give up. I've lost." Bart watched them with a smile and thought, "Man, they're working hard." Lance turned and called out, "Mr. Lloyd." Bart walked over, saying, "Seems like you've been putting in some extra effort lately." "Well, the final evaluation is coming up soon," he replied. "But more importantly, you had a huge impact on all of us." Bart looked genuinely surprised. Lance explained, "What you said to Ilya that day, it served as a massive wake-up call for everyone." Bart glanced away, muttering that he had no idea what she was talking about. Right then, Judith strode over and said, "Wipe that stupid look off your face. It's making me sick. Pick up your sword, Blueberry." A moment later, their sparring match was on. The tip of Bart's sword shot toward her face. Her eyes widened for a split second before she sharply twisted out of the way. He's definitely gotten faster. She thought, letting out a frustrated, "Damn it!" Just then, an attack came from her flank, and she instinctively raised her sword to parry. It wasn't just his perception, she realized. He had a newfound composure she'd never seen before. Swinging her blade and panting for breath, a thought struck her. At this rate, he might actually surpass Ilya and claim the #1 spot. She hated to admit it, but as things stood, she couldn't beat him. Still, that advice about thinking outside the box had stuck with her. She wouldn't rush it. Once she was an official student, she'd wipe the floor with him. Just then, Bart let out a sigh, suggesting, "All right, let's call it a day." "You shouldn't push yourself this hard right before the final assessment," he added. She just stared at him for a beat, then slung her sweater over her shoulder and walked off, saying, "Fine." He watched her go, baffled. Whoa, what's with her? She's not even mad. "I guess pigs are about to fly." All she said was that she had things to do. He blinked. "What? Wouldn't you like to know?" she shot back. He just sighed as he watched her go. "Okay, whatever. She's really different now. My goal, it isn't some impossible dream anymore. I think I can actually aim for a spot right beside her, and beside Irene too. I'll even be strong enough to withstand his attacks." But as I stood there gripping my own sword, my brow furrowed in frustration. I've tried adjusting my stance over and over, but nothing's improving. What am I supposed to do? I'm completely lost here. Just then Judith strolled up. "Don't you ever get tired of haunting the training grounds? Come on, let's get some fresh air for a change," she suggested. A few minutes later, Ilya happened to walk out of the main building, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw them. Judith flopped down onto a patch of grass. "Let's just chill here for a minute," she announced. I sat down next to her. Are we allowed to be here?" She just shrugged. If anyone says something, we'll leave. I nodded. Fair enough. So she started, how's the prep work coming along? I gave her a blank look. Prep for what? She rolled her eyes. The final assessment, dummy. It's less than 2 weeks away. I mumbled, oh, yeah, I'm still training as hard as ever. She pointed out, you don't sound too excited about it. What about you? I asked. Confident you'll pass. She scoffed. Is that even a real question? Of course I'll pass. The real challenge is whether I can finally take down that jerk Ilya. I asked, so can you... She bristled. Hey, buddy, way to be subtle. But you told me to ask, I protested. So what, you're supposed to be supportive? She shot back, though my confused expression seemed to get to her. Sorry, she muttered, catching me completely by surprise. I apologize for being so distant lately, she clarified. I know I promised I'd spar with you and help fix your stance. I offered a small smile. It's totally fine. You don't have to apologize. Before I could say more, she cut me off. Look, I'm an orphan, she stated plainly. And I'm not telling you that for pity. It's just that when I was a little kid, I had to do whatever it took to get by. Stealing and picking pockets were the only skills I learned. But then I'd look around and see that everyone else was just scraping by in the same way. Living like that for so long, I never learned how to be grateful or to say thank you to people. That's why when you pulled me out of the lake, I should have thanked you, but instead I just got angry. To be honest, even now saying thank you out loud feels really weird, so I decided I'd just repay you in my own way. But things just got messy along the way. You have to pass. Her sudden intensity took me aback. You absolutely have to pass this final assessment, she insisted. You need to pass, get rid of that pre-student label and become an official student. Then I can help you properly and things won't be so awkward anymore. A smile spread across my face as I looked at her. Aha, I get it. She scrambled to her feet, clearing her throat loudly. Okay, so if we walk back together now, I might actually die of shame. Give me 5 minutes, then you can follow. Watching her hurry off, I thought to myself, Judith, shouldn't I be the one asking for forgiveness? I'm the one who's been so checked out for the last 2 months. It hit me then how much I'd changed. I used to just waste away in bed, but now I'm actually sitting here looking up at the sky. This first year at the academy, it hasn't been so bad. I think I'm starting to get to know myself a little better. I gazed up at the clouds and just felt this wave of gratitude for everything I can feel right now, for all the thoughts in my head. After a while, I headed back toward the academy, thinking about everyone. Judith, Bart, Ilya, even the headmaster and instructors, that they've all helped me so much. It's time I repaid them for their support. With that firm resolve, I settled back into my fighting stance. And just like that, his head snapped up in surprise. He could feel it, a surge of energy, and shut his eyes as a massive aura ignited around his body. A moment later, the trainee unleashed his technique, immediately getting lost in a swirl of leaves. Ian, who was watching closely, remarked, his speed and precision are incredible. Ahmed cracked a smile and added, yeah, even among the trainees who started with the lowest scores, a surprising number of them are leveling up pretty fast. I'm willing to bet their rankings are going to look a whole lot different after this final assessment. Just then Lance stepped onto the field and with a single swing of his weapon split the practice stone clean in two. Ian pointed out that the slice was diagonal, not perfectly vertical, but it looked incredibly clean nonetheless. He figured everyone was performing way better than expected, yet he still felt a tiny bit underwhelmed. Ahmed then checked his notes and announced, okay, our next trainee is Judith. It's her turn. With that, she entered the arena and asked the head instructor if she could possibly do her test alongside another trainee. He raised an eyebrow. And what's this about? She explained that she felt a live duel would be a much better way for them both to show off their true skills. The trainee she had in mind for the final evaluation was a solid choice. Ian nodded. Hey, I like where this is going. So who's the lucky partner? She replied, Bart. At that moment, he walked into the arena, raised his sword, and asked, well, Judith, you ready for this? Bart, she said, her voice firm. I was hoping not to rush things, but I guess today's not going to be a walk in the park. I'm going to leave you in the dust. After saying that, she settled into her stance, and he yelled back, bring it on, mirroring her perfectly. She aimed her weapon forward and then launched herself into the fight with blinding speed. Their swords clashed with a deafening ring. They exchanged a flurry of attacks, one after another. The spectators were completely captivated. The sound of their colliding blades was unreal. Bart managed to block another strike. Judith's brow furrowed before she raised her sword to attack once more. As she swung, Bart dodged with incredible speed. The audience gasped. He was so fast. Their intense fight continued. Bart took a wide swing with his sword, but Judith leaped into the air, gracefully dodging the blow. She brought her weapon down, but Bart managed to get his sword up to block her just in time. From the sidelines, Run thought to himself, these two are on a whole other level. The duel raged on, sparks flying from their swords with every impact. Ahmed watched with a grin, thinking, Judith really doesn't know how to pull her punches. And yet Bart was effortlessly parrying her most powerful attacks. Then, spotting an opening, Bart lunged forward. Judith ducked instantly, but the tip of the blade grazed her cheek, drawing a few drops of blood. Furious, she shouted, Ugh, you idiot! He just let out a little chuckle and replied, Don't tell me you seriously thought you could beat me with just that. They kept fighting, and Judith, gritting her teeth, pushed herself to be even faster, even more precise. After a few more moments, the arena filled with smoke, and Judith was left holding nothing but the hilt of her broken sword. She could only think one thing in the end, I still lost. At that moment, Run looked over at the instructor and said, They seemed almost perfectly matched. Karaka smiled and replied, True, but I'd still give Bart the edge when it comes to raw skill. Right then, Ian started clapping loudly and exclaimed, Brilliant! What an absolutely brilliant duel! You both performed wonderfully. The two trainees bowed and thanked him. Then Ian turned to Ahmed and asked, Who do we have next? He was getting excited for the next one. Ahmed announced, Next up is Ilya. As Bart walked past, he thought to himself, I've definitely gotten stronger. I'm worlds apart from who I used to be. Maybe I could even take her on now. Just then, Ilya stepped into the arena and Ian asked what she planned on showing them. She replied simply, My family's sword technique. His eyes lit up. You mean the heavenly sword, the one used to slay the demon Dragon King. Fantastic. And with that, she drew her weapon. Bart just stared, completely mesmerized by her movements. Karaka thought, Is that wind? She swung her sword with increasing speed, whipping up tiny whirlwinds around her. The instructors had to brace themselves against her attacks. Judith yelled out in shock, What in the world was that? Karaka replied grimly, The heavenly sword. Bart just sighed, a thought running through his head. So it turns out there really is an impossible gap between us. He frowned, annoyed at himself. What am I even thinking? Right then, Judith walked up to him and said, It's Irene's turn. He's the last one up. She balled her fists and cheered, Good luck, Irene. As he started walking forward, Bart thought he looked like a complete nervous wreck. Not too long ago, the protagonist had mentioned that he thought Bart was a genuinely good person. Bart had stared back at him, totally confused, and just said, What? He'd explained that there was always this warm and bright energy around him. He said it just felt nice being around him, and maybe that's why so many people wanted to be friends. Bart had asked him how he could say stuff like that so casually. He just laughed a little and asked, Did I say something weird again? Bart stood up and insisted that he had it all wrong. He wasn't nearly as good of a person as he seemed. Looking at the protagonist back now, he thought, Man, I'm practically begging you. Please, Irene, just don't do anything too crazy out there. Just as the main character stepped forward, Ian clasped his hands together with a huge smile and asked, So, Irene, what are you going to show us? He just stared straight ahead in silence, while everyone else watched him looking totally bewildered. Finally, he turned to the head instructor and said, A downward vertical slash. The whole group was stunned. Lance slammed his fist into his palm and yelled, Hey, is this guy for real? Someone needs to give him a reality check. This is the final evaluation. Busting out a secret technique right now is just asking to fail. What on earth is he thinking? A simple vertical slash. Just then Ahmed whipped around and yelled, Lance, he's sending you a warning. If he pulls another stunt during this exam, he's out. He just shot back with a quick apology. Ahmed turned away, thinking, The nerve of this guy. I had to step in, and he's still acting like he's the reasonable one. He's right, Lance. This is the final evaluation. I mean, what is Irene possibly trying to show off in a moment this critical with a vertical slice? You can't even call a real combat move. What is going through his head? At that moment, our hero settled into his stance and started to focus. Ian let out a sigh, thinking, He has to show me. He needs to let me see the skill of the one who blew me off, the one who didn't even flinch at my blade dance. Irene. Just then, one of the students wondered aloud why he was just standing there like a statue. His buddy turned and hissed at him to keep it down. At that same moment, Ilya thought, He's meditating. The main character's thoughts were simple. Even out your breathing, tighten every muscle in your body and concentrate. He was diving deep into his own soul. He still had no clue who he was or why he'd taken all those hits. But for now, as long as there was pain and patience, as long as he kept pushing forward, all he needed was a will of steel. His eyes snapped open and he swung his sword with incredible force, blasting a wave of energy forward as everyone else just stared, completely baffled. A massive crack appeared in the ground as smoke billowed out everywhere. Our hero was breathing hard, his jaw clenched tight. In that instant, Judith just breathed, Irene. She glanced over at Bart with a look of pure shock, calling his name, and he balled his fists. After a moment, the instructor asked the assembled students, "Sorry to keep you all waiting, right? Well, let's not drag this out any longer. It's time to announce the results. While the final assessments are a huge factor, your current rank doesn't guarantee admission since we still have the final interview. All right, I'll start from the bottom. In 66th place, Peter Nelson. Coming in second, Alice Burnett. 7th place, John William. 4th place, Judith. In third, we have Bart. Second place goes to Iron, and first place, Splenda Ilya. Every single one of you did an amazing job. We'll announce the interview schedule later, but for now, you should all go get some well-deserved rest." A little later, Ilya pushed a door open just a crack and smiled, saying, "I had a feeling I'd find you in here. Nobody else would be crazy enough to hit the training hall the day after the final exam." The protagonist's sword still in hand turned to her and said hi. A few moments later, they were sitting on a bench, and she mentioned, "You've gotten way stronger." He looked a little taken aback, so she went on, "Bart and Judith were really impressive, too. It's been a long time since I felt like someone was actually on my heels. Nabbing first place was actually a bit of a challenge. Normally, that would have ticked me off, but this time, it was kind of fun. That last attack of yours was seriously terrifying." He awkwardly replied that her celestial sword technique was pretty mind-blowing itself. She let out a laugh and asked if he had trouble taking a compliment. Then she dropped a bomb. "I'm not going to be staying at the academy." He jumped up, shocked. "What do you mean, why not?" She just hummed thoughtfully. What an interesting reaction. He looked away, mumbling awkwardly, "It's just so sudden." She added, "Honestly, I never planned on becoming an official Chrono student in the first place. My goal was to take first in both the midterm and the final exams and then head back home to my family." Then she leaned in a bit and asked, "Hey, do you know who the real genius of the continent is?" He admitted he wasn't really sure. She replied, "It's Kyle Lindsay, my older brother. When I was 7, Kyle was so famous that pretty much everyone on the continent knew his name. By the time he was 10, he'd already beaten a full-fledged knight in a duel. Even back then, his incredible talent was on a whole other level, something no one had ever seen before. So naturally, all the famous and powerful people took notice of Kyle, and he became known across the continent as a once-in-a-generation genius. Everyone pinned their hopes on him right up until the day another prodigy appeared. She was a commoner who took first place at the Chrono Academy, but then turned down her spot. Her name was Ignet. At 14, she started her own mercenary group. Wright got a challenge from her for a duel, and since our family never backs down from a fight, he accepted immediately. In the end, the fight was over in just 3 strikes with Ignet as the winner. Then she just looked at him and asked, "Are you serious?" She sounded a little disappointed. Seeing her hero, her inspiration, get defeated like that, she just ran to him, hugged him as tightly as she could, and started crying. He just started trying to comfort her, acting like it was no big deal. Back then, she thought for sure her brother would get his revenge, that he'd fight her again and win. But Kyle never bounced back. After that happened, people's opinions of him started to change. For the very first time, he was hit with relentless criticism and ridicule. He just couldn't handle the despair and the crushing pressure that fell on him. And me, I was just a little kid. All I could do was helplessly watch as my brother slowly faded away. But she could see it plain as day. It was the judgment in everyone else's eyes that had really kept him locked away. She swore to herself that would never happen to her. No one would ever be able to break her resolve. And yet, without even noticing, she'd fallen into the very same pit. She had started at Chrono when she was 12, all because Ignet had gotten in at 13. At 14, she was pushing to be officially recognized as a knight chasing after Ignet, who had just been given an honorary title at 15. But now she was officially done trying to keep up. The main character had shown her that was the way. She glanced over at him, thinking, "Yep, it's thanks to him. He never lets people get in his head and couldn't care less what they say." Watching him so stubbornly forge his own path, she announced that she'd made up her mind to follow her own gut. She kept going, adding that she could totally hit the master level, even if she did things completely her own way. He thought that was awesome. She'd finally broken through her slump and could see a whole new world in front of her, one with endless possibilities. It was just amazing, and he, on the other hand, still didn't have a clear goal. "Don't be ridiculous," she told him. He just stared at her, completely surprised. She then warned him not to even think about slacking off, telling him he'd better push himself even harder, otherwise the gap between them would turn into a chasm in a heartbeat. He just smiled, looking down as he thought, Am I really okay? Is this actually the right thing to do?" His gaze fell to the sword in his hands. A moment later, Bart walked up to a crack in the floor. Judith popped up right behind him, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Well, hello there, my esteemed lord. Funny thing, this area is actually scheduled for some renovations. The passage is a no-go." She suggested they head outside for a little spar, instead her fingers practically twitching. In response, he just announced he was quitting the academy. She was stunned. Why? He scowled and explained that some guy who'd barely ever held a weapon managed to reach an incredible level by just practicing one move for a whole year. He, on the other hand, had poured several years of his life into sword fighting, so how much more time would he have to sink in to get the same results? And would he even get there? He figured that kind of talent was just something you were born with. He turned and thanked her for everything. She just put her hand on his shoulder again. And then she socked him right in the jaw, sending him sprawling. He sputtered in outrage. "What are you doing?" "What the hell is wrong with you?" she yelled back. He could dodge her sword attacks without breaking a sweat. "And you can't even dodge a fist." She landed a few more punches while yelling that his brain had turned to mush and his body had gone as soft as an old boot. And all that talk about relativity, about talent being predetermined, what a load of garbage. "So what does that mean? I can't even take down a quitter like you or anyone else at this academy? Are you trying to say we're all just wasting our time on pointless nonsense here? You should go around bragging for the rest of your life about how you once beat the future greatest swordsman on the continent in some stupid exam. For a coward who gets a little discouraged and just runs away, that's probably the only accomplishment you'll have to your name." Then she closed the distance. A couple of days later, Ian was at his desk looking at Ilya. "So she really chose to go her own way. Does she feel any better?" he asked. She replied, "Yeah, a little. It's not just about taking first place, though." He replied that he could tell, and that she seemed much happier than she did after the midterm exam. She said, "It's all because of your guidance, Mr. Director." He looked puzzled. "My guidance? You did a fantastic job. Well, I should be going now." She thanked him for everything and then walked out of the office. Right then, Ian called to Ahmed to send in the next student. "You got it," Ahmed replied. Then Ian looked at the next file with a surprised expression and wondered, "Seriously, there's not a single issue with his grades, and I'm not just talking about test scores." He was so impressive that he'd become an example for the other students to follow. He checked his ego at the door, fixed his weaknesses, and honed his strengths. "Personally, I have very high hopes for that kid." At that moment, Bart looked down at the floor and said that he was sorry, but he just didn't have any confidence left. Ian frowned, thinking his gaze was as lifeless as a snuffed-out candle. Bart wasn't going to listen to a word he said right now, so he just told him to do what he felt was right. He thought to himself that he sincerely hoped the kid would find a spark to get him back on his feet. After that, Irene walked into the office. Ian smiled and said his performance on the final evaluation was truly impressive. In his entire career as the principal, he'd never been so genuinely surprised. The protagonist thanked him, and then Ian asked if he remembered what they'd discussed after the midterm. The protagonist asked, "What about—" "Oh, right, of course." Ian said he had some advice for him. The main character said he was ready to listen. The director added, "But first you have to answer something for me. Student Irene, why did you pick up a sword?" The protagonist looked down at his hand stunned and wondered to himself, "Why did I pick up a sword?" He said, completely lost. "Hey." Ahmed smiled warmly. "Don't think about it so hard. It doesn't have to be some epic reason. Even something basic like wanting fame or money would have been a perfectly good answer. As long as it wasn't something totally depraved, he should have been able to just spit it out." Irene just hung his head in silence. "I get it," the headmaster said softly. "So you're telling me you never even wanted to pick up a sword in the first place?" He stared at the boy, his surprise obvious, looking for confirmation. Ahmed yelled out, "Sir, what are you getting at?" The headmaster replied as if he already knew the whole story. The baffling part was that the kid had poured more blood, sweat, and tears into his sword training than anyone else. And yet, he never displayed even a hint of the passion you'd expect from someone with that kind of drive. Take Bart, for example. He was practically glowing whenever he leveled up his skills. And Judith, she looked downright terrifying when she thought Bart was pulling ahead of her. You could practically see the rage clouding her eyes. Every other student at the academy was on an emotional roller coaster, with their swordsmanship either ecstatic or devastated. He, however, was neither. "Irene, were you just copying someone this whole time?" After a long silence, he finally admitted it. The headmaster simply nodded. "I knew it." It was honestly mind-boggling that he had reached such a high level of skill just by trying to be a carbon copy of someone else with no personal drive whatsoever. Fine, I won't ask who you were imitating, but if you plan to keep using a sword, you need to do some serious soul-searching starting right now. He jabbed a finger in his direction, adding, "If you can't find a reason of your own, then there's no place for you at this academy." Irene looked up at him, totally stunned, as the man continued, "It's a huge world out there. Finding your place in it is far more important than just swinging a sword around here." Irene bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir." He knew he would carry that last piece of advice with him for the rest of his life. The headmaster laughed. "Last? That sounds a little morbid, don't you think?" "Let's not call it that." Irene was caught off guard. "What?" Reaching into his pocket, the headmaster gestured for him to come closer. "Could I borrow a drop of your blood?" Irene replied, "Yes, of course." A small prick on his finger let a few drops of blood fall onto a gold object. "Sir," Irene began. "Headmaster, that's—" The man cut him off. "I'm giving you 1 year. During that time, you need to find your own way." "I understand," he replied. "I will absolutely be back in 1 year." A little while later, Ilya made her way over to him. She put a hand on his arm and said, "Irene, when you get the chance, you should come by for a visit." He looked down surprised at the object she pressed into his hand and asked, "What is this?" She explained, "It's a plaque with my family crest. If you show it to the guards, they'll let you in no problem. When you get there, I'll have a flower waiting for you." His eyes widened. "A flower," she confirmed with a smile. "An Adonis, just like the one on the bracelet you gave me." "You have Adonis flowers at your home?" he asked. "Yeah," she replied. "When I was 7, I tore them all out, but I've planted new ones since then. They bloom around April and May, so you should try to visit around then." A grin spread across the protagonist's face. "Okay, I'll definitely visit." Just then, Judith ran up, her eyes locked on the item in his hand. "Hey, what's that shiny thing? I want one too." All he could say was, "Oh, Judith." "I mean, if you don't want to, I won't make you," she said quickly. Ilya replied, "No, it's not that I don't want to." "Then hand it over," Judith said. After inspecting the plaque Ilya gave her, she remarked, "You nobles are something else, but hey, a gift's a gift." Then she turned back and said, "Hey, I'm sorry about that time." Ilya looked completely confused. "What?" "For insulting you and your family," she mumbled. "I never had a family, so I just said stuff without thinking. No, wait, that's not it. That just sounds like an excuse. I'm sincerely sorry from the bottom of my heart." Ilya finally spoke. "And I apologize for ignoring you." At that moment, Judith gave the protagonist a playful punch on the shoulder. "Hey, pretty boy, what are you standing there grinning like an idiot for?" "I'm just a fan of peace and quiet," he replied. She screamed, "Are you making one of your weird jokes again?" He dodged away from her. "Hey, wait, just cool down a second." Then his expression shifted as he turned and walked over to Bart. He said, "I heard you're leaving the academy. Did something happen?" Bart glanced away, then admitted, "It's kind of hard for me to talk about." The protagonist gave an awkward smile, holding his hands up defensively. "Okay, then. Everyone's got their own situation." Bart then asked, "Are you leaving too?" He answered, "Yeah, but not exactly. I'm going to finish up some personal training and then I'll be back." Bart thought, so he's still planning to push forward and improve. "My own spirit is completely broken, but look at him." Then the protagonist spoke up. "Thank you. Because of you, I've gained some confidence about a few things. I realize that I actually feel alive when I'm swinging a sword. I won't get into all the details, but about 1 year ago, something inside me changed. Thanks to that, I picked up a sword and decided to enroll in the academy. But it was only after meeting you guys that I was able to step back, really see myself, and figure out how to move forward. I'm grateful." Bart looked down at the floor as a knight approached him and said, "My lord, we're glad to see you." "Better hop in," Bart said, climbing into the carriage that had just pulled up beside him. "It's about time for me to head out." Then a loud shout followed him. "Hey, Bart, we better both get way stronger before we meet again." As the carriage started to roll away, Judith sighed. Geez, talk about a soap opera. Maybe it was just in her head, but she had a strange feeling she wouldn't be seeing Bart ever again. Just then Marcus approached them. "Young Master Pereira, I'm here to escort you," and he trailed off looking at the girls. Irene chimed in. "They're my friends from the academy. We study together." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Friends? What kind of friends?" Irene was a bit taken aback. What was this guy up to? He gave a slight bow and simply said, "It's nothing." "I'm just grateful they've gotten along so well with the young lord," Marcus added. With that, Irene climbed into the carriage and, waving from the window, called out, "Well, I'm off." Judith planted her hands on her hips and yelled, "You'd better hurry back." As the carriage pulled away, she thought, "Damn it, how did things turn out like this?" Las Almayeries. Am I really supposed to just stand around and wait? Meanwhile, Ilya was quietly wondering when someone was going to come and get her. Judith suddenly said, "Hey, listen!" A knot formed in her stomach. Ilya looked over. "Ah, right, I should probably head back too." "Have a safe trip," Judith managed to say. "Thanks," Ilya replied. Nearby, Ahmed waved a hand wistfully. And so they part ways. The children we had such high hopes for. "You must be feeling quite sad," he remarked to Ian. "I won't deny it," Ian admitted. Ahmed added, "Regarding Irene, are you certain he'll be okay? Discovering one's own path is an incredibly difficult journey." Ian walked to the window. "Why would you worry? Isn't he the fourth-ranked prodigy on the entire continent?" Ahmed looked surprised for a moment, then apologized. "What I mean is his fundamental nature is completely different from the other geniuses. I don't see him as a genius of talent, but one of pure diligence." Meanwhile, Judith found herself walking down the street. "So I'm alone again after all," she thought. As she trudged forward, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. She spun around, startled. Bart was standing there, grinning. "Find something interesting down on the ground," he teased. She just yelled, "I don't get it." "Why are you back?" He puffed out his chest and declared, "After much careful thought and deep consideration, I concluded that giving up is utterly unbecoming of an heir to the noble Lloyd family of the kingdom. And besides," he added with a smirk, "with Irene gone, who'd be left to handle that awful temper of yours?" She screeched, "What?" He just kept smiling. "You're happy to see me, right?" Her face went beet red as she yelled, "What the hell are you talking about, you moron?" "Well," he said calmly, "Irene once mentioned that your cursing can be taken as a compliment, especially if you stutter a little." She just screamed, "Shut up. Do you really think the master will just take back some idiot who quit on his own?" she challenged. He replied, "I'll have to formally request reinstatement, of course. However, I'm quite confident he won't turn away a talent as impressive as myself." She shot back, "Oh, stop spewing garbage. By the way," he said, changing the subject, "I've been meaning to ask you to maybe swear a little less." Her response was immediate. "Get lost," he muttered under his breath. "Yeah, right." After a while in the carriage, Marcus watched Irene silently. "He's been staring out the window this whole time," he thought. "He couldn't become an official student. I understand his pain." Then his eyes widened. "Sir, what is that in your hand?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Is that the platinum plaque of the Lindsay family? Where in the world did you get that?" Irene just replied, "A friend gave it to me." Marcus stammered. "A friend," Irene explained. "You remember that girl with the white hair I introduced you to? Her name is Ilya." Marcus let out a choked gasp. "What?" he exclaimed. Irene thought to himself, "Wow, judging by his reaction, the Lindsay family must be a way bigger deal than I imagined." "Anyway, I think I'm going to get some sleep," Irene said, trying to end the conversation. Marcus quickly responded, "Yes, of course, young master." Irene closed his eyes, his mind focused on his sword. A while later, Marcus announced, "Sir, we'll be staying at the guest house for tonight." Later that evening, Irene sat on the bed and began to concentrate his energy. Marcus pressed his ear against the door. Not a sound, he thought, starting to pace nervously. The young master must be completely heartbroken. This is terrible. I have to find something to cheer him up. He stepped outside and his face suddenly lit up. That's it. He looked ahead, his mind racing. An orc, I'd heard you could only find orcs in the northwest. What's one doing all the way down south? And wait, he's not just any orc. He's wearing a pentagram pendant and has a tattoo on his arm. He's an orc fortune teller. A little later, Irene came out and asked, surprised, "What an orc?" Marcus walked forward, pointing ahead excitedly. "Orc fortune tellers are supposed to be amazing." Irene just said, "Uh-huh. They also say that just meeting one can bring you good luck." As they got closer to the tent, a smiling orc greeted them. "Welcome, valued guests. Which of you will have your fortune told?" he rumbled. Irene smiled back. "I think I'll give it a try." Marcus thought to himself, to be fair, orc fortune tellers are notorious for only saying good things. Some positive news about the future should lift the master's spirits in no time. The orc then asked, "So what shall it be?" "Your luck for today, this year's romantic outlook, your financial future, or perhaps a reading on your health." All right, which one of these caught their eye? He just had to pick something. And him, a supposed top-tier orc fortune teller. He cleared his throat, apologized, and then asked what age bracket Marcus fell into. Marcus just scrunched up his face. "Age bracket? Ew." The kid said he was 16. The orc's eyes widened a bit. Wow, you seriously don't look it. He added a little warning, though, saying that if the kid was fibbing, the reading wouldn't work. The protagonist shot back that he was telling the truth. The orc nodded. Well, if that's the case, I'd bet you'll get snapped up by any knightly order the second you put your name in. But the orc continued, if you stick with the sword, you're headed for some serious trouble. That's when Marcus lost it and yelled, what a load of baloney. Yeah, some fortune teller he is. Marcus started stomping off in the other direction, calling back, Sir, let's get out of here. There's no reason to waste our time with this guy. The protagonist sighed and followed along, but then the orc called out, Hey, hold on a sec. He rushed over, pressing a folded slip of paper into the kid's hand. When things get really rough, he said, this will see you through, I promise. The protagonist gave a quick thanks and headed off. The orc watched him go, thinking, it's not just that he's packed on muscle. His whole frame is solid-shaped by countless hours of training. But what's really insane is that powerful aura wrapped around him. 16. Who's he trying to kid? What a mysterious guy. Wonder if our paths will cross again. Just then a woman standing nearby nudged her husband and muttered, See, I told you he was a total fraud. The orc's shoulders slumped. Great, he thought, so much for getting any customers now. A little while later, the protagonist and Marcus were on their way. Marcus cleared his throat and apologized for the whole incident. He swore he had no idea that Orc was going to be such a phony. The protagonist just shrugged. Hey, no harm done. It's not like he said anything terrible. Inside, though, he was thinking, now about that note. It had some cryptic message about how standing on your own 2 feet doesn't always mean standing by yourself. He couldn't help but wonder what that was supposed to mean. Then it dawned on him what the orc might have meant with that age bracket question. You know, Marcus piped up, I knew something was off with that guy right away. The way he phrased that age question was just bizarre. And then he started spouting nonsense about someone who bombed their entrance exam, getting into any knightly order they wanted. The protagonist paused. Wait, is that what he said? Because I didn't actually fail the exam. Marcus's jaw dropped. What? The protagonist explained that he'd been officially accepted into the academy, just not immediately. You could call it a conditional acceptance, he clarified. I have 1 year to complete a specific task for my superior. If I pull it off, I'm back in. Marcus could only yell, Seriously! Just then, the coachman called out, his voice tinged with surprise. Sir, that's the Chiron family carriage up ahead. Marcus leaned out the window to get a better look and whispered, What the Chiron Viscounty... His eyes fixed on the coat of arms. Of all the rotten luck, he thought, why did we have to run into our biggest rivals right now? Especially that bunch, the ones who are always publicly bad-mouthing the Lord and Aaron in particular. Turning back to the protagonist, Marcus gave a strained smile. Sir, the heir, Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart are getting out of their carriage. If you'd rather not deal with them, you're welcome to stay here. I can handle this. But the protagonist shook his head. It's fine. Besides, it would be rude to hide. Marcus just nodded grimly. Right. They stepped out of the carriage. With a low bow, Marcus announced their greetings to Heir Aaron and Sir Jack. Aaron smirked. Well, he thought, look who it is. Irene the dunce actually managed to get a little tougher. Then out loud he asked, just getting back from Chrono Academy, are we... He snickered to himself. Some things never change. Marcus confirmed that was correct, then added, and what brings you gentlemen to our lands, if you don't mind me asking? Aaron waved a dismissive hand. Just delivering a message from my father. We can skip the boring details. Aaron then sauntered over to Irene with a smug grin. It's been a while, hasn't it? Irene's only response was a flat, yeah. Aaron leaned in conspiratorially. Looks like they really whip you into shape at that academy. I almost didn't recognize you for a second. So, are you planning to keep up with your sword practice? Irene gave a non-committal, maybe. Aaron pressed on, at home, I assume, since training anywhere else would be difficult for you. After all, you got such a late start with the sword. Marcus fumed silently. What a punk. Does he forget he's a full year younger than the young master T? Irene simply replied, probably. Aaron blinked. What? Irene met his gaze. Was there something else you wanted to say? Aaron stammered, no. With that, Irene started to walk past him. Good. Then, if you'll excuse me. It's been a long trip. I'd like to get some rest. Aaron watched him go, thinking, that was a pretty childish jab, but his reaction, it wasn't what I expected from him. Aaron's face soured, and he called out, Hey, wait up. He quickly added, It's nothing important. I just thought we could shake hands before you go. Irene half-turned, one eyebrow raised. Why, Aaron thought, this absolute moron. He put on a condescending smile. Haven't you ever heard the saying, That a swordsman can tell everything he needs to know about another just from a handshake? Irene admitted he hadn't. Well, that just shows you've still got a lot to learn, Aaron scoffed. It was the famous swordsman Louis Saugard who said it. In swordsmanship, nothing is more crucial than pure raw strength. That's the deal, right, Sir Jack? Jack just gave a nod. Then the guy shoved his hand forward and asked, "So you heard me." With the go-ahead from his family's top knight, he stepped up. As the head swordsman with a good 6 years of experience on the kid, he figured it was time to test just how much the little guy had progressed. Our hero just stared down at the offered hand, completely unfazed. The others just looked on a bit bewildered until he finally grabbed the guy's hand for a shake. The knight grinned to himself, thinking, "Perfect, he fell for it. Now I'll crush him." He was already picturing the hilarious, twisted look of pain on his opponent's face. He kept squeezing harder and harder, but when he saw literally no change in our hero's expression, he started to get a little worried. What the heck? Not even a twitch. He felt a drop of sweat run down his forehead and wondered where in the world this monstrous grip was coming from. He realized he wasn't the one applying pressure anymore. Just then, our protagonist finally spoke up. "Oh, right. I'm supposed to squeeze back, aren't I?" Then he gave the hand a little squeeze. A lightning bolt of pain shot through Aaron's arm, and he yanked his hand away with a scream. Our hero just offered a simple apology, saying he still hadn't quite gotten the hang of controlling his strength yet. Aaron was fuming. "What he made me let go first, that arrogant, noble... You've got to be kidding me. How humiliating." The main character just shrugged. "Well, I should get going." At that exact moment, a cat sauntered up to them and asked, "So what's all this ruckus about?" The knight's jaw dropped. A talking cat. Marcus just blurted out, "For real." The cat just flicked its ear. "And hey, what's this guy's deal? He looks like he needs a good whack." "Sorcery," he yelled. "You know how people use the word magic for anything that totally defies common sense? Something that makes you doubt the evidence of your own two eyes. Well, that's pretty much it, but if you want to get technical, what just happened had absolutely nothing to do with magic. It's an easy thing to mix up because either way a person is using an unseen force mana. The difference is magic is a field that follows very strict logic and rational principles. So what's the right word for a situation where you're dealing with something completely beyond comprehension? Witchcraft." The cat then said, "Well, come on, hurry it up. When the basic laws of nature get thrown out the window, you should know you're dealing with witchcraft." Marcus just stared, completely bewildered. Was this a witch who had turned into a cat, or was it some kind of cat witch? Jack thought to himself, picking a fight with a witch is a terrible idea. This won't end well for us. We need to leave, like right now. He then gave a low bow and said, "If we have been tactless in any way, please accept our sincerest apologies." "With that," he said, "we'll take our leave. If we have caused any offense, please feel free to pay a visit to the Huron Viscounty anytime." The cat took a step forward and asked, "Wait, what? So there's not going to be a fight? You're all just going to walk away bowring?" Marcus noticed she was now standing on her hind legs. The sorceress then pulled out an object and said, "You could at least have a duel or something. Here, you can borrow my swords." She then reached into a pouch and whipped out a tiny little sword. Marcus was dumbfounded. "What?" She started swinging the little blade around, like a little of this and a little of that. Jack managed an awkward smile and said, "It seems you've gotten the wrong impression entirely. The Para and Chiron families are allies. We support and help one another." She tossed the sword aside with a dramatic sigh and said, "Well, this is a complete and utter disappointment. I was really hoping for some fun." He quickly added, "We ask for your forgiveness for taking up so much of your precious time. We're extremely tired after a long journey, so we really mustn't delay you any further. Sir, we should get back to the carriage." He just replied, "Uh-huh." And so our protagonist started walking back to the carriage. Marcus, turning back slightly, said, "Sir, it's time for us to go too." He agreed. Then our hero looked back at the animal and asked, "So is that cat a person?" Marcus replied, "Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure. However, I get the feeling she's connected to Lady Curl in some way. They're both sorceresses, after all." Our protagonist simply said, "Maybe." He then added, "As soon as we get to the estate, I'll figure it all out." A little while later, the main character walked up to his family and announced, "I'm back." His father held out a hand to him and said, "Welcome home, son. You've worked hard. Let's get you inside." After a bit, they were all sitting at the table when his father, raising his glass, said, "So that's how it all went down. It seems the Academy finally recognized that you have talent. I am so very proud." Our hero thanked him, thinking to himself, "He's proud of me." His father beamed, "I'm proud of you. I can hardly believe it." Then his father added, "By the way, Marcus told me you guys met a talking cat on the road." She's a witch, goes by the name of Lulu. The protagonist asked, surprised, wait, so that witch wasn't human? He answered, that's right, but she has the intelligence of a human and then some. He was stunned. And what else? Curiel chimed in saying, that cat is incredibly strong. You only need one look to know it for a fact. She's way stronger than any of the witches I met in the royal capital. Amelia then added, Lulu came to us about 10 days ago and asked to be Curiel's teacher. We didn't know who she was, so we sent someone to the Witch Association to ask about her, but the most important thing is she seems to be calling her own shots. Curiel slammed her hands on the table and shouted, so big brother, what do you think? He was surprised. About what? Well, what she wants is important to me, but I really don't understand anything about witches. Of course he doesn't get it, she answered, but he definitely saw Lulu. Just spit it out already, he thought. Huh, he blurted out, surprised. The mother then glanced at her daughter and asked why she was giving her brother such a hard time. What's wrong? The mother asked simply. Her daughter just replied, oh, I know exactly what's going on. That's not exactly an easy question to answer. The MC frowned, thinking, yep, there it is. Cure's bottomless well of stubbornness. Something bad must have happened. This is not good. Why is she so ticked off? He was completely clueless. Then he remembered he had that one thing with him. He reached into his pocket and said, Curiel, I've got something for you. She looked up, surprised. What is it? He set a small jewelry box on the table and said, I'm not sure if it's your style, but... She lifted the necklace out of the box, her eyes wide with surprise as she examined it. Her parents, who had been watching the whole thing, thought to themselves how their daughter was already getting gifts from him. Curiel mumbled a quiet, awkward thank you. What was that? The protagonist asked. She spoke up much louder this time. I said, thank you. Are you deaf or something? He awkwardly apologized, suddenly remembering Marcus grinning and telling him he absolutely had to get gifts for everyone. Man, I owe you one. Marcus, he thought. Total lifesaver. Then he announced, Mother, Father, I have something for you two as well. Before he could finish, Lulu trotted into the room and declared, so that means you're Curiel's big brother. The others just stared at her, completely stunned. Then she hopped right up onto the table and said, no wonder I thought you two smelled kind of similar, but you're actually completely different. In a flash, Curiel snatched her up by the scruff of the neck and yelled, what in the world are you doing here? In response, Lulu squeaked out an apology, saying she didn't mean to scare anyone. The mother called out to her daughter, but Lulu just kept going. Well, in that case, all we have left to do is win over her big brother. Curiel shrieked, what did you just say? She quickly slapped her paws over her mouth. Oops, she mumbled. I think I said the quiet part out loud. Curiel yelled at her to explain what she meant right now. Lulu replied, well, I just figured your brother would be an easier sell than you. Plus, she added, you absolutely adore him, so I thought if I could get him on my side, you'd have to agree too. Curiel shouted in frustration, you little... Lulu shrank back and asked, was that a bit too much? Curiel stomped toward her, absolutely fuming, while Lulu threw her paws in front of her face and started squealing a stream of apologies. I'll never do it again. Curiel declared that she would never ever take her on as a student. She stormed for the exit with Lulu scrambling behind her, shouting, please forgive me, I really messed up. The head of the family sighed, I don't even know what to make of all that. Amelia chimed in, we'll deal with that mess later. For now, Irene, tell us something else about your studies at the academy. All right, he replied. A little later, he was lying on his bed, lost in thought. His mother and father were overjoyed with the gift. It seemed to move them even more than the news of him getting into the academy. He sat on the edge of the bed, thinking, for a normal family, things like this are probably a pretty big deal. Seeing his parents so happy over something so small made him feel warm, but also a little guilty. That settles it, he thought. No more wasting time like I used to. You can't put off finding your own path with the sword. Just then he glanced to the side and called out, who's there? Chagloth R, the maid asked from the doorway. Master, may I come in? He replied, yeah, come on in. She approached him and asked, will you be heading to the training grounds tomorrow? He replied, yep, bright and early. So please have the things I asked for ready ahead of time. She asked, looking worried, are you sure you just traveled for more than 2 weeks to get home from the academy and you haven't even had a decent rest yet? It's fine, he answered. He looked down at his clenched fist and added, if anything, my hands are itching for a sword after not holding one for 2 weeks. Sometime later, Aaron approached the head of the family and said, Father, I'll be on my way. He replied simply, you should go. He is a good man. Then the head of the family called for Jack. He replied, yes, my lord Viscount. Viscount Phil Kern remarked, something seemed off about Aaron. Did anything happen at the Perry estate? Jack lowered his eyes and said, On the way back, we ran into the heir of the Irene family. Phil asked, You mean that slacker noble who just got back from the academy? The very same after he and the young lord exchanged greetings. He confirmed. The Viscount looked away and muttered, So that's what's going on. Then he slammed his mug down on a table and yelled, And you think any part of this is normal? He got right in the guy's face, jabbing a finger at him. And just where was he when all that went down? The man stammered an apology, but the Viscount just spun around, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and said, Right, completely cutting him off. He slammed his fist into his other hand. That damn brat! How did that half-dead kid suddenly pull a 180? Jack told me it's like he's a completely different person. Looks like the Irene heir actually learned a thing or two at that Chrono Academy, the Viscount bellowed. That's ridiculous. The Sword Academy isn't some hocus-pocus cult. Man, I've really grown to dislike Torin. The guy has it all. Amazing hair killer looks a wife, who's rumored to be a total bombshell, and even a daughter who's a sorceress. And his fortune just keeps growing every single year. He grabbed his mug and slammed it down, shouting, So what's the deal now? That little runt I could have easily squashed is suddenly making a comeback. Why the hell did he even crawl out of his hole? I should have just let him rot in that place. At that very moment, Ryan strolled in and said, Father, please calm down. When a weed pops up, you just have to yank it out by the roots. That solves the problem, doesn't it? He responded, Ryan, you've got a point. Do you have something in mind? The primary heir to the Vion throne crossed his legs with a smirk and said, But of course. That disciplinary expedition is happening soon, isn't it? When the 6 noble houses from the Southern Hill Kingdom gather at the Peria estate for the family heads meeting, it'll be the perfect chance to treat that lazy aristocrat like a doormat. His father smiled. A fantastic idea, Jack. He absolutely must attend. He bowed and answered, Yes, sir. Then he added, It's exactly what I'd expect from the pride of our family. Jack hid his face in his hand, thinking, What an absolute psycho. As he walked out, he figured Irene was probably in for a world of hurt, now that a man far more clever, skilled, and composed than the Viscount's heir had entered the picture. After a moment, a few knights wandered onto the training field, and one complained, Geez, who in their right mind schedules training this early in the morning? His buddy replied that the big punitive expedition was coming up. What else are we supposed to do? If you don't keep up your skills against monsters, you'll end up as one's lunch someday. He then asked how long they'd been peddling that line. It's common knowledge that the only reason they organize monster hunts is so the noble families can show off. He just said, Yeah, whatever. Nothing he said would make a difference. Before he could say more, he let out a gasp of surprise. Well, speak of the devil. Right then, they saw the protagonist doing pull-ups with a heavy weight strapped to his body. A knight went over to him. After a quick hello, he said they heard he'd gotten back yesterday. What brings you out here at this hour? The protagonist glanced over at him and just said, Oh, hey. He explained that he heard the privates had morning practice scheduled, so he chose to get his own session in. Don't worry about me. I'll stay out of your hair. The knight simply replied, Got it. Then one of the knights leaned over to his friend and whispered, So if the heir is back, does that mean he washed out of the academy? His friend replied, I guess we're about to see if he's put on any muscle. Hey, are you even supposed to use a weight plate like that? His comrade said, There's another one right there. Why don't you give it a try? The knight grabbed the weight plate and grunted, Holy cow, I think I'm going to pop a hernia. His buddy was stunned. How on earth did the heir even lift that? Just then Orin marched up and barked, Are you two here to socialize or something? The knight behind him quickly said, Oh, look, it's Juker. He's here too. We weren't slacking off, sir. We were just observing the young master's training, he stammered. Orin yelled in disbelief. What? He stared at the protagonist, thinking, Wow, you have got to be kidding me. Hold on, is that Brad doing weighted pull-ups? His form isn't half bad either. What in the world happened to him in 1 year? He then burst out laughing. The heir might seem amazing to you grunts, but his skills don't even come close to a real knight's. His subordinate asked, Really, sir? Just then the protagonist started his next exercise, leaving the knights completely floored. Is that even humanly possible? Turning to Orin, one of the knights asked, You could do that in 2 tries, couldn't you? He spun around and shouted, You idiots! For your information, we've been out here for 6 hours and 10 minutes. Are you planning to stand around gossiping all day? Get to training. They all snapped, Yes, sir. After a bit, the main character walked on. He glanced up and spotted a cat. Lulu. He thought, Did you come here to talk me out of this? He looked away again, thinking, No, I have to concentrate on training. Everything else is just noise. To truly find his own style with the sword, it's time I stopped just copying that man's every move. All right, I'm going to start drilling the actual techniques I was taught at the academy." A week later, as the protagonist led a run with a knight struggling behind him, the knight thought that this whole situation was just unreal. How can he run faster than us while breathing so easily and not even breaking a sweat? Finally, the knight collapsed onto his hands and knees, gasping that he couldn't go on. The protagonist stopped and turned around as the knight looked up and said, "You've gotten a lot more stamina, sir." He asked, "You think so?" He replied that their part of the training was just about done. "You're not heading back with us?" He answered that he was going to stay for a while longer. He thought, those three are really something else. They made it through that insane academy training without any special help, but if he hadn't had that dream, he would have washed out for sure. He then looked to the side, realizing that Lulu had been there watching him train for a solid week. What in the world was she planning? A knight suddenly leaned in close and whispered, "Sir, I'd be careful." The Viscount was startled. What for?" "The rumors, sir," the knight replied. "They say that cat witch brings nothing but bad luck. Some even whisper that she's cursed." Irene thought it over. "So that's it. The soldiers are giving her a wide berth because of all the nasty rumors." Just then, Marcus came around the corner. "Sir, everything is taken care of," he began, but then he saw Lulu, who was staring at him, utterly surprised. Irene walked up to the cat girl. "You said you wanted to convince Kiriel, right? So how come you haven't even tried talking to him?" He figured she wasn't actually avoiding him. She gave her ear a little scratch. "Kiriel is amusing, I suppose, but he's not that special. He's about as interesting as the hundreds of other boulders down in the valley." Puzzled, Irene just asked, "What the heck? That's pretty rude." Has she no shame? She then hopped down from a stack of boxes and announced, "I've got a present for you." He was completely floored. "Why the sudden gift? What does it matter?" she shot back. "I was going to give it to you one way or another. Let's just call it a bribe." She held out a shimmering sphere. "Take the bribe and go put in a good word with Kiriel for me." Marcus sprinted over, shouting, "Stop, that's a cat's eye." Irene glanced at the orb. "A cat's eye? Marcus, is that a big deal?" "A big deal? It's insanely expensive. You could buy a fourth of the entire Perry estate with that thing." "You're kidding!" Irene gasped. Lulu grinned at Marcus. "Thanks for the sales pitch." Then Marcus added that he was only talking about the price for a single eye. She chimed in, "Basically, if you help me persuade the kid, you get a nice little bonus." Irene asked, "Why would you give up something so incredibly valuable just to make Kiriel your apprentice?" "That's such a dull question." And she replied, then paused for a moment before shrugging, "'Cause I want to." Irene was stunned. "So there's no real reason." "I like the kid," she stated plainly. "That's all the reason I need." Do you really need one?" He had to admit no. Marcus, however, was still trying to process it. "But to use a treasure like that as a bribe..." "Are you implying," she said, her voice dropping, "that I have no concept of money?" "No, I don't know. That's not it at all," he stammered. "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean, huh? Do you think I'm an idiot? I might be a cat, but I know exactly what a cat's eye is worth. You humans are so greedy for gold and jewels, but there are things in this world that are far more precious. Here, look, a wooden ball." Marcus stared. "Yep, that's a ball." Cradling it in her hands, Lulu added, "It has the most amazing scent. I absolutely adore it. You couldn't find another ball just like this anywhere in the world. I wouldn't trade this for a few dozen cat's eyes. It's my special treasure, and there's this too." She pulled another item from her bag. "A foxtail. This is tied to my memories from before I even learned magic, and this stuffed toy was a gift from a dear friend, another stray cat. See what I mean? You couldn't buy things like these for any amount of gold or treasure?" Marcus bowed his head slightly. "I see now. Your words have a certain logic." Irene smiled to himself. She's really something else. I never would have guessed her secret. It seems her connection with Kiriel is another one of those things money can't buy. "Hey, you quiet over there," Lulu suddenly shouted at him. "Trying to act all profound, are we..." "What, a cat?" he thought with a chuckle. She turned back to him. "Anyway, Irene, just take the stone and go tell Kiriel how amazing I am." In response, he simply shook his head and apologized. "I can't accept your gift." Her jaw hit the floor. "What, were you not listening to me at all?" "Let me repeat myself. This is very expensive," he replied, "and you said that some things are much more valuable than money." She stared at him, speechless, as he continued, "I want to tell Kiriel my honest opinion of you based on what I've seen and felt, not just what you paid me to say." Lulu jumped back a bit flustered. "Fine. I had my doubts about you, but I figured the stone would at least get your attention." Well, go on and see for yourself, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a dimwit compared to your sister. I'll be dropping by often." The next day, Lulu was pointing frantically. "Irene, we have a problem! Quick, get over here!" he yelled back in a panic. "What's wrong?" he shouted, running after her. "Come on, Lulu, you have to tell me what happened." She was standing beside her food bowl. "Just stay with me while I eat." He stared at her blankly. "This is your problem." "I get nervous when nobody's around while I'm eating," she retorted. A few days later, Lulu was tugging his shirt again. "Irene, it's an absolute disaster." "I'm in total shock," he sighed. "What is it this time?" She pointed to a cat lying on its stomach. "Do you know what a cat is thinking when it lies like that?" He replied. "No, what? That's what I'm asking you," she snapped. Hold on, why is he volleying back a question to my question? He looked surprised. About what? Did he think I already knew and was just playing dumb to test him? I whipped around and gasped. What in the world? How was I supposed to have a clue what the cat was thinking? He casually sat down next to me and let out a soft chuckle. "What's so funny?" I asked. He just shrugged and said, "Because I felt like it." I folded my arms over my chest and snapped, "Hey, what kind of answer is that?" He let out a loud laugh, which quickly died down into a sigh as he recalled Ian's words. A year. He had 1 year to find his own path. He scrambled to his feet, which made Lulu jump. "Irene, where are you going?" Just then it began to rain. Reaching the training ground, he thought, "All right, no more messing around. I have to find my own sword style, and I need to do it fast." He grabbed his weapon, a grim thought crossing his mind. "It feels like I've lost my touch completely since leaving the academy. I don't understand anything anymore. What am I supposed to do? How am I ever going to find my own way?" He swung his sword as Lulu watched him, a curious look on her face. She tilted her head, thinking, as he repeated the motion again and again. A moment later, Lulu trotted up to him. "Hey, Irene," she asked, "have you ever thought about learning witchcraft?" He paused, wondering where this was coming from. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in front of him. "Irene, you have to become my apprentice," she declared. He was taken aback. "Whoa, that's intense. There's way more to Lulu than I thought." She snapped a paw in front of his face. "Hello, Earth," to Irene. "You with me?" She wanted him to be her student. Pointing off to the side with her paw, she promised to teach him everything she knew. And afterward, they would embark on an adventure into the wonderful world of sorcery together. He noticed the strangely pressuring aura she had was suddenly gone. He just shook his head. "No thanks." She looked completely baffled. "What? Why not?" he asked. Simple. He wasn't a sorcerer. He was a swordsman. "Don't worry about the small stuff," she insisted. "Just start learning from me." He held up a hand. "Hold on a sec. This wasn't about regular magic, was it? She was talking about witchcraft. He probably couldn't even master that. If he tried..." "Right. You ignoramus," she yelled. "No one is better suited for witchcraft than a swordsman with a powerful will. I'm telling you, there's a really good chance you'll unlock an ability that will make your swordsmanship even better." He raised an eyebrow. "And why's that?" She countered. "Do you even know the difference between a swordsman, a sorcerer, and a mage?" When he admitted he didn't, she puffed out her chest. "All right, I'll explain it, but listen up. I'm only saying this once. All martial artists, swordsmen included, focus their energy inward on their physical body. You could call it their inner cosmos. By training and pushing their bodies to the absolute limit, they develop a mysterious power known as an aura. Mages, however, focus on their surroundings, their outer cosmos. Their entire goal is to analyze mana, that mystical force flowing through the universe, so they can understand the laws and principles that govern the world. But sorcerers, most people would just call us beings who refuse to accept the way things are. We're the ones who strive to make the impossible a reality. We're amazing creatures who operate outside the bounds of common sense and worldly logic. We can literally bring things into existence just by desiring them deeply enough. That's what a sorcerer is. They call us stubborn for a reason. As a sorceress myself, I could argue with that description, but it's not entirely wrong. The main thing you need to remember is this. It takes a will so powerful it can bend reality to its most absurd desires, like changing the world all on its own, and a spirit so unmatched, an ordinary person can't even fathom it. Those two things are the true measure of a soul's strength, and they are the very foundation of a sorcerer's power. And based on that sword swing of yours, I can tell you one thing for sure. That was an unbelievably powerful strike. It showed a pure desire to cut through absolutely anything. She scratched behind her ear. Your will is more than strong enough. With just a little bit of guidance, you could awaken your sorcery, and it would do wonders for your sword skills too. He turned away from her. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I can't do it." She stomped her paw. "Why, what's the problem now?" he replied. It's not that I don't want to learn sorcery. It's that with this body I literally can't. Stop mumbling and spit it out, she demanded. He sighed. It's hard to explain it, but long story short, this body isn't really mine. Her eyes went wide. Whoa, now that is an unexpected twist. He thought, just maybe Lulu can help me figure out the secret of this dream I'm in. He called out to her and then laid out the whole bizarre story. After a long silence, she just said, wow, that's incredible. So this is like a soul transfer or something. Yeah, basically, he confirmed. I've heard of this happening to a few people before. A situation where the soul, memories, and personality of a totally different person get overlaid onto someone else. She licked her paw thoughtfully. Your case isn't exactly the same, but it's close enough. Frankly, I don't see how this would get in the way of you learning witchcraft at all. He clenched his fist. She only saw that one swing, the one that wasn't mine, and she was blown away by it. It just proves how pathetic my own technique really is. He looked at her and said, my answer is still no. I refuse to awaken my power using another person's will. Don't be an idiot, she shot back. Just give it a try. I promise you'll get hooked. He met her gaze and stated plainly, I want to find my own sword. She blinked. Your own sword. He nodded. That's right. So what is your style then? She asked. Not the technique you just used, but the one you normally show me. He looked down at the ground, a familiar sense of frustration washing over him. He was right back where he started. Lulu hopped up, announced it was time for some student counseling, and looked him right in the eye. He shot back, student pretty sure I turned down the whole sorcerer gig. She just said he was clearly missing something vital, since nothing he'd done so far showed even a hint of genuine effort. He shot to his feet, staring her down. What are you talking about? To put it bluntly, she explained it wasn't a lack of effort, but a whole lot of useless flailing. Later that night, our hero was just sprawled on his bed, his mind a total mess, thanks to Lulu. He sat bolt upright when a voice came from the other side of the door asking, Sir, would it be all right if I entered? He called back, Yeah, you can come in. Marcus stepped into the room and got straight to the point. That sorceress Lulu isn't here. The protagonist was confused. Lulu, what about her? Marcus replied, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. The first is about the upcoming punitive expedition. A meeting to discuss it is scheduled to take place at our estate in a couple of days. The master will be making a formal announcement, but I thought a heads up would be wise. Okay, got it, the protagonist said, and Marcus continued. And the second matter concerns Mistress Lulu. There are some rather unpleasant rumors circulating about her. For example, there's a story that she joined the Oracle Sorcerers Guild on the Eastern Continent, only for the whole organization to collapse the moment she left. There was also an unfortunate accident at the feudal estate of Zia where Lulu was staying for a bit that cost the Lord his life. And at the giant Barbani Trading Company business nosedived right after they supposedly welcomed a black cat. The protagonist asked, Is any of that confirmed? He answered that the events at Oracle, the estate, and Barbani were in fact absolutely true. The protagonist pressed, So is there any actual proof that Lulu was the cause? Marcus admitted, Frankly, no. All we know for certain is that she was present for all of it. Well, if that's all you have, it could just be a coincidence, the protagonist reasoned. Before he could say more, Marcus cut in, Sir, I understand your point entirely. It's possible people are just mixing true stories with old superstitions about black cats, making the rumors totally baseless. Maybe that ditzy little sorceress is completely harmless. However, is it really a risk worth taking? He then apologized. Forgive me if I've overstepped my bounds. Please feel free to ignore my concerns. He then shut the door behind him, and the protagonist sighed, realizing that everyone was just worried about him in their own way. He had already told himself he would judge Lulu based on his own gut feelings and what he saw with his own eyes. He just didn't get the feeling she was a bad person who would intentionally harm anyone. She was eccentric, sure, and a little different, but she had her good points. So, what was his final verdict? He decided he'd share his thoughts with Kiriel without adding to the gossip. Right at that moment, a tiny voice squeaked from under his bed. But what if something terrible happens to you and Kiriel because I'm around? He knew it. He should have known she was hiding there. You heard everything, Marcus said, didn't you? He asked. She replied with a muffled, Yep. So, did you do all that stuff? Her head popped out from under the bed. No, it wasn't me, she yelled. She went on to explain that she was just minding her own business when 2 cranky old men at Oracle got into a spat, which somehow made the whole tower explode. At Barbani, it was the owner's kids who started a massive fight, and pretty much the same thing happened at the estate. The protagonist felt stuck. Was this just a wild series of coincidences, or was she lying through her teeth, believing either one felt like a huge risk? Still, he let out a sigh and said, "It's fine, I'll be okay." She just blinked at him. "Huh." He explained, "I'm saying nothing bad is going to happen just because we're friends." She flopped onto the floor dramatically. "But they call me a black cat, a bringer of bad luck." The main character cracked a smile. "Don't sweat it. I've had plenty of nasty rumors spread about me, too." She looked at him completely surprised as he continued, "See, we're kind of the same. And trust me, I've made my share of mistakes. But I'm going to make up my own mind about you based on my own judgment, and if some bad luck does come my way, I'll deal with it then." She looked at him, still a bit sad, before hopping onto his bed. The protagonist added, "People around here might worry a little, but I'll win them over eventually." She then pulled another item from her bag, announcing, "I have a gift for you. This is a really expensive item, way better than some cat's eye. You should take this bribe and tell everyone what a great person I am." "Well, my work here's done," MC shouted. "Hold on," as he jumped to his feet. "I told you I don't take bribes." She vanished in the blink of an eye. He then glanced at the sphere on his bed and thought, "Wait a minute, Lulu just showed me this. It's one of Lulu's most cherished treasures." He put his hands on his hips with a sigh. "Isn't this a bit much for a bribe?" Sometime later, Hareen looked at his son and asked, "Well, have you come to a decision?" The protagonist nodded firmly. "I will be joining the upcoming punitive expedition." His father asked if he was certain. He just replied, "I'll succeed." He said, "Irene, in this expedition, you won't be fighting monsters, but other families, which can be far more unpleasant and taxing than you realize. Are you still determined to participate?" He simply replied, "I'm going and I'll do my best." His father nodded. "I understand." A week later, their train arrived at its destination. "Welcome, Viscount Chiron," Harn bellowed with a laugh. He stepped forward and his eyes landed on me. "Well, if it isn't Irene, you've certainly grown into a brave young man since we last met." I offered a quick thank you before my father cut in. "Viscount Chiron, let's head inside, shall we?" A short while later, as we all found our seats around the enormous table, a piece of advice from Marcus surfaced in my mind. He'd told me to remember one crucial thing. Essentially, no family here was truly on our side. We had no beef with the Bowers or the Freeds, but that was about it. It wasn't like we were best friends, though. The families that openly couldn't stand House Perea were the Lesters, the Russells, and the Chirons, and I was to be especially cautious around Phil. Our families had a long history of not getting along. Just then, Heron raised his glass for a toast. "I'd like to thank everyone for coming together to ensure the safety of our southern trade route and for the continued prosperity and peace of the 6 great noble families of the South." The room echoed with a unified response as everyone else lifted their glasses to peace. I peeked at the others taking a small sip from their cups and thought, "All right, I guess you're actually supposed to drink this stuff." I was really hoping it was just for show. When I looked up, my heart skipped a beat. Why was everyone staring at me? Did I mess something up? A second later, Phil's voice sliced through the silence. "Irene," he said, a smug little smile playing on his lips, "you seem to be holding your glass a tad incorrectly. You see," he continued, "white wine is notoriously sensitive to temperature. When you hold it by the bowl like that, the warmth from your palm transfers directly to the wine. Therefore, one must always hold it by the stem, the thin part." I mumbled an apology, but he just waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, think nothing of it. It can happen to anyone. No apology necessary. Why don't you give it another try, the proper way this time?" I shifted my grip, and he offered a slow clap. "Excellent. Much better. However, if you really want to perfect it, you should extend your little finger." What?" I asked, completely baffled. I had no idea what he was talking about. Back in the day when spices were incredibly expensive, people would use their thumb and pinky to pinch them just to avoid any waste. But if you grabbed your glass with your whole hand, your fingers would get damp, and you'd risk wasting the precious condiments. Hence the tradition. I just nodded. "I see." "Of course," he added, "at your age you don't really think about these things, but for an aristocrat, knowing proper table etiquette is simply a must." Baron Lester chimed in. "Absolutely. As the saying goes, the difference between nobility and commoners lies in the small details." Baron Russell chuckled and added, "Well said, very well said." Phil quickly put up his hands. "No, now hold on. I think you've twisted my words a bit, Baron Lester. That wasn't my intention at all. Please don't misunderstand me, especially you, Baron Peria." My father simply replied, "There are no misunderstandings." Phil let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, thank goodness. I was only trying to be helpful to young Irene." Phil then turned to his own son. "Speaking of which, Ryan, did you listen to those symphonies?" I suggested. "Yes, father," he replied. "I found the second composition especially brilliant." Baron Lester turned his attention back to me. Ryan has a very deep appreciation for music. What about you, Irene? What kind of music do you enjoy? I don't really have a favorite, I admitted. He looked genuinely shocked. Seriously, not a single one. Ah, right, you were at the academy. I imagine you didn't have much free time. Still, a basic education in the arts is necessary for any cultured individual. It prevents those awfully awkward lulls in conversation after all. He then let out a laugh. But I'm only joking, of course. You mustn't take an old man's words to heart. Across from me, Ryan was grinning, and I could practically hear his thoughts. How does it feel? How does it feel to realize you're an aristocrat with absolutely no basic culture, Doselts? This is what you get for being so lazy and ignorant. Now is the perfect chance to expose the failure of Baron Peria, who always looked down on me. There's nothing you can do. At that moment, I could feel a nervous sweat breaking out as I stared down at the plate in front of me. My father leaned in and whispered, "Is everything all right?" I replied, "Forgive me, but may I be excused from the table? I'm not feeling well." My father answered immediately, "Of course, go." With that, I shot up from my chair and fled the room, my thoughts racing as I ran down the corridor. I ran away again. And here I was, thinking I'd actually gotten more confident. I thought I could finally stand up to them, but I never considered the pain my father must have endured, or how terribly Kill and the others had treated my mother. I pressed my hands and forehead against the cold wall. I'm just a terrible son. My vision blurred with tears as I looked up, grabbed a massive sword from a wall display, and started swinging it wildly. I don't even understand my own swordsmanship, I thought. Not long ago, I'd asked Lulu what true effort even was. She told me, well, it means that everything you're doing is pointless. Mindlessly, throwing your physical strength around isn't effort. To reach a goal, you have to engage your mind and spirit just as much as your body. That's what effort is. It's vital to use both your body and your soul. You know they say great deeds demand a great spirit. So, Irene reckon you've put in enough work on the old soul-searching. Our hero swung his blade again, shouting in frustration, "I don't get any of this." He paused, admitting, "I'm completely lost." Right then, Baron Lester's sons sauntered over. "Well, look who it is," one of them said. "And his form's not half bad," his brother chimed in. "Guess all that academy training wasn't a total waste." Honestly, listening to the adults talk was a bore. Maybe a little scuffle was in order. Martin crossed his arms and asked, "What's the matter?" "Cat got your tongue. You can't even hold a wine glass right, never mind a sword." Of course, a bit of fencing practice was hardly enough for their pampered, noble lifestyle. Kevin just laughed. "You're not wrong." "Right," he nudged his brother, who grunted, "It's passable." With that, our protagonist leveled his sword and said, "Bring it on." Caesar's eyes widened. "What bring it on? What a cocky little punk." Kevin stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "All right, I'll take you on." He gripped the sword, giving it a test swing. It had been a while since he'd last held one of these. Still, some kid who's only been training for a year stood no chance against them. Time to teach him a lesson in humility. Their eyes met for a second before Kevin smirked. "All right, let's see what you've got. I'll even go easy on you if you need it." Before he could even finish his sentence, our guy zipped forward in a flash and sent the sword flying from his hand. His opponent just blinked, utterly confused. "What?" The protagonist then rested the tip of his sword gently against the guy's neck, who could only let out a shocked gasp. With that over, he glanced around. "So, who's next?" Kevin, scrambling to his feet, yelled, "Hey, wait a minute, that didn't count." "Oh, and why not?" our hero asked calmly. "We didn't even say start," Kevin insisted. "That was a sneak attack, a total cheap shot." "Your call," the protagonist replied smoothly. "We can go again." Just then, Martin pushed his way forward. "Kevin, get up." "I'll take your place," Kevin protested. "What? No, that arrogant little—" "I get it." Martin cut him off, looking at the protagonist. "You were careless. Now step aside." Kevin grumbled. "Fine." Martin stepped up, facing our hero. "I won't feel right until I deal with you myself." Caesar scoffed to the other brother. "That pathetic moron is way out of his league. You seeing this?" "Oh, I'm seeing it all right." What an arrogant look on his face. He's actually proud of fighting dirty. His brother added, "Don't worry, Martin won't lose." "They're just built different." Our protagonist simply looked at his new opponent. "Ready when you are. Let's go." He agreed, lunging forward with a powerful swing. The hero easily blocked it, but Martin thought, a block isn't going to save you. He pressed forward with a flurry of attacks. Watching from the side, the brothers cheered, "Yeah, that's it." And crush him. Grind him into the dirt. At that moment, Martin unleashed another heavy blow, yelling, "Come on, you little rat." He thought to himself, why won't he just fall down already? With a grunt, Martin put everything into another swing. Sweat dripped down his face as he thought, this thing is too heavy. He'd put way too much power into his swings. The next second, our hero made his move. His opponent barely managed to parry the blow, stumbling backward. Crap, he thought, Why are my hands shaking? What's the matter? Our hero asked. Done attacking already. Martin's mind was racing. I can't keep this up. I'm done. Somebody needs to call this off. As the protagonist raised his weapon for the final blow, Ryan stepped onto the training ground. That's enough, he said calmly. It's pretty obvious who's won here. Martin, you should stop before this gets any uglier. You don't want to get seriously hurt, do you? Martin just nodded. Ryan then turned to our hero. Irene, not bad. You're pretty impressive. I wouldn't mind having a go myself. With real swords, of course. His brother's jaw dropped, but our hero just said, okay. Ryan let out a chuckle. I like your spirit. But then his expression hardened. Where did you get the nerve to agree to a duel with live steel? It seemed that his time at the academy really had given him a backbone. Well, fine then. Maybe I'll just leave a tiny little scar on that pretty face of yours. No, you're a noble after all. A face is an asset. Tell you what, I'll let you have the first move since I've been at this sword thing a bit longer. It's only fair. The main character just stared at him silently. Ryan raised an eyebrow. What? Not a fan of that arrangement? You want me to go first or something? The protagonist finally spoke. I accept your terms. Cocky little brat. I like it, Ryan thought. Then he laughed out loud and said, Irene, I never imagined a day would come where you and I would be crossing swords. It's a funny feeling. The Irene I used to know was a spineless coward. He raised his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. All right, come on, show me what you got. You better not disappoint me. Our hero shifted his grip on his sword. The Lester brothers looked on, confused. As he closing his eyes, You've got to be kidding me, one of them whispered. Suddenly, our hero's eyes snapped open. A wave of energy flared around him as he launched his attack. The sheer force of the blow slammed Ryan back, crashing him against the wall. He thought, what the heck? Why is he giving up ground? Is he actually afraid of some pampered noble? I'm not going to let him make a fool of me. This isn't happening. Suddenly, his eyes shot forward in disbelief. The hero's sword had sliced his opponent's weapon clean in half. My sword, Kevin cried out. Aaron could only think, no way, he actually lost. At that same moment, Ryan stared down at the useless hilt in his hand, thinking, what in the world? How did he even manage that? We never even crossed blades. So how, Just then, Phil strolled onto the court. Ah, so this is where everyone's hiding. They had decided on a duel. Father, Ryan said. The man looked at his son stunned. Ryan, why is your sword broken? He mumbled that he'd lost his match against Irene. His father shouted, bewildered, what did you say? In that instant, Haroon thought, so Irene actually defeated Ryan. Ryan scowled, wondering, all right, what's my play here? He grinned to himself. Right, just act as confident as you possibly can. He then handed the broken sword to Jack and told him to put it away. He figured he should act like nothing serious had just occurred. He threw his arms wide and declared that Irene's skills were surprisingly impressive. I mean, an attack from over 5 meters away snapped my sword in two. The others just stared at him, dumbfounded, before his father walked over, laughing heartily. Irene's skill is something else. Of course, he's been training at the Chrono Academy for a whole year. I was clearly no match for him. Baron Lester began to clap enthusiastically. What incredible luck for the Southern Union. Irene's amazing progress will undoubtedly be a huge help on the punitive expedition. Phil smiled and chimed in. That's the truth, Baron Perea. You've made us all quite jealous. He thanked them. After a moment, Phil stepped forward and announced, well, the meeting is over. It's already late, so we'll be heading back. His son agreed, and then he called out to him. Yes, father, he replied. Phil said, I can't believe you boosted Perea's morale by throwing the duel on purpose. We came very close to completely alienating the Perry family. It's a good thing it all ended on a high note. Still, you have to be more careful. I can't exactly turn a blind eye to you changing our plans without authorization. He replied, yes, sir. I apologize. His body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth. Then he called for Jack. Yes, young master, he answered. He said, when we return home, I want you to call 3. No 5 of the student soldiers. After a pause, the head of the family said, you don't have to participate. The punitive expedition is a big deal, but right now, officially enrolling in the Chrono Academy is far more important for you than wasting time out there. Wouldn't it be a better use of your time to practice your technique? The protagonist looked him straight in the eye and said, I will be participating in the punitive expedition. I absolutely want to join. I understand your concerns, Father. That's why over the next 3 weeks, I will patch up my weaknesses and do everything I can to put your worries to rest. If you still don't believe in me after that, then I'll withdraw. Har looked at his son, his mind racing. Irene. Later, the protagonist was walking down the hallway. Kirill stood with her arms crossed, watching him go. She asked, "Is everything going to be all right?" Amelia replied, "Of course it will be, Kirill. Everything will work out. My brother is doing an amazing job. He's giving it his all, so we just have to believe in him." "You do believe in Irene, don't you?" she asked. Kirill whispered, "Yes." Soon after the protagonist was back at the training grounds, he swung his sword thinking, "Never again. I will never shift my own burdens onto my family. They will never have to face disrespect because of me or for my sake. I refuse to just stand by and watch them struggle with anger and sadness." Then he called out, "So how about it? Do my actions still look like I'm just fooling around?" He glanced up at Lulu, who was watching him from the railing. She replied, "Not at all. Now you're genuinely trying." He asked eagerly, "So can I start learning sorcery?" She confirmed that he could. He thrust his hand forward and begged, "Please teach me quickly. I'll do anything you ask." She replied, "Hold your horses. I will teach you. Just not today. It'd be better for you to calm down and get your head straight first. I don't know what just happened, but for now you just need to rest. We can start tomorrow." He turned away with a sigh and replied, "Okay, I'm counting on you. Just don't overdo it," she replied. A little while later, he looked at her and said, "Nobody else will come to this training ground. I asked my father to restrict entry." She said, "Excellent." He then asked, "Lulu, where'd you get the glasses?" She struck a pose and said, "Attire is an important part of the process. Little details like this help you build a different way of thinking." He replied that he understood, and then she pointed her wand forward and said, "As I've already mentioned, spirit is crucial in sorcery. It isn't enough to just wish for something. You have to actively will your wish into reality." His whole goal was to keep his family safe. He admitted that was the long and short of it. She started flipping through a book asking, "So how exactly does someone make a heartfelt wish even stronger?" He just said he had no idea. She then scattered some pages on the floor, declaring that the simplest and most popular method is just superstition. "Superstition?" he asked. "That's right," she confirmed. "It's like those rumors people pass around without any real proof. But you know what else it is. It's faith. And when it comes to magic, faith is the name of the game. It doesn't matter how bonkers the wish is. The more you genuinely believe, the more juice your magic will have. Think about ancient people who worshipped the sun or giant rocks as gods. They made offerings because they were desperate to make their deepest wishes come true. They were using the most rock-solid method of belief out there, religion. Offering up a sacrifice as payment is a surprisingly effective way to get results. Of course, it's probably best to skip that one since you're more likely to get a call back from the devil than actually tap into any real magical power." With that, she hopped onto his chest. "The perfect method for you right now," she announced, "is to pour all your focus into that big wish of yours while you practice with your sword." He grabbed his sword and left. A bit later, he swung it, scowled, and then did it again and again and again. Closing his eyes, he remembered yelling at Lulu, "What are you talking about? I just need to keep up with my sword training." She had her paws crossed over her chest and replied, "Nope, not even close to the same thing. You have to promise me." He'd said then corrected himself, "No promise isn't strong enough. Let's call it a pact." "A pact?" she'd asked. "Every single day you have to do 1,000 swings, and you better put your entire soul into each one. You have to train day after day with a completely focused mind, always thinking about what you need to do to improve. It's a lot like that superstition I mentioned. If you just go through the motions every day, there's absolutely no promise you'll ever get to the level you want. But when you tie those repetitive actions to your deepest desire, your faith, your mental fortitude gets a serious boost. It will get more powerful with every single day that passes. You need to toss out your old methods and train with some real conviction." The protagonist frowned, thinking, "She's right, just swinging a sword won't change a thing." Then he mumbled, "Easier said than done." He swung the sword again, lost in thought. Should I put every ounce of my strength into the swing, or should I fill it with love for my family? Or maybe I should just wallow in regret over what an idiot I've been. Or maybe I should just beg for swordsmanship so amazing that no one would ever dare look down on me again. At that moment, Lulu folded her paws neatly behind her back. Watching him, she thought, well, at least he's finally starting to think. That's a start. If Irene just kept up the hard work, she was absolutely certain he would awaken the power hidden inside him. Unlocking magic just through sheer effort might sound a little ridiculous, but she felt it was the perfect method for the person Irene was right now. Sorcery, Lesson Day 2. Sorcery Lesson Day 4. On the 10th day of his sorcery lesson, the main character's sword fell from his grip. It's already been 10 days. He thought his spirit sinking. Am I doing this right, or am I just spinning my wheels? Just then, Lulu walked up and called his name. He looked over at her, trying to catch his breath. She asked, "Do you know what can make a blazing soul go cold and a heart of stone crumble into sand?" She paused. Doubt. And self-doubt. Honestly, it's completely normal. A person's spirit can't be on fire 24/7. Your will starts to flicker. Your body feels like lead, and all sorts of random thoughts start cluttering up your mind. And when that happens, they're usually not the good kind. That, she said, with a little cough, is why you shouldn't do things alone. You have to work together. When you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in the person who believes in you. She jumped onto his chest again, adding, and when that person finds themselves in a tough spot, you have to pay back the faith they gave you. Working together like that will help you move forward with way more confidence. The protagonist scooped her into his arms, looking down. But I don't think anyone actually believes in me. She gasped. What makes you say that? He turned away. I'm a coward. All I ever did was dodge my problems and run away. Who would ever believe in a guy like that, let alone love him? She asked. I believe in you, she replied gently. He recalled that she once said he was as boring as the hundreds of stones in the valley. Well, I was wrong about that. Stones are stones. They're strong, they're smooth, and they're beautiful. I don't think a lot of people know how to appreciate a really nice stone. Kirill, for instance, is a sapphire. Look, I'm a cat, obviously not a person, but from my point of view, you're surrounded by people who love you. Don't be in such a hurry to make these grand, dramatic statements. Okay, class dismissed for today. Go think about all this in your room. I'm out of here. A little later, the protagonist was lying in his bed staring at the ceiling. A person who believes in me, he thought. Mom, Dad, and Kirill. They waited more than 10 years for me to finally get my act together. Truth be told, if his family hadn't believed in him, he never would have found the courage to even pick up a sword. On top of that, his friends, the academy director, and his instructor Lulu always had his back, even when he was clearly lacking. Could he finally be the one to inspire faith in others? He desperately wanted that. Meanwhile, Kirill was busy reading. All of a sudden, she felt a wave of energy. It felt like some incredibly potent magic. She burst through the door, yelling, Brother! Lulu looked over at her. Kirill, she began, but Kirill cut her off. What's going on? Is something wrong with my brother? Aiming a magical sphere at the hero of our story, Lulu announced that he had finally awakened his powers. Kirill dashed to his side, shouting in disbelief. He's awakened. She had never ever heard of someone awakening their powers this way. Lulu hesitated, saying, well, Kirill clenched her fists and demanded, Spit it out. Tell me what's happening right now. Looking a bit sheepish, Lulu explained, to grant his most cherished wish, Irene reached deep into his own soul. Kirill gasped, What deep into his soul? That's right, she replied. It's the ideal place to fulfill his desires, a space where no one and nothing can possibly interfere. Irene will stay there and train until he gets a result that he's happy with, Lulu finished. Kirill cried out in frustration. So when is he coming back? She demanded. Lulu could only say, I think he'll be back as soon as he gets his results, but nobody knows when that will be. A horrified scream escaped Kirill's lips, and Lulu added, It could be tomorrow, or in a month, maybe even a year. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Oh no, did I just bring the curse down on him again? Irene, she pleaded internally, you have to come back to us alive. At the same time, our main character found himself in a blindingly bright space. He glanced around, thinking, what kind of enclosure is this? It felt just like that recurring dream where a man swings a sword on repeat with no changes at all. But as he looked closer at the man this time, he was shocked. He focused his eyes on the man's face and thought with a start, wait a second, is that guy looking right at me? Just then a glow erupted around the man's body, and in the next instant, powerful flashes of energy shot directly at him. The man was completely swallowed by a brilliant light. Our hero let out a loud scream and suddenly found himself lying on the ground. He sat up, clutching his head and grumbling, wow, the bed feels extra hard today. Must be because of that weird dream. He then looked down at his clothes, his eyes widening in confusion. What the I'm on the floor and my clothes are different. Is this still a dream? He looked up in surprise at the building before him and realized the man from his vision was gone. What just happened? He wondered. Seriously, nothing like this has ever happened to me before. He then whipped around and saw a sword stuck in the ground. Okay, he thought, there are no words to describe this situation. This has to be magic. He reached his hand out slowly and said, So, does this mean I've finally awakened my spell? He gripped the hilt of the sword, thinking, if this place was really created from my deepest wish, then this must be a training ground. He lifted the sword and sighed. A place where no one can bother me, a space designed just for me. He charged forward, thinking, this is awesome. He swung the sword with a powerful arc. Here I'm definitely going to find my own way with the sword. As evening rolled in, his body was soaked in sweat. He figured he'd just gotten a little heated, but then he realized it was already completely dark. It'd be great if night never came. Ah, well, can't be helped, he mused. I'll just pick it up again tomorrow morning. He then looked down, surprised by the shadow in front of him. Utterly bewildered, he spun around and exclaimed, "The sun is up!" He thought, this is 100% magic. On a whim, he wished for spring to arrive. The very next second, the flowers beside him burst into bloom. He ran forward, thinking to himself that he wanted a gentle breeze to blow. After that, he jogged into the building, looked at his hands, and announced, "All right, I'm done with training. This should change me into some comfy clothes." His outfit instantly changed. He sat down at the table, and as soon as he did, a huge spread of food appeared. Later, he flopped onto the bed and sighed, "This is wonderful." After that, he put his hands behind his head, thinking, "This is it. This is the absolute best environment for concentrating on the sword." The power of sorcery is just incredible. It was his 5th day in this other world. The protagonist was training, thinking about how he was supposed to be sleeping in his bed. But every time he woke up, he was right back here. What happens if he can't reach his goal and can't get out of here? And that man who was staring at him when he first got here, is he connected to all of this? Especially since he showed up the moment my sorcery awakened. He stared ahead, surprised, then started shaking his head from side to side. Okay, he thought, time to clear out all these extra thoughts. I have to focus only on my training. He swung his weapon again, thinking that he had to swing with everything he had. Yesterday, he swung 2,000 times. So today will be 3,000. Day 322. Day 480. Day 5,471. Day 5,645. 211 days of being in another world. Our hero, holding the hilt of the sword, was breathing heavily. He thought to himself that he couldn't do more than 6,000 times. What's the holdup? He shook his head. Nah, it's fine. No reason to second-guess myself. Just got to keep on swinging. He whipped his weapon through the air again, his mind chanting, 6687, 6795. He then stopped dead in his tracks, a thought suddenly hitting him. He'd finally gotten used to this place and allowed himself a brief moment of peace. 353 days in another world. And just like that, he collapsed onto his hands and knees. He muttered that today's count was low, only 5,695. As he dragged himself toward the building, he realized he hadn't taken a single day off all year. He definitely pushed himself too hard. He needed to recover his energy fast, so he could get right back to the grind tomorrow. Day 417 of his new life. Our hero was at it again, training like always. He roared, 369,495. Glancing down, he noticed his right hand felt a bit tingly. If he kept this up, tomorrow's session was going to be a real pain. Yeah, that's probably enough for one day. A while later, the sun was high in the sky. Day 624 since he'd been isekai'd. He was just lying there on his bed. A full 96 days had passed since Irene had last even picked up a sword. After a long moment, he opened his eyes. To be perfectly honest, he thought the result was pretty obvious. More than half of his past life, including his entire record at the academy, wasn't from his own effort. It was all the doing of that man from the dream. He needed to take a hard look at the real him. His quest to master the sword led him here, but as soon as that man's influence vanished, he fell apart so pathetically. All that back-breaking training had been reduced to empty, meaningless swings. He'd only put a single year of his own soul into it, and that was his limit. He had absolutely no clue how much time had passed in this place. If time flowed the same here as it did back home, he'd wasted an unbelievable amount of his life. But at this point, it didn't really matter. Just being in a quiet spot where no one could bother him was good enough. Then he heard his name called, and his eyes shot wide open. He sat bolt upright in bed. "Who's there?" He then spotted Ilya standing before him, telling him to get up. She headed for the door, looking back over her shoulder to add, "It's time for some morning training." He jolted up, shouting in shock, "Ilya, what in the world are you doing here?" He couldn't even finish the sentence before his legs got caught in the blanket, sending him tumbling to the floor with a thud. He covered his face with his hands as Ilya burst out laughing, asking if he was really that thrilled to see her. "Shin, by the way, she chirped, "you're not planning on running in those, are you?" A short time later, they were both jogging down a path in the woods. The protagonist thought, "Hey, there was never a running trail here before. When did this show up?" Ilya, running ahead, called out, "Irene, you're falling behind." "You need to step it up," she yelled. He grunted back, Yeah. Much later, he staggered back to the building, panting heavily. They had been running clear until dawn. He'd never done a marathon like that in his life. Ilya was already at the table, telling him to hustle over and take a seat. "Once we're done eating," she said, "we're jumping right into sword practice." "Got it," he replied, slumping into the chair beside her. With her mouth full, she asked, "What are you looking at?" "Got something you want to say?" He finally asked her how she managed to get here. She snapped, "Stop asking useless questions. Just eat your food so we can start training," she ordered. He mumbled, "Right." A little while later, he was holding a practice sword as Ilya stood with her hands on her hips saying she just didn't get it. "Seriously, how long did you slack off for your form to get this awful? You're completely empty. The only way you'll get your moves right is if you fill up your soul." "Lulu taught you that, didn't she?" He was stunned. "What? How do you know about Lulu?" she yelled. She told him to cut it out with the stupid questions. "Another 2,000 swings," she commanded. All he could say was that he understood. When evening finally arrived, she gave him a nod. "You're doing better. That's enough for today." She turned and with a slight smile added, "We'll be seeing each other again." A second later, she vanished into thin air, and the main character thought to himself, "I knew it. She wasn't real." Sometime later, he was stretched out on his bed, with his hands behind his head, saying how completely drained he was. He was pretty sure he was too tired to even try sleeping. By the way, he wondered, how did she even show up in this world? Maybe I unconsciously called for her or something. Well, all things considered, it really wasn't so bad. When morning came, Judith grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "Hey, slacker, are you ever planning to get up? The sun's been out for ages. How much longer are you going to sleep? Are you just tired of living or what?" He yelled out in surprise. "Judith!" She grabbed his arm, dragging him toward the door, while asking, "What are you mumbling about?" I knew the big dummy was still out of it. Bart just smiled at him and asked, "Irene, what's going on with you? How in the world did you oversleep?" Judith aimed her sword right at the protagonist and yelled, "Pick yours up quick. We're starting our duel right now." Bart just crossed his arms and told her to ease up a bit. "He hasn't even had a chance to warm up. You should think before..." She indignantly cut him off before he could finish. "You're picking on me for every little thing again. Are you asking for a punch in the face?" He replied coolly that he seriously doubted she could even touch him. At that moment, our hero went over to Ilya and she told him to just leave them be. They could just go train somewhere else. As he hefted the sword, he couldn't help but notice his stance felt a little off. Man, he thought maybe I've been slacking off too much. But Ilya quickly reassured him that it was okay. It wasn't exactly perfect, she said, but his form was already looking much more solid. He felt a little spark of hope. Still, he glanced down and looked away, wishing they wouldn't stare at him with such high expectations. Seriously, why did they believe so strongly in a guy like him? A guy who was pretty much useless without someone holding his hand. So pathetic and clumsy. Shaking his head, he took off for a run. It was brutal. His lungs were absolutely on fire. His legs felt like they were turning to lead. This has to be my limit, he thought. But if that was true, then why? Why did it feel like he could go on forever? Right. Then Judith blew past him, shouting, "As if I'd ever lose to you." A bit later, he found himself facing Bart again, continuing their spar. He made a couple of quick thrusts, muttering, "Excellent. Here he comes again." He parried the strikes and swung his massive greatsword. Bart, ducking under the blow, yelled out, "Awesome!" He's definitely way more confident than he was yesterday. The protagonist attacked once more, but Bart, with a little chuckle, dodged it again. And in that split second, the protagonist was suddenly behind him. Bart whipped his arm around, deflecting the hit. Judith yelled from the side, "Irene, keep it up! You gotta show him what you're made of." Ilya observed quietly, "I've never seen Bart have to constantly create distance like this before." Finally, Bart let out a breath and lowered his sword. "Not bad, pal. Not bad at all." The protagonist grinned back, saying it was all thanks to them. In his mind, he thought, Lou was right. I was looking at this all wrong. There's no reason to put myself through all this alone. He swung his sword with fresh energy. When you've got people who believe in you and care about you, and he thought, you can climb any mountain that stands in your way. Then Judith called out, "So did you break your record?" He nodded, and as he turned, he added, "By 10,000. You don't have to be alone," he realized. Just then, Judith began stretching and announced that their part in this was over. Bart shrugged. "Who knows? He might need our help again." At that, Judith pointed a finger right at him and shouted, "You better not start crying. Just keep working hard. And don't you dare let those doubts creep back in. You hear me?" As they began to fade, the protagonist gave a firm nod. Ilya, just before disappearing, gave him a warm smile and wished him luck, and he offered his heartfelt thanks. And then they vanished into thin air. The protagonist pulled his sword from the ground, raised it high, and decided that today was a brand new beginning. Day 1237 in another world. Day 1292 in another world. Day 1375. And another day in another world. Day 1492. In another world. Day 1556. In another world, day 1613. In another world, day 1687. In another world, day 1755. In this other world, winter finally thawed into spring. The protagonist's body was practically humming with a powerful new aura. He sighed, looking down at his hand, and recalling that same feeling from his academy days. He wondered, just how much stronger have I actually gotten? Maybe it's time to give them a call. It's been way too long. Plus, there's something he really wanted to test out. The moment he thought it, Judith appeared. "What?" she asked, walking closer. "Hey, Shrimp, did you just call us all here to show off that you grew half an inch?" He shot back that it wasn't true at all. She put her hands on her hips and demanded, "Then why call us? If this is some kind of prank, then I'm out of here." He offered a spar, just one round. Her eyes lit up as she summoned her sword, rolling up her sleeves and saying he'd talked her into it. "I'm staying, and I'm your first opponent." He shook his head. "Nope, all three of you." They just stared at him, completely stunned. Then the protagonist raised his weapon and yelled for them to come at him all at once. Judith asked if they'd heard him right. Ilya simply confirmed it and told Irene that he'd really changed. Judith smirked, saying he'd gotten way too cocky, and Bart pointed out that was pretty rich coming from her. She told him to shut up and get his sword ready, and Irene smirked to himself, thinking that this wouldn't be easy. Still, he was absolutely sure he'd win. After that, he shut his eyes and just focused, listening. He could hear the tremor in his own leg feel the way his palm was gripping his sword sense, their every breath, and even feel a single drop of sweat trickle down his skin. He grinned, then shot forward like a bullet, aiming right for Judith and ignoring the others. He attacked instantly. She blocked, and Bart immediately came at him from behind. He lunged forward. Irene dodged the attack, and in that exact same moment, Ilya appeared right beside him, her sword already swinging. He ducked, evading the blow, and started to counter their attacks. When he stumbled back and nearly tripped, he actually smiled. In that moment, Judith leaped from above and brought down a massive strike that kicked up a cloud of dust, but he managed to dive out of the way just in time. After that, she rushed him again. He met her charge with his own sword, and a loud clang echoed through the air. After another clash, she grinned widely and admitted that he wasn't just bluffing. Irene replied cheerfully that he could see everything in perfect detail now, which seemed to surprise her a little. And while they were locked in combat, the others were already rushing toward them. Straining to hold her ground against his blade, Judith let out a frustrated grunt, and Bart instantly moved in to back her up. Irene's sword came slicing in, but he batted it aside and lunged forward just as Judith joined the fray, turning it into a 2-on-1 assault. Realizing he was outnumbered, he leaped backward to create some space, but they stuck to him like glue, unleashing a flurry of attacks that he was forced to parry. While he was tied up with the two of them, Ilya saw her chance and came at him from the flank, which clearly threw him for a loop. She tightened her grip on her blade, put every ounce of her being into a massive swing, and let loose a devastating strike. Irene just barely got his own sword up to block most of the impact, hopping to the side as he redirected her momentum, sending her attack crashing into the stone wall behind him. Her jaw dropped when she saw the energy flowing from his blade. It was a total shock. At that very second, Judith dove in from above sword high, and Bart couldn't help but think her energy stream looked just like his. Then his massive sword met the girl's blade head-on, triggering a huge explosion. The resulting shockwave ripped through the clearing. Judith, catching her breath, gasped, "Wait, did he just copy my technique?" He just gave a little smirk, which prompted Ilya to ask in disbelief, "And did he just use Bart's defensive stance to reflect her attack?" When he confirmed it with a nod, the guy demanded to know how on earth he pulled it off. He just kind of awkwardly scratched the back of his head and mumbled, I just trained till I passed out, basically. It's the only way I know how. Relying on old academy memories isn't going to cut it anymore," he continued. "My own skills are still rough around the edges. I really want to learn your sword styles. But don't get me wrong, I'm not ditching my own path. My goal is just to forge an even stronger sword and an unbreakable will. So please," he pleaded, "teach me what you know." Judith exploded. "Are you kidding me? That's just a fancy way of saying you're a shameless thief. I mean, who does that?" Irene gave her the most innocent look and replied, "Well, you could always just awaken your magic then." That set her off completely. She chucked her sword right at him, and he had to duck fast. "Hey, what's with the sudden violence?" he yelped indignantly. "I worked my butt off to get this far, you know." She snatched up her sword and started chasing him down, yelling, "Get back here and shut your mouth," to which he just screamed, "You're actually going to hit me." A new day began, and Irene's sparring sessions with them were clearly paying off. In a flash, Judith's sword went flying out of her hand. Everyone froze. The girl, now sprawled on the ground and gasping for air, muttered, "I never should have taught him anything." "It's your win," she conceded. With that, she got up and walked off, calling over her shoulder, "But don't expect me to go easy on you when we get out of here." He just smiled and waved her off. Looking down at his hands, he finally realized it was true. He'd done it. He was stronger now. Later, he headed back to the hut and collapsed into bed, thinking it was finally time to move on from this place. Man, I wish tomorrow would get here already. Just then, a deep rumbling sound echoed, and a set of enormous doors erupted from the ground. When Irene woke up and went outside, he saw the massive doors and thought, is that the way out? There's no handle, not even a keyhole. He turned around, and what do you know, the sword from that dream guy was standing right in front of the doors, almost like it was on display. He picked it up and couldn't help but smile. So, this is the key, he mused. It fits perfectly. Maybe it's because I've grown up a bit, he chuckled to himself. This is hilarious. My whole purpose in here was to get away from that man's sword and his influence. And now I have to use his weapon to leave. The old me would have thrown a fit and given up, calling it totally unfair. But now, he realized, it's pretty obvious that I've changed so much, and it's all thanks to him. He's the reason I dragged myself out of bed and picked up a sword in the first place. I ran until I literally collapsed because I wanted to be just like him. All those strikes, all those swings, none of it felt like my own choice back then, but now I'm the one swinging. This is my own will. With a final confident swing, he struck the doors, forcing them open as he thought with a grin, this is my path of the sword. When he finally opened his eyes, the first things he registered were his own legs and the familiar red curtains of his bed. It hit him all at once. This was his room. He was back. He shot up out of bed, a wave of relief washing over him as he saw that nothing had changed. It felt like he'd only been gone for a little while. Overjoyed, he couldn't wait to see his parents. As he burst out of the room, he heard a meow and thought Lulu. But he was mistaken. Marcus was there, shooing a cat out. The door was shut. How did you get in here again? Jeez, Marcus. Irene called out. The man turned and his jaw dropped. Irene couldn't help but notice with a bit of confusion. Whoa, you've got wrinkles. The man was so overjoyed he just pulled Irene into a crushing hug and started sobbing with pure happiness, choking out, You're finally back. Oh, thank goodness, what a blessing. I honestly thought you'd left us for good. A sense of dread started to creep into Irene's mind as he nervously asked, Wait a minute, how much time has passed? And Marcus told him it had been 5 years, and a cold horror washed over Irene. Did time in that place actually flow at the same rate as in the real world? If so, what happened to my promise to the Academy headmaster and to Ilya? And what about the punitive expedition? Our family's entire reputation was riding on that. Where are Mom, Dad, and my sister? He asked, urgently. Are they okay? After that, Marcus led him to them. The moment they saw him, they were overcome with tears of joy, and Irene apologized, saying he'd been away for far too long. His father just smiled warmly and told him there was nothing to apologize for. They were just so thankful he had come back to them safe and sound. He cupped his son's face in his hands and thanked him again. After a moment, Irene asked, So where's Kuril? And his mother explained she was currently in the Caesar Principality. She was apprenticing under the brilliant sorceress Skeena Kitten. A wave of relief and happiness washed over him knowing his sister was doing so well. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd put his family in yet another difficult situation. He couldn't let that happen again. He looked at his parents directly and said, I know you both say you're fine, but I can tell you were worried sick. The thought of their son being locked away all alone in some strange place must have been a heavy weight on their shoulders. But, he continued, I wasn't just sitting around for those 5 years. I trained my butt off and got some pretty amazing results. His father perked up, asking, With the sword? Irene nodded. Exactly. You don't have to worry about me anymore, so please stop torturing yourselves with it. From this day forward, as the eldest son of the Puria family, I promise I won't ever give you a reason to be ashamed of me again. A sparkle appeared in his father's eyes. Well, now, he said, it's April. That means you'll be joining the punitive expedition next month. Just then, his sister stormed into the room. She'd clearly heard everything and demanded, What is this nonsense? He was so happy to see her that he grinned and walked right over to her. She glared back, unimpressed that he'd grown so much. Do you really think this is the time to be smiling? Her cold reaction caught him off guard. Hey, it's just, we haven't seen each other in forever. I'm just really glad you're here. Their mother, looking shocked, asked why she wasn't in the principality. Kuril announced, I'm taking my brother's place in the punitive expedition. Hearing that her father sputtered, What are you talking about? I'm not being difficult, she shot back. There's no reason Irene has to be the one to go. In fact, we should be trying to talk him out of it. He just spent 5 whole years in that awful place, and you want to send him on a dangerous mission right away?" Irene tried to calm her down. "If you're worried about me, don't be. That place, it was actually fine. I got a lot stronger while I was training." She wasn't having any of it, her voice turning serious. "The punitive expedition is a chance to bring honor to our family. Considering my abilities in the current situation, it makes the most sense for me to be the one to participate. If you're really so sure of yourself, then prove it. Fight me." "Kirill," their mother exclaimed, but Irene just said, "I accept." With that, he walked past his sister toward the door. "Follow me," he said over his shoulder. "I'll show you exactly what kind of power I gained in there." The guards outside did a double take when they saw him. One of them stammered, "I honestly thought I'd never see you again." His partner added, "Yeah, I figured that whole witchcraft story was just a cover-up, and that you were actually long gone. I can't believe he's really back." But why the sudden duel? The siblings stepped out onto the training grounds, and Kirill barked, "Well, what are you standing around for? Get ready to fight." He settled into his familiar sword stance and calmly told her, "I'm ready." She got even angrier when she saw his empty hands. "Don't make me say it again," she snapped. "You haven't even drawn a weapon." But before she could finish, a sword began to materialize from thin air, forming perfectly in his grip. He gave it a confident little spin. "All right, now, I'm all set." Jaws collectively dropped. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. He had awakened his magical power. Murmurs of awe broke out among the onlookers, and Irene just gave a slight smile, thinking to himself, "It's not that big a deal. All I did was summon a sword." At that moment, Kirill bit her lip in frustration. She reached into her bag, pulled out 3 tiny blades, and tossed them into the air, where they instantly grew to full size. "Let's just get this over with," she said, pointing all 3 swords at him. He smiled nervously and asked, "Hey, is it too late to take back what I said?" 3 swords came flying at him at incredible speed. He managed to block the first one, thinking she just tossed them right. But the impact felt like it was going to shatter his arm. The girl had some serious power. He parried the second sword. It shot past him, and he immediately twisted to block the third, but he realized the second sword hadn't stopped. It was curving back around, heading right for him. "Look out!" his parents yelled in a panic. He spun around just in time, swinging his sword to deflect the attack. His sister, meanwhile, was gesturing with her hands, expertly controlling the floating blades as she sent a barrage of strikes his way, all of which he managed to fend off. Seeing him still on his feet, she let out an annoyed tsk. She waved her hands again, and her brother pressed his lips together, his focus absolute. He tracked the sword's every move as they closed in, kicking up a cloud of dust on their approach. Over by the gate, one guard muttered to the other, "Should we stop them?" who just stared back wide-eyed. What was he even thinking? Meanwhile, Marcus noticed the oppressive aura in the air had vanished. It hit him then that he'd just been deflecting her attacks the whole time. Frustrated that she still couldn't land a single hit, she clenched her fist. That's when she saw the swords shrink back to their normal size, clatter to the ground, and slowly fade away. A smirk spread across Marcus's face as he figured it out. Kirill, on the other hand, just burst into tears. She was just so unbelievably happy to see her brother again. Seeing her, their parents rushed in for a hug, tearing up themselves. Kirill called him a dragon, but he just walked over and told her not to get so worked up. This time, he was absolutely sure of his own strength, so he made the call. He told her he was sorry for making her wait so long. She threw her arms around him, sobbing, as he whispered that she did a great job. Later, as they headed to the palace, she got serious, telling him that he absolutely had to be careful. This upcoming expedition was a whole different level of dangerous than the last one. When he asked why she dropped the news on him, demons had shown up. He just stared at her, completely stunned. She explained they'd found signs of them in the southern part of Girin's territory about a month ago. Demons are beings that wield incredible power, which they get by making a pact with the devil. In a way, they're not too different from sorcerers. But that twisted, unholy energy pouring out of them makes them way more dangerous than your average monster. She gave him a long, thoughtful look, then shook her head worriedly. "This isn't going to work. It's better if I go with you." He immediately got to his feet and strode toward her, but she shot back. "If you're going, why can't I? Besides, you just saw for yourself how strong I am." He had to admit she had a point and was about to say something, but just then her teacher, Skeena Kitten, swept into the room. "That's not happening. You have a very important event in 2 weeks. Teacher, what are you doing here?" Seeing her, Kirill's face completely lit up as she rushed over. "How did you get here? My student's big brother finally breaks out of a barrier after 5 years, and you think I'd miss it?" Skeena's gaze shifted to him. "So you must be Irene Perea." "It's a true pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard quite a bit," she said, adding with a wink, "and I'm the most expressive witch you'll ever find." Caesar, completely surprised, greeted her back, thinking to himself, "Wait, didn't I hear she was supposed to be over 50 this year? Maybe she used some kind of rejuvenation magic," he wondered. "You're right, I did," she said with a grin, making him jump. "And I bet that's exactly what you were thinking." He stammered awkwardly. "So with magic you can actually read minds." "Not quite," she answered. "But you don't need magic to know what a boy is thinking. My, what a looker. A woman this charming is really Kier's teacher," he thought. "He thinks so, right?" Kier turned to her brother, annoyed. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Take away her magic and she's a complete train wreck." Skeena immediately wrapped her in a hug. "Aw, you meant to say, I'm the best at magic, didn't you? You're just too shy to say it directly." Flustered and furious, Curiel sputtered, "When have I ever said anything like that?" Skeena simply looked over at Irene and said, "And on top of that, for the last 5 years, this sweet girl has talked about almost nothing but you." Curiel shrieked, trying to cut her off, but her teacher just smirked. "What was that, dear?" "If you want me to be quiet, you'll be a good little student and wait for me in the room." Curiel looked down, gritting her teeth in embarrassment. Our hero was floored. He'd never seen anyone handle his sister so flawlessly. After she'd left, the sorceress apologized to him. "Sorry about that. Our first meeting got a little messy, didn't it? To be Curiel's teacher, you have to have a much stronger will than she does." He assured her it was fine, and she remarked, "You're very different from your sister in a lot of ways." "You think so?" He chuckled. She then presented a pendant. "Frankly, I came to give you this. It's an artifact that helps track demonic energy and other risk factors. They say it can even neutralize some pretty powerful poisons." He felt awkward telling her he couldn't accept such an expensive gift, but she just pushed it toward him. "I didn't make it alone. Kirill helped. Every single day for 5 years, she prayed for your safe return and poured her own power into this. This is the happiest I've ever seen her since I took her on as my student. So please take our gift." He took it with a grateful smile. "Thank you. I promise I'll use it well." With that, Skeena headed for the door, saying over her shoulder, "Kirill has one amazing older brother. You're much more than I expected." She flashed him a final smile, and then she was gone. He looked around his room, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. Everything was perfect. His parents were okay. Kirill had a fantastic teacher. He walked to his nightstand, placed his hand on the crystal ball, and thought, "All right, Lulu, where are you?" Before long, the expedition was underway, and he made his way to the temporary staging area. He was perched on a supply box by himself, just lost in thought. He recalled asking his sister about Lulu. She'd told him Lulu stuck around the estate for another couple of months and then just vanished. She hadn't seen her since and didn't know anything else. She clearly didn't want to talk about it and started to leave, but he told her he understood why she wasn't a fan and that none of it was Lulu's fault. It wasn't anybody's fault. It was simply what he had wanted. Kirill had asked him what he was getting at. He'd gone quiet for a moment before giving an awkward smile, asking her to try not to dislike Lulu so much if they ever met again. She didn't respond at first, but after a few seconds she promised she'd try. While he was mulling things over, a few of the others started gossiping about him. Some guy named Kevin mentioned he never in a million years thought he'd see him on the roster. His buddy chimed in, "Yeah, didn't the rumors say he was trapped in some magical barrier?" Kevin just scoffed, "You think that's not total nonsense? I guarantee 100% he lied about the whole thing so he could just lounge around in bed. So what's he even doing on a punitive mission anyway? I heard he's a total rookie when it comes to monsters." His friend countered, "Well, if he shows off the same skills he did back then, he should be fine." The other guy just sighed, clearly annoyed, hoping he wouldn't just be dead weight. And wouldn't you know it, Ryan was sitting just close enough to overhear their entire chat. He glanced over at Irene, thinking he had no clue where this guy had been hiding all this time, but he was definitely glad their paths had crossed. He was absolutely going to get some payback for that earlier humiliation. Meanwhile, the two guys kept on talking. The first guy said to his friend, "Well, look at you decided to show up after all. I figured you'd be too terrified of the demons to come." His friend just grinned and shot back, "Who do you take me for? Thanks to these demons, the royal capital sent out the big guns, a whole squad of Sunset Knights, mages, and priests. On top of that, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights himself, Sir Hill Burnett, is leading this whole show. Speak of the devil. The very man he was talking about appeared right behind him, though he was completely oblivious. Ryan tensed up the moment he saw him, but Kevin was still blabbering on about how there was nothing to lose on a trip like this. If anything, my reputation will only get a boost. There was no way I was going to miss this. His friend frantically tried to shut him up, but he just asked, "What's your problem?" The moment he turned around and saw the deputy commander, he let out a yelp of fright. Every head snapped toward the noise, stunned by the commander's presence. Hill stood there with a grim look on his face. He announced that it would be in the best interest of all the aristocrats present to simply sit this punitive expedition out. Everyone stared at him in utter disbelief as he continued saying he'd be handling the demon raid with his own forces exclusively. Viscount Garin sputtered indignantly. "What is the meaning of this? How can you make such a critical decision on your own? This is completely ridiculous." Hill retorted, "Demons aren't even in the same league as monsters. That's something even children are aware of." However, it seems the all-knowing aristocrats from the south somehow missed that memo. At that moment, a terrifying pressure crashed down on them all. "My fighters and I," he continued, "are armed with unwavering faith and a fierce loyalty to our nation. Therefore, we are more than prepared to eradicate these unholy demons. What we are not prepared to do, however, is join an expedition with nobles more concerned with personal glory than with the safety of the continent and the peace of this country. Any objections?" The pressure lifted as suddenly as it had arrived. The aristocrats gasped for air, still reeling from the shock. Irene was the only one who seemed completely unfazed. Suddenly, Ryan dropped to one knee before him, and Hill demanded, "Who are you to dare block my path?" An immense pressure bore down on Ryan alone, making him break out in an uneasy, nervous sweat. He bit his lip until it bled, using the pain to focus, and announced, "I am the eldest son of the Guy family." Hill asked what he wanted. Ryan replied, "We will make no excuses. We were deeply sorry. We became complacent before this battle against the demons, but it will not happen again. We will follow the example set by you and your Sunset Knights. We will do everything in our power to purge every last drop of carelessness from our ranks. So please, I ask you to give us this chance." The deputy commander's stern face broke into a smile, and he released the pressure and began to laugh. He apologized, saying, "Perhaps my little joke about banning you all from the raid went a bit too far. I don't have that kind of authority anyway. Besides, seeing the heads of the great families fight demons with their own hands is what gives the people peace of mind." Phil chuckled nervously, then added, "Of course, everything I said about being careless in front of demons was absolutely true. I expect you all to be in peak condition for tomorrow's departure." And with that, night began to fall. Back in his tent, Hill found himself thinking about that kid Ryan. He certainly had talent, but the real issue was that no one else seemed to stand out at all. He was pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of Tom Miller, one of the knights errant. Peeking into the tent, his face lit up. "Well, look who it is. It's been ages, so what brings you to my neck of the woods? Don't just stand there, get in here." And with that, the two old friends started catching up. Hill chuckled. "So I hear you've taken on a student. Rumor has it the kid's a real prodigy. He's promising." He replied a bit guarded. "He's from the 27th class of the Golden Generation, the one Chrono Academy is so famous for. You think I'm being too hard on him?" Tom burst out laughing. "Yeah, about that. He ended up getting kicked out before he even officially enrolled. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure he could wipe the floor with most of the current grads, but he's no Ilya Lindsay, that's for sure." Hill's ears perked up. "Wait, are you talking about the Ilya Lindsay, the prodigy from the Eden Kingdoms? The very same one who absolutely aced the final assessment but then just walked away from the academy? The story goes that right after ditching the academy at 14, she was made an honorary member of the In Kingdom's elite Moonlight Knights. In other words," Tom said grimly, "another monster like Ignet just showed up on the scene." Hill let out a sigh, a wry smile on his face. "Man, I'm jealous. Why can't we get talent like that in the Hale Kingdom?" "What are you talking about?" the old man countered. "According to my student, there's a beast who's practically Ilya's equal, and he's from Hale." The man just laughed. "Come on, I'm too old to fall for a gag like that. Who do you take me for?" Tom let out a deep sigh. "You really haven't heard during the final evaluation. There was another student who was practically neck and neck with Ilya. The difference was tiny. He came in second. My student saw him in action and said it was mind-blowing." This was news to Hill. "Wait, what? This is the first I'm hearing of any of this. So is this kid at Chrono Academy now?" he asked. "Nope," came the reply. "He left too for some reason. Since he's from Hale, he's probably part of this raid. I haven't seen anyone like that, and believe me, I'd know." Hill shot up from his chair. "What's his name?" he demanded. The old man paused for a moment before answering. "His name is Irene Peria." Sometime later, they were on the move again. Spotting a wide-open clearing up ahead, he called out to the knights. "All right, let's take a break here. Grab a bite to eat." A few of the knights moved to follow his orders, while the rest took the chance to relax. One knight plopped down against a tree, nudging his buddy. "Hey, get a load of those two." Two nobles were actually training. The knight remarked, "I guess it's better than nothing, right? Still, aren't they laying it on a bit thick?" His friend shrugged. They're not bad, I'll give him that. Especially Ryan. He's definitely a cut above the rest. His father, meanwhile, watched with glee, thinking to himself, that's it, son, keep drawing everyone's eyes. The gap between our family and the Parias has widened way too much over the last few years. It'll be tough to close it. But if we can take the lead in this raid, we could restore our family's standing. And for that, I need Ryan to shine. He has to catch the deputy commander's eye no matter what it takes. Right on cue, Hill started walking toward Ryan, whose heart leaped. Is he coming to give me some pointers personally? Looks like my performance yesterday really impressed the deputy commander. Ryan thought, a smug smile playing on his lips as he saw Hill approaching from the corner of his eye. Time to really turn it on and show him something spectacular. And then the commander walked right past him. Ryan froze for a second, a little stunned, before quickly composing himself. It's fine, totally fine. There's plenty of time. He glanced back to see where Hill was headed, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Why is the deputy commander walking over to him? Looking up, Irene found Hill standing right in front of him. Irene quickly got to his feet as Hill sized him up, recalling the conversation he'd had with his knights about the boy. That's the heir to the Peria family, one of them had said. The one they call the Lazy Lord. Isn't he infamous down in the southern part of the Hale Kingdom? Word is, the reason nobody knew where he was is because he got himself trapped somewhere by some kind of magic. Hill found this fascinating. So why did he ditch the academy enrollment and just go home, he wondered. And what's this other story I heard something about his little sister? I can't make heads or tails of it. Bringing his attention back to the present, Hill called out to him. Irene looked up. Deputy Commander, is there something I can help you with? While I'm in charge of this operation, it's raid leader. Hill corrected him, then decided to cut straight to the chase. Every other young man here is using this break to hone their sword skills. They're all putting in the effort, but you're just sitting here relaxing. I have to ask, where does all that confidence come from? I apologize if I seem insincere, Irene replied calmly. But the fact that I'm not training right now doesn't mean I'm not trying. And why is that? Hill pressed. Irene's response was simple. Because my heart isn't in it yet. The man shot him a puzzled look, so Kevin did a perfect sarcastic impression of Irene throwing his own words right back at him. Ryan told him to shut it, but Hill cut in, remarking, Now that's a fascinating answer. Would you care to elaborate? Our hero explained that he'd joined the demon-slaying expedition. On top of that, he figured it was a good way to build up his family's reputation by getting some real action. The man nodded, appreciating his candidness. As it happens, he said, I'm trying to figure out my own place in this whole operation. His raiding experience was practically zero. That's why he decided to focus on something other than just mindlessly training. When it comes to real effort, it's not just about going through the motions, it's about the mindset behind it. When he said his heart wasn't in it, he meant that for someone at his level, just practicing with a sword didn't count as true effort anymore. Hill was completely captivated by him. Right then, one of the knights came up and announced it was time for them to head out. At that, he spun around to face the squad and barked, All right, everybody line up, we're moving out. Irene was about to get in formation, but Hill stopped him saying, Walk with me, we have more to discuss. As they began to move, Ryan clicked his tongue in annoyance, but Phil just advised him to cool his jets and wait for the right moment. An opportunity was bound to pop up, or he could always just create one himself. What do you say to that? He asked. A grin spread across his face as he replied, You know that second option sounds a whole lot more appealing. Meanwhile, Hill asked, Does this mean you're now armed, so to speak? He confirmed with a nod and added, If you're feeling a bit skeptical, I'm happy to show you my sword. Let's skip the unnecessary formalities then, he said, eyeing him closely and thinking, Is he actually telling me he's awakened his magic? The more I hear, the more unbelievable this gets. He gestured for him to pick up where they'd left off. You mentioned there was something I should be focusing on besides just sword training. What would that be? He held up 3 fingers. First off, I've never actually killed anyone. Because of that, I'm getting my head in the right space to handle the shock and confusion that's supposed to come with your first kill. Second, from what I've gathered, nothing is more dangerous for a greenhorn warrior than a sudden rush of blood to the head. So I'm keeping my excitement on a tight leash and focusing on following orders so I don't cause problems for my superiors. And third, it's about the demonic energy that the demons and their grotesque minions give off. I need to sharpen all my senses to learn how to detect and pinpoint the enemy's presence ahead of time. And that's pretty much it. After he finished, the man chuckled and noted, That sounds far more grounded than I expected. I like that. Yo, thank you, he replied, and the commander advised, Just don't try to carry the whole world on your shoulders right away. Let the experienced soldiers handle that last part. Then with a smile, he added, "We brought priests along specifically to detect demonic energy, so you just concentrate on the other stuff." He trailed off when he saw that Irene had frozen solid, his eyes locked on something in the distance. He quickly spun around to see what had captured his attention and saw an absolutely enormous monster looming over them. A deafening stomp shook the ground, startling everyone, and the commander yelled, "Enemy at our rear, get ready for a fight now!" He commanded the knights to create a defensive line, and for the nobles to pull back and shield the mages and priests. "Move toward the 9 o'clock position. There's a huge group of creatures over there. Engage them on sight and maintain a safe zone for our support." The knights followed his command and charged into the battle. He then turned to face the giant, thinking that he'd leave the smaller fry to the knight squad. Only he had what it took to bring down that giant. The second he took a step towards it, Irene shot past him like a bullet. The giant let out a tremendous roar. Our hero drew his blade, and Hill's jaw dropped when he saw the sparks of magic. In the blink of an eye, Irene was right on top of the giant and unleashed a powerful slash, splitting the monster's body right down the middle. He instantly reappeared behind the monster as his father stared at him, his face a mask of concern. Just then, the giant roared as its body stitched itself back together, and as it turned, the commander screamed a warning about the danger. The creature took aim at our hero, swung its arm back, and then brought it down with all its might, cracking the earth under their feet and making his father cry out in panic. The monster paused, seeming to wait for something, and then Irene burst out of a thick cloud of dust, scrambled up its arm, leaped to the side, swung his sword, and sliced the limb clean off. The giant let out a piercing shriek of pain. Our hero landed neatly beside the severed arm as the monster lunged right at him. He spun around, unleashing another powerful strike that sent the giant careening sideways. It crashed through a whole line of trees, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A moment later, a hulking shadow shifted within the dust cloud as the monster slowly turned to face him again. It let out a terrifying roar and charged straight for him. The commander frantically yelled for the kid to fall back, but his words fell on deaf ears. He just focused, pouring every last ounce of his energy into his next swing and brought his weapon down hard on the creature. He shattered the tornado that had him pinned down, unleashing powerful wind currents throughout the entire area. After that, a massive cloud of dust swelled over the forest. Once the air cleared, the monster was completely gone, along with a pretty big chunk of the forest itself. Everyone there was just staring, unable to process what they'd just witnessed, but for Hill, everything suddenly clicked. So he was real after all. The legendary beast of the High Kingdom had actually shown up. Irene, meanwhile, slid his sword back into its sheath. Spotting his knights still clashing with monsters, Hill shouted for everyone to get their heads in the game. The fight wasn't finished. He commanded the squad to wipe out the remaining stragglers, and in no time all the monsters in the vicinity were taken care of. One of the knights ran up to the commander with an update. Everyone was okay. No injuries, no deaths. Hill gave a nod of approval. He then announced they'd take a quick breather before getting back into formation. Meanwhile, our hero was just staring off into the distance, wondering, what was that all about? The moment he saw that giant pure rage just took over. He'd never had an emotional outburst like that before, and it felt incredibly strange. For that brief moment, it was like he wasn't even himself. He was pulled from his thoughts by Hill walking up to him. The commander sized him up with a serious expression and said his name grimly, asking if he had any clue what he'd just done. That's fair. Irene looked down guiltily and apologized for ignoring orders and acting on impulse. He admitted that even though they had gone over the plan, his emotions got the better of him and he just did his own thing. And for that, I'm truly sorry, he finished. The commander suddenly broke into a laugh. Wow, can't you take a little ribbing? Come on, look up. He gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and said that on a mission like this, everyone shares the same objective to eliminate the monsters threatening the kingdom. And you did an outstanding job, he continued, because you handled that giant so decisively the squad didn't take any major hits. We'll go over the finer points later, but for now, my congratulations. Your grand debut was nothing short of mind-blowing. He turned to leave, adding, I'll be expecting more of that same energy from you. With a smile, our hero thanked him. Right after his father rushed over, a worried look on his face, asking if he was hurt. He replied that he was perfectly fine, just a bit covered in dust. His father immediately pulled him into a tight embrace and told him how incredibly proud he was. Those words hit Irene right in the heart. He hugged his dad back and thanked him. Elsewhere, Ryan was up to no good. He turned to Jack and asked if he was all set. Jack confirmed it, and gripping his sword with seething anger, he told him to get started immediately. After their short rest, the group set off again, and Hill asked our hero, "So that little trinket of yours can really detect demonic energy?" He nodded and explained that his younger sister, a sorceress, had crafted it with her mentor. They told him it would probably be useful on the expedition. The man looked at it amazed and thought to himself that sorcerers were truly on another level. But could a little artifact like that really pinpoint demonic energy faster than the priest's holy relics? As if on cue, the crystal began to flash, signaling an enemy nearby. Our hero called out a warning that something was approaching from the left, and the commander instantly motioned for everyone to prepare for a fight. Spearmen form a line on the left. They snapped into their positions just as the nearby bushes began to rustle. A moment later, monsters leaped out from the woods, and Hill thought he was right again. This can't be a coincidence. He ordered the squad to charge the enemy and finish them in one go. The monsters were taken care of in a flash. As they pressed on, the commander told Irene that from this point forward he'd be relying on his artifact, not the priest's holy items. The instant he sensed any demonic energy, he was to report it. He agreed, and Ryan, watching from a distance, cursed under his breath. As evening approached, they set up camp and got a fire going for dinner. While eating, the knights started chatting about Irene. One of them asked if it was true he was only 21 years old, yet already had skills like that. So does that mean his level is already expert class, or are people just exaggerating? His buddy replied that it had to be true. He'd seen him wiping out monsters with his own eyes. Seriously, who else on this continent other than an expert could do something like that all by themselves? His friend had to agree, adding that the giant looked a lot tougher than your standard mid-level monster. Where has a guy like this been hiding all this time? Our hero, in the middle of his own meal, noticed his crystal was glowing again, but this time it had turned pitch black, which made him put his food down immediately. He remembered his sister's warning. If the artifact ever turned black, it meant it had detected poison. The good news was it also had a detoxification feature, so all he had to do was wait for the artifact to return to its normal color. He waited, thinking to himself that it really looked like someone was targeting him specifically. He had naturally assumed there'd be some rivalry among the families, but he never imagined an opponent would make a move this brazenly. He's pretty sure it has to be one of the three major families, and he'd bet good money it was the House of Gyron. Yeah, Dad definitely didn't need to hear about this. No sense in making him worry. He decided it was best to keep this whole thing under wraps until he could handle it himself. He waited for the artifact to finish purging the poison from his meal, and as he resumed eating, he felt a piece of paper tucked under his plate. Sure enough, it was a note with a blunt warning that the food was poisoned. Looking it over, he saw the handwriting was incredibly sloppy. Was it an attempt to hide their identity, or was it just scrawled in a major hurry? He pocketed the note and went back to his food, thinking it was pretty surprising that anyone had even bothered to help him. Who could have sent it? Not too far off, Jack was peeking from behind a tree, watching his every move. A doubtful frown crossed Jack's face as he wondered if he was doing the right thing. Once Irene finished eating, the commander approached him with an offer of a duel. His reasoning was that he needed to get a proper feel for Irene's full potential, which would be valuable information for the next punitive expedition. Irene was a little taken aback by the proposition at first, but he readily agreed. With that settled, the members of the expedition cleared out an open space for them and gathered around, buzzing with excitement for the fight. They all found a spot to sit, while Hill stood opposite Irene, drew his weapon, and told him to get ready. In response, Irene's sword simply materialized in his hand out of thin air, making the watching knights' jaws collectively drop. That was certainly not on their list of expectations. The commander then announced that the duel was purely a test of skill. Pouring his power into his blade, he asked, "How about we settle this in a single blow?" He agreed without a shred of hesitation, a small smirk forming on his face as he noted the commander's confidence. Was this calm just a result of being used to these situations? No, it felt more profound than that. He was actually enjoying this, realizing he was far more decisive than he gave himself credit for. The commander then unleashed his immense pressure, causing the soldiers watching nearby to get seriously antsy. He was like a cornered beast, but the main character wasn't the least bit intimidated. To him, his own spirit felt as unbending as steel. But then he noticed something peculiar. The kid's spiritual energy was actually growing stronger. He saw a ghostly silhouette of a massive swordsman form behind the young man and tightened his grip on his own sword, thinking, "If I don't take this seriously, I'm going to be completely devoured." The realization just made him even more fired up. A nearby knight nervously observed that the second in command was now 100% serious. At that exact moment, another knight came jogging towards them, holding a bowl of stew, excitedly calling out that he'd made it. He was hoping they hadn't started, but he failed to stop in time, tripped over a log, and went flying stew and all splatting down right between them. This completely broke Hill's concentration. He glanced over as the clumsy knight frantically sputtered that he would clean everything up immediately. After that interruption, the commander turned his gaze back to Irene and announced that they were done for the day. The soldiers who had been on the edge of their seats let out a collective groan of disappointment, but Hill just repeated that it was enough. From this point forward, he could act on his own authority without seeking permission first. The main character was a little surprised by this, and the man added with a smile that he figured someone with his skills was better off having free rein. He conceded that his abilities were easily at the expert level. After that, he told everyone to hit the hay. Irene was in the same tent as his father, but unlike the older man, he couldn't get to sleep. He kept thinking that the feeling during the fight with the giant and the duel with the commander were similar, but at the same time had subtle differences. He had a distinct feeling that the burning sensations were trying to completely enslave him, robbing him of the right to control his own body. It was just like that very first day when he initially had the dream. Closing his eyes, he saw the man once again and thought, so it really was him. He was sure he'd somehow escaped that presence. So why was it showing up again? But this time something felt off. The man was angry. The dream was different, and that man had never once shown any emotion before. So why was he so furious? A moment later, that very question shocked him awake, and he sat bolt upright. As he struggled to catch his breath, he realized that when the man in the dream changed, something inside him changed as well, and he feared that this time the change might have already set in. Following that thought, he got dressed and slipped out of the tent with Ryan trailing right behind him. He turned to Jack and demanded to know if he hadn't ordered him to put poison in the food yesterday. He told him he saw the guy eat everything. The younger man asked why it didn't seem to affect him at all. He shot back that he didn't get it either, since that poison was supposed to work in an instant. Ryan then ordered him to use a double dose today, which made Jack go pale, as he insisted it was far too dangerous. If he used too much, it would be more than just an illness. Ryan grabbed him by the head and told him to shut it. After that, he shot him a glare and asked if he was actually getting worried about Irene right in front of him. Jack apologized, and he sneered, asking why he was even like this. He knew perfectly well how much that idiot got on his nerves. Apparently, his father's influence was completely wasted on him. He was to do everything exactly as he was told and not forget who it was he owed his current position to. Jack looked down totally dejected and told him he'd remember. When the main character ate, he detected the poison again and just thought to himself that this guy was nothing if not persistent. Is this going to be his go-to move every single time? Still, it was a relief to know at least one person had his back. He shot a quick smile at the warning note, and then they were off. Noticing he looked a little down, the commander asked if everything was all right, but he just brushed it off, saying he was fine. His gaze flickered away as a sense of unease settled over him. A split second later, his artifact pulsed, alerting him to danger. He yelled out, "Monsters on the left, I'll handle them," and bolted forward. Instantly, a handful of them broke off and charged right at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and cut them down in a single arc. Just as they fell, a much larger beast leaped at him. Though his gut told him to punch it, he caught the attack with his blade instead. Locking eyes with the beast from under his brow, he drove his sword home for the kill, but there seemed to be no end to them. As one rushed him from his blind spot, Hill intercepted it, taking the monster down in an instant. "Leave your six to me," he shouted. Once the coast was clear, the knights couldn't stop gushing to Irene about how impressive he was. He offered a grateful nod, and eventually they gave him a moment to himself. A smile touched his lips as he watched them leave. His eyes then fell to his hand, which he slowly closed into a fist, thinking that his senses were only getting stronger. He'd picked up on the demonic energy even before his artifact did. Could this also be because of him? What is the connection between them? Meanwhile, Ryan was seeing red. He let out a loud curse, his anger just spurring him on even more. How could this have happened? Jack piped up, saying he'd seen the artifact that detects demonic energy give off a shimmer. It seems to have some sort of cleansing property. In a fit of rage, Ryan smashed his fist against a nearby tree and yelled, "Don't tell me his little sister is behind this. Why is she meddling in things she shouldn't? What am I supposed to do now? No, wait, there's still a way. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll just have to eliminate the demon myself." Sometime later, they arrived at the mouth of a cave. The commander stated, "This is it, the demon's lair." He thinks the cave looks man-made. "Irene, you're on point with me." Ryan stepped forward, addressing the commander. "Sir, I'll join the vanguard as well." The commander considered it for a second, then nodded. "All right, but don't you dare slack off." No sooner had they stepped inside the cave than the haunting melody of a violin reached their ears. A really lovely melody. One of the knights murmured, "I think I hear a piano too." At that very moment, the gloomy stone walls of the cave seemed to melt away. It felt like they had been transported to a lavish ballroom, the sense of danger completely vanishing from their minds. The MC glanced at the other knights, a deep sense of unease washing over him. Were they all hallucinating? "Can music really do all this?" he yelled, trying to break through their daze. "It's a trap. Everyone snap out of it." At that moment, the commander inhaled deeply through his nose and unleashed a window-rattling sneeze. The sudden earth-shattering sound was enough to jolt everyone back to reality. He bellowed, "If you see anyone still dazed, shake 'em awake. You can't afford to fall for the demon's cheap tricks." With the illusion shattered, the knights glanced around nervously. They pressed on, entering a vast hall. In the center sat a demon at a grand piano. "Oh, my," she purred, "it seems I have guests." What a rare treat. Hill tensed up immediately. This demon was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Her head swiveled to face them with an unsettling crack. "Perhaps you'd care to hear another composition?" she asked, her voice like honey. Then she gracefully rose from the piano bench. Skeletal violinist drifted to her side, and Hill couldn't help but stare. "Is this a demon?" Aside from her crimson eyes, she looked perfectly human. He couldn't believe she could maintain a stable form even after borrowing so much demonic power. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a demon of this caliber. Ryan swallowed hard, trying to hype himself up. He was going to show Irene who was really on top. The demon announced, "I would be simply delighted to perform one final piece for you all. Any objections?" "Shut your mouth, fiend!" Viscount Garin roared. The commander simply raised a hand, silencing him. The demon's smile faltered for a moment. Now you should at least hear me out." She played her instruments exquisitely. The melody you heard earlier, she boasted, was merely an appetizer. She wanted to let them experience her true self. The melody would be as thick and sweet as a feather bed, ready to embrace their tired bodies. The Viscount's expression immediately went slack as he fell under her spell. "Perhaps," she continued softly, "the music will feel as lovely as a pleasant dream." "Snap out of it!" The commander bellowed, his shout jarring them back to their senses. "Do not look the demon in the eyes, or you'll fall under her control." But then Ryan suddenly lurched forward. Someone nervously shouted for him to stop, but he paid them no mind, his thoughts consumed with being the best. He had to be the one to slay the demon. He was going to end this with a single strike. The demoness instantly whipped her hair at him like a volley of spears. He managed to deflect the attack with a swing of his sword, but the living strands of hair just coiled near him, completely uncut by his blade. The demon's pleasant expression soured. "And just what," she hissed, "do you think you're doing, model? You think you can just chop off my hair?" Instantly, her locks twisted into a massive hand and lunged for the man, but Jack leaped in front to shield him. "Get back," Jack warned. "This is too dangerous." Ryan hesitated, wanting a chance to prove himself, but in that split second, the demoness snatched Jack by the head and lifted him into the air. She pulled him close, smiling sweetly. "Well, now a pleasure to meet you." Then she glanced at the horrified knights and chirped, "Oh, don't you all look so worried." "I'm not actually going to kill him," she cooed. "I'm a pacifist at heart, you know." She dangled him to the side as the commander roared, "What kind of devilry is this?" Smirking, she offered, "Let's make a deal. The life of this handsome and noble knight in exchange for the freedom of a beautiful and brilliant girl like me. It's a pretty sweet deal, right? Just clear a path for me, and I'll drop your friend off somewhere safe once I'm clear." The commander faltered, then urged Viscount Garin, "Please don't get involved." But his plea was ignored. The Viscount clicked his tongue in disgust and bellowed, "The House of Garin does not negotiate with demonic filth." How sad, she sighed dramatically upon hearing his reply. Poor Jack sacrificing himself for his family, only to protect an arrogant fool. Her grip tightened on his neck, making him choke. "All right, then, let's change the terms, shall we?" A wicked glint shone in her eyes. Her gaze fixed on Ryan, who froze on the spot, completely paralyzed. "Son, get back in formation," his father cried out, but Ryan couldn't budge. "Everyone prepare for battle." Hill commanded, but just then a tendril of hair shot out and snagged Ryan, making his father scream his name in terror. Now she held 2 members of the esteemed Garin family hostage. She hoisted them both toward the ceiling to keep them out of the fray, prompting the commander to order an immediate assault. But the Viscount threw himself in front of the knights, blocking them. "Wait!" The commander was furious. "What is he doing? Tell him to move this instant." The Viscount ground his teeth and barked an order to his personal guard. "Your duty is to protect the main heir. Stop the Sunset Knights." His men immediately moved to intercept the commander's company, who roared with outrage. "Does he really think he can get away with this?" The Viscount's temper flared. "Shut your mouth. I have to save my son, and I will not back down." He then turned back to the demoness. Are those negotiations still an option? Of course, she confirmed. I swear on the name of my master Lustro. With that assurance, the Viscount called out to Baron Russell and Baron Lester for their support. You two know perfectly well what happens if you refuse me, don't you? Meanwhile, the commander turned to his own knights and, as leader of the punitive force, gave a chilling order. Show no mercy to anyone who interferes with this raid, regardless of their name or rank. At that, both the Viscount and the commander yelled for their men to attack. The demoness simply burst out laughing. Now this is what I call a show, don't you think? She gently set Jack down. You all reacted so differently than I expected. If I were in your shoes, my poor heart would be shattered. So what's the plan now? What other ridiculous stunts are you going to pull for my amusement? Are you all just waiting eagerly? As her gaze swept the room, she noticed a lone figure standing away from the others and thought, what's his story? Why's he over there? When did he even show up? And who in their right mind closes their eyes at a time like this? She paid him no mind, and in that same instant, Irene's eyes snapped open. He shot toward her with a burst of speed that stunned her completely. She had absolutely no time to react. His blade sliced through her, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. The impact sent her flying, smashing through everything in her path, leaving even Hill speechless. As Irene refocused, the demoness struggled to her feet. Her body was regenerating, but far too slowly for her comfort, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she locked eyes with her opponent, her mind racing. I can't believe I went down from such a minor scratch. The second she recovered a bit, the hero charged again. She decided to use her hostages as shields to buy time, but he masterfully slipped between them and in a flash severed her arm. She shrieked again, staring in disbelief. He's completely ignoring the hostages, she thought frantically. His only target is me. Undeterred by her furious glare, Irene pivoted and rushed in again. She shoved the hostages out of her way so they wouldn't interfere and prepared to stop him head-on. The moment he got close, she wrapped her body in a dense cocoon that his blade couldn't cut through. Still, the force of his attack sent her flying backward. She was relieved she had managed to block the hit. Now she could finally take a moment to recover. But then she realized her demonic energy wasn't gathering properly. A single lock of her own hair drifted down in front of her. She stared at him, shocked. Was that really his doing? No, it can't be. A mere human boy shouldn't have that kind of strength. Just then the hero lifted his sword high above his head and brought it down with all his might, slamming her deeper into the ground. Incredibly, her cocoon held firm. He just kept wailing on her, and with every hit, her shield started to look more and more fragile. She couldn't wrap her head around it. He'd actually punched right through her defenses. But this lady was tougher than she looked. Irene let out a yell and swung again, a horrible thought flashing through her mind. Oh, I've made a huge mistake. There was just no way she could beat him. One tiny misstep, and it would be lights out for her. There was a massive flash of light, and the cocoon thing started to crack. Our guy stood his ground, just pouring all his weight into the sword. Hill was watching him with a pretty worried look on his face. Everyone else was just standing there, jaws on the floor. When the light faded, a huge dust cloud billowed up, and then some kind of lump shot out of it. Hill immediately bolted after it. He let out a huge roar, raised his sword for a swing, and then just froze solid. Turns out it was only her top half. Where was the rest of her? In the meantime, she was doing a surprisingly fast army crawl toward the exit. She glanced over her shoulder to see if she was being followed and saw his silhouette standing in the dust cloud. A second later, he swung his sword. The dust settled, and she spun around, clearly nervous, and that's when he shot toward her like a rocket. The moment he reached her, her body just split apart. Her last thought was, where in the world did he get that kind of power? How embarrassing. She couldn't believe she'd lost to some random guy. With that, her body crumbled to dust, and a giant crack spiderwebbed across the ground from the impact. The knights watching from the sidelines just yelled out in shock. He actually beat the demon. Irene took her down. His father looked incredibly proud. Hill, smiling, said he was completely speechless. Meanwhile, Jack was finally getting himself untangled from a bunch of the demon's hair. Taking a deep breath, he stared in amazement at Irene, who was busy inspecting what was left of the demon. After they got back to their temporary camp in Gyron, one of the knights said, I seriously can't believe the whole expedition ended without a single person getting hurt. His buddy nodded right along with him. What's more, we were up against some super powerful mind-controlling demon, and Irene handled her all by himself. I'm just blown away. He is nothing like the rumors made him out to be. I still can't get that image of him slicing up the demon out of my head. It's about time someone awesome showed up in the Hale Kingdom. By the way, as soon as the second-in-command finishes up his business, we'll have to head back, won't we? His friend confirmed it, adding, "Yep, and we absolutely have to get everything sorted out. Something like this can never ever be allowed to happen again." Meanwhile, over at the Gyron estate, Phil was apologizing to Hill, claiming he felt just terrible about what happened. He said his mind just got all cloudy. He slammed his fist down on the table in a rage. "Just stop with the nonsense. Do you really think an excuse like that is going to work after everything that happened?" He just replied that he saw it for himself. He was definitely being mind-controlled. "My son is precious to me, but I'm not so stupid that I'd abandon a piece of our continent just because I'm attached to him. It was all that wicked demon's fault with her mind control," he insisted. Of course, Hill didn't buy a word of it, thinking to himself what a disgusting person he was. Everybody in the room knew he was perfectly sane, but there wasn't any stone-cold evidence to prove it. The Viscount knew it too, which is why he was smirking. All this time, our main character was just kicking back on his bed, trying to get some rest. He sat up thinking, that sword didn't show up just for some fancy noble family. It was a sword made for one thing, cutting down a demon. Could it really be because of that guy? Who is he and why does he keep messing with my head so much? A moment later, a servant announced that he had a guest, and Sir Jack Stewart walked into the room. Irene was a bit surprised. "What brings you here?" he asked. Jack replied, "I needed to tell you something about the punitive expedition. But first," he said, "I wanted to thank you for saving me." He just gave him a confused look, and the knight explained, "When that demon took me hostage, nobody else cared. Not the second-in-command, not my own subordinates, not even my master." Viscount Phil Guerin, MC, looked down at the floor, thinking this was all completely messed up. At that moment, he wasn't even thinking about hostages. He was just focused on killing the demon. Jack continued, "If it wasn't for you, I'd definitely be dead. So I wanted to thank you." Irene felt super awkward and had to look away. He started to say that it wasn't like that at all, but the guy cut him off. "There's something else," he said. "I was the one who put poison in your food." And MC was completely stunned by what he just heard. The knight suggested, "Maybe you should sit down first. I'll explain everything from the beginning." After he finished telling him the whole story, he said, "I know I shouldn't have done it, even if it was an order from my master. It was a terrible thing to do for a knight and just as a person. I know words aren't enough, but I am truly deeply sorry. I'll accept any punishment you see fit right now." Irene looked down, lost in thought, and then said, I kind of suspected something like this was going on. It all just happened. This whole situation's really confusing." After that, he pushed himself up from the table and said, "I'm really not in the mood for a conversation right now, so you should probably go." Jack called out to him, sounding anxious, but Irene, looking out the window, just said, "I'm not going to just forget about what happened, but for now my head is a total mess, so you should leave." He swore the man would pay for what he'd done. After he left, our hero just stood there, staring out the window for a bit when a familiar voice piped up, "Brooding isn't going to change a thing." He spun around instantly. It was Lulu. Her ears drooped with guilt as she asked, "Hey, you been okay?" He rushed over, asking where on earth she'd been all this time. He'd been looking everywhere, but she just turned her back, saying she couldn't face him. She was just too ashamed to even look him in the eye. If only she'd taught him a little better, she mumbled, he might have learned some other skill and wouldn't have been torn away from his family for 5 whole years. Irene watched her sadly, realizing she was blaming herself for him getting trapped in the witch world. Lulu's ears flattened again. "Kirill wouldn't be in so much pain. It's all my fault," she whispered. I'm so sorry." He reached out, telling her it wasn't her fault, but she leaped back in a panic, pleading with him not to touch her. She cried that she was bad luck, a black cat, a walking jinx. He just told her that was nothing but silly superstition. "Superstitions have power too," she shot back. "If enough people believe in something totally nuts, it starts to become real." She went on, "Even if you take a completely powerless creature, it becomes something amazing if people decide to believe in it. Witchcraft is just the built-up will of tons of people, and it can actually change the laws of the universe." As she spoke, Irene started to slowly creep closer, but she summoned a portal warning him that being near her would only bring him disaster. She declared she would never show her face to him again, and prepared to jump through. But he lunged forward in a flash and grabbed her. She thrashed in his arms, yelling, "What do you think you're doing? Let me go right now. My bad luck is contagious. You'll catch it." "Well then," he said, "from this day forward, black cats are a sign of good luck." She just stared. What kind of crazy talk is that everyone knows black cats are bad news? He just gave her a confident smile and said, "Not anymore. Everything's about to change because you're going to be with me." His belief that she brought good luck, he explained, was way stronger than everyone else's combined belief that she didn't. At that, the little cat couldn't hold it in anymore and just burst into tears. She hugged him tight, sobbing about how much she'd missed him. After she calmed down, they sat on the bed. "Is that even possible?" she asked. I mean, witchcraft is such a mysterious thing. He shrugged, admitting he had no idea, adding that he certainly never expected his old friends from the academy to pop up either. You even summon your sword with witchcraft now, Lulu observed. It's truly become your path. How'd you know that? He asked. She hopped off the bed with a little bounce. Because I've been with you ever since you came back. She revealed she'd been disguised as a white cat and had been the one leaving him all those notes during his trip. He was completely stunned. Her tone then became serious. I have to ask you something. During that fight with the demon, you seemed different, a lot more ferocious. Did something happen to you? He explained his suspicions, and she tapped her chin thoughtfully. This man in your dream sounds like he has a serious grudge against demons. Maybe that hate comes from the demon itself, and if he lived 150 years ago, it doesn't really matter, does it? Who cares what some guy from the past thinks? The real problem is that this random dude's will is influencing your soul. He nodded in agreement, and she quickly added, but it's okay. Sometimes the sword gets too heavy and you have to put it down for a minute. What's important is that you always pick it back up with all your strength. And if it ever gets too tough, she declared, I'll help you lift it. She then flexed a tiny bicep. I've been working out hard for 5 years, you know. I'm super strong now. Irene just laughed. What in the world are you doing? She started posing from different angles. Just look at these muscles. Pretty impressive, right? He smiled, thinking how glad he was that she was here. Being alone would just make all his worries feel 100 times bigger. True strength, he realized, was about walking forward with someone you can count on. On that note, he still had some loose ends to tie up. The promises he'd made to the academy headmaster, to Ilya, and to his friends, he hadn't seen in 5 long years. He wondered if they were all doing okay. Meanwhile, in a tent somewhere else, Hill was pacing nervously from one side to the other before stopping to curse loudly. He clenched his fist, fuming that the other noble houses were actually buying what the Viscount was selling. Does that fool really think he can get away with what he did to the Royal Knightly Detachment? For the good of the kingdom, for peace on this continent, I can't let that happen. No way. His thoughts were interrupted when a knight informed him that a guest had arrived. It looked like it was Jack. At that very moment, the Viscount was in his own office. He slammed his mug against the window in a fit of rage, yelling, What is this garbage? How can you even serve this slop? His maid offered a hurried apology, and he just ordered her to get out of his sight. The moment the door closed, he clicked his tongue nervously. He'd really thought that whole business from the expedition was finally settled. So what was he supposed to do now? This was the last real shot he had to restore his family's name. Then that little fool Irene Peria had to pop up out of nowhere and ruin absolutely everything. A knock sounded at the door. I already said I'm not seeing anyone today, he roared. Just leave me alone. Despite his outburst, Hill strolled right into the office with a chuckle. You seem a bit on edge, he remarked. The man immediately straightened up and replied, I believe our conversation was over. I was under the impression we had nothing left to discuss, Phil retorted. Hill just smiled. I don't have much time, so let's cut to the chase. A rather shameful event took place during the punitive mission. I've received information that the Viscaron family slipped poison into the Peria's food supply. Phil shot up from his chair in disbelief. What kind of ridiculous story is that? He strode toward Hill, demanding, Are you going to accuse me again without a shred of proof? This is utterly offensive. Get off my property immediately. Hill just smirked. And what if I told you I have evidence? The nobleman was fuming. That's enough. Get out of my home this instant. But before he could finish his tirade, Jack walked into the room, his face dark. This, Hill announced, is my witness to the event. He's told me the entire truth. I'm taking his voluntary confession into account, so his sentence will be lighter. He pointed an accusatory finger. This is absolute nonsense. Jack did that on his own. Tell him the truth, you coward. He was so panicked, his breathing grew shallow and a cold sweat slicked his skin. Jack just shook his head. You're still acting this disgracefully, even at the very end. How could you even say something like that? That's enough out of you, Hill barked, cutting him off. I will be submitting an official request to the kingdom to dispatch an investigation team. If his story is false, you shouldn't have any problem with an official inquiry. However, if his words prove true, you'd be wise to surrender peacefully, unless you want to lose everything you've worked for. With that settled, he left the estate and headed back to camp, thinking that things were finally starting to fall into place. Okay, now, I just need to get Irene to join the Sunset Knights. He swung onto his horse and told a nearby knight, I'm making a quick trip to the Peria estate. Make sure preparations are finished by the time I return. As he galloped away, he thought to himself, you just can't let a talent like that get away. But upon arriving, he was surprised to learn that Irene had already departed for Chrono Academy, which was completely unexpected. I was told he declined the invitation to join, and he said. Harun explained, My son mentioned he had some business to attend to over there. Besides, he technically enrolled in the academy 5 years ago. Hill was a bit disappointed he'd arrived too late. You have a remarkable son, he said. A true treasure for the kingdom, no, for the entire continent. Harun smiled warmly. Thank you for such kind words. As our hero made his way to the academy, Lulu asked, So this Ian fellow is the headmaster? Is he really that big of a deal? He confirmed with a nod. I've heard his skills are considered some of the best on the entire continent. He was the one who first showed me the path, the first teacher I ever genuinely respected. I'm hoping he might have some advice about my unstable condition. Of course, he added, even the headmaster himself probably can't do anything about my dreams. You never know, Lulu chirped. It can't hurt to ask, right? You just said yourself, he's the best swordsman on the continent. Anyone who's considered the absolute best in their field on a continental scale is basically a wizard. They have incredible willpower and abilities that defy all common sense. Irene cracked a smile. Maybe there really was a chance. Lulu tilted her head. So is he like your magic teacher? He laughed and confirmed, which made her absolutely ecstatic. She then leaped from his shoulder to the ground to properly prepare for their adventure. A cloud of purple smoke enveloped her, and when it cleared, she was wearing a brand new outfit. She now sported stylish boots on her paws, a tiny sword on her belt, a striking red bandana around her neck, and a little hat on her head. She struck a pose and grinned. Well, how do I look? Since this is a real journey, I figured I'd dress up a bit. That's so cool, he said. She puffed out her chest proudly. Oh, you know I don't usually dress like this. But with a little bit of effort, it was a piece of cake for me. He smiled, thinking this trip was going to be anything but boring. She pointed her sword forward confidently and declared, Chrono Academy, here we come. The world's greatest swordsmen were all heading to one destination, and soon enough, they found themselves in the grand city of Alcantara. As they wandered through the main square, Lulu piped up, So is this it? He simply nodded. The legendary Chrono Fencing Academy was indeed in this very city. Lulu's eyes sparkled as she took in the sights, exclaiming, Wow, there are so many magic lanterns, we could stay up playing all night long. Noticing some people practicing spells nearby, she excitedly grabbed Irene's arm, who followed her gaze to watch them. He smiled to himself, thinking that Alcantara had clearly blossomed into a major city all thanks to the academy, which had also seen its own impressive transformation. All right, let's find a place to stay for the night first, he suggested, to which she replied, It has to have a really cool name. They eventually settled on an inn named the Cradle of Swords, and since the name passed Lulu's coolness test, she was sold. She hopped down from his back, announcing, I'm going to take a look around. He just called back, Don't wander off for too long. After she left, he stepped inside and was impressed by how spacious the place was, but the tense atmosphere immediately put him on guard. Just about everyone, or rather absolutely everyone in the room, was carrying a sword, and they were all staring right at him, which made him wonder if he'd already broken some unwritten rule. A huge man stepped into his path and grumbled, Another one for the Chrono Academy, are you... He gave a nervous nod, which prompted a loud laugh from another man nearby who bellowed, Ha, they're really letting anyone in these days. His friend chuckled along as the big man told Irene, Listen, kid, anyone can talk a big game, but you'd better have a realistic idea of your own strength. Someone from another table chimed in, What are you talking about? Not just anyone can issue a challenge. What's the point of a kid like that even trying? He'll just get wiped out in an instant. The big man pointed a finger at the heckler, snarling, If you've got a problem, we can step outside and settle this right now. The other man agreed, and Irene just looked between them, totally confused about what was going on. The innkeeper waved him over, and as he approached the counter, he whispered, Shouldn't we, stop them? The man just let out a hearty laugh. Don't you worry. In the 10 years I've been running this place, there's never been a single fight. You're here for the academy, aren't you? He asked. Irene confirmed it, then asked, How does everyone know that? The innkeeper just grinned. How could they not? Pretty much everyone who comes in here is an academy guest. Regular folks don't stop by our establishment. It's just your kind. So have you passed the guest verification yet? Irene had no idea what he meant, and the innkeeper looked surprised. You're telling me you came here unprepared for any real fencer? The Chrono Academy is the ultimate dream. That's why so many people flock here. The sheer number of applicants got so overwhelming that they started turning everyone away, but most folks refused to leave without a proper reason. Some of them even started calling the academy staff cowards. That's how the whole guest confirmation system started. Every 2 weeks, the academy picks a day and hosts an event where you can prove yourself in a sword fight. To get an invitation, you need a mercenary badge. The innkeeper then led him towards the basement, and Irene thought to himself that this didn't really concern him. But on second thought, why not get a badge? He was a bit taken aback by how deep the basement stairs went. The innkeeper grinned over his shoulder. Pretty cool, right? There's a whole mercenary agency down here. You can't exactly run the test upstairs. It's way too noisy. Irene asked, "What kind of test are you talking about?" The man just told him he'd find out for himself soon enough. They descended into a small room where another man greeted them with a smile. "Well now, what brings you down at this hour? Did you bring a guest for the test?" While they were talking, Irene spotted a peculiar device sitting in the middle of the room. It was a strength measuring device. If you hit it, the force of your strike would appear on the screen above it. Irene asked, "So, what am I supposed to hit it with?" The man answered with a wide grin. "With a sword, of course. It's a simple but handy way to figure out a person's true strength and rank." Irene walked up to the machine and asked, "What would happen if I accidentally broke it?" "Yaoi kaos ao huaratsatiars." "It doesn't look all that sturdy." The man chuckled. "It's a magical item. It won't break that easily, so don't you worry." "It's just surprising you'd even think about that." Irene smiled back politely and said, "Well, in that case, I'll give it my all." At that moment, the innkeeper sidled up to the other man and whispered, "He's an applicant for the Chrono Academy. Think he's a bit on the small side. I'll bet you 7 silver pieces he scores under 300. The innkeeper shook his head. "Don't be so quick to judge. He may look young, but I think he's got some power. I'm calling 500. The other man grinned and said, "All right, I'll put my money on 5,001, earning a look from the innkeeper, who remarked, "You're a crafty one." The man turned to Irene. "I see you don't have a sword with you. You can borrow one of these." "That's okay," he said, leaving them confused. Then he simply materialized his sword out of thin air. Both of them were completely shocked and started asking how he did that, but he tuned them out and closed his eyes to concentrate. The moment he opened them, he swung his sword with all his might, slamming it into the measuring device and stunning the 2 onlookers. He let out a slow breath, surprised himself as he watched the damage on the machine magically repair itself. The innkeeper came closer and asked, "Where on earth did that sword come from?" He simply replied, "It's sorcery, kind of like the regular magic you have here." With the sword gone, he turned to them and asked, "So what's the score?" He genuinely had no idea what was considered good or bad. Both of them looked up at the display, which was flashing a solid 10,000. That was a pretty big number. "Does that mean I passed?" the MC asked cheerfully. The guy shared a nervous laugh and nodded. "Yeah, but it's just a silver badge for your first time." Later, after renting a room, the MC flopped onto the bed, remarking how interesting everything was, while Lulu playfully batted at his new mercenary badge. Lulu paused her grooming to casually mention, "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." He just stared blankly at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he might finally get to see Judith, the sooner the better. And just like that, the next day was here. They stepped outside into a huge crowd. Lulu, wide-eyed, asked, "Where is everyone by the gate heading?" "Looks like they're going for some kind of test," the MC guessed, and her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Come on, let's go check it out. At least to watch," she begged. He shrugged. "Why not?" And they melted into the stream of people heading for a small arena. Irene found a spot as Lulu bounced on her feet. "Ooh, I can't wait for this to start. This is going to be so much fun." The MC noticed the place was packed. The guys next to him pointed down below. "Hey, what's a kid doing down there?" one of them muttered. "Are they nuts?" his buddy replied. Irene followed their line of sight, and a slow smile spread across his face when he saw the boy. It was Lance Patterson. They used to be in the same class. Wow, the guy had really grown up. Lulu glanced over at him. "He looks pretty capable," she commented. Irene nodded in agreement. "He's strong too." Down in the arena, Lance addressed the crowd. "Greetings, guests of the Academy. A student from the 27th class will be your opponent for today." A wave of grumbling immediately swept through the audience. "He's not even a graduate," someone shouted. Another voice cut through. "Hey, settle down. Haven't you heard the 27th class is supposedly the golden generation?" Lance just smiled. "I understand you all deserve an opponent who's a graduate, but the Academy wanted to try something different. This is about giving us students some real-world duel experience. Of course," he continued, "many of you are likely stronger than I am, so I'd like to propose a condition. If anyone feels that fighting me is beneath them, you have the right to request a match with a senior disciple instead." A big guy hopped into the arena, cracking his knuckles. "Sounds easy enough. I'll mop the floor with you and then call for a real challenge." Lance smiled right back at him. "You're more than welcome to try." As the man drew his weapon, Lance's eyes widened slightly. "Whoa, that's a big sword." "What, you scared?" the man taunted. Readying his stance, Lance chuckled. "Not at all. You just reminded me of someone. Maybe you're hoping I'll go easy on you for the first hit." That set the man off. "I'll make you eat those words," he roared, charging forward and swinging his massive blade. The steel whistled inches from Lance's face, followed by a loud clang and a shower of sparks. He'd effortlessly parried the blow, something the big guy barely registered before Lance launched a swift counterattack. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the man's sword flying out of his grasp. It tumbled through the air, sailing right over the heads of the audience before sinking deep into the wall, right between two stunned spectators. "Wow, he's seriously strong," Lulu whispered. Down below, the disarmed man collapsed, utterly shocked. "How did that happen? He's way tougher than he looks." "Next," Lance called out calmly. But the next challenger went down just as fast, and so did the next few after him. "How does a mere student have that much power?" one of the guests exclaimed. His friend nudged him. "I told you, man, he's from that special 27th class. Another man nearby puffed out his chest. "I have to be the one to fix this. Back in my village, they call me a hero. I once fought 17 men all by myself, only I can handle this kid." Just then, Lance's gaze drifted up towards them, and his eyes widened in surprise when he spotted Irene. He immediately started walking in their direction, making the two loudmouths suddenly very nervous. "See, the strongest can always sense another," the hero whispered, while his friend silently prayed for Lance to just walk away. To their immense relief, he wasn't looking at them at all. He stopped right in front of their row and called out, "Irene, wow, it's been a long time. You do remember me, right?" he asked. Irene smiled. "Yeah, Lance, it really has been a while." Lance beamed. "I can't believe I'm running into you here of all places. What brings you all the way out here?" The two guys beside them looked utterly confused that they weren't the center of attention. "It was a bit of a long trip," Irene replied vaguely. "Well, yeah, it's been 5 years." Lance laughed. "It's definitely a long trip. I had my reasons for being away for so long." "I get it," Irene said. Lance leaned in. "If you'd gotten here just a little sooner, you could have seen Judith and Brat too." That got Irene's attention. "Wait, Brat's at the academy." "You didn't know?" Lance asked. "He came back in a hurry, said he wanted to do things the right way this time. He and Judith actually went on a mission together just a few days ago." Irene felt a pang of regret. That was a shame. He would have liked to have seen them. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Lance challenged with a grin. "Get down here and let's have a match. You didn't get rusty while you were away, did you?" Irene returned a confident smile, then made his way down to the arena floor as someone in the crowd whispered, "Who's that guy? They seem to know each other." "Hey, isn't that the dude who got knocked out in the final round?" Lulu shrieked, cheering her lungs out for Irene and making the guys beside her jump out of their skin. The sudden outburst made Lance turn his head. "Wait, is that his cat?" he asked. The other man just grinned back. "That's not my cat, that's my master." He then drew his own blade, adding with a hint of pride, "And she's taught me everything I know." Lance's eyes went wide at the sight. "Whoa, is that some kind of magic?" he blurted out before correcting himself. "Nope, not magic, and that's sorcery, and a talking cat to boot." He let out a good-natured chuckle. "You just keep surprising me, don't you? I guess that's what 5 solid years of training gets you." Lance tightened his grip on his own sword, settling into a ready stance. "Well, I haven't exactly been sitting on my hands either," he declared, "so don't think for a second I'm going to lose." Irene just offered a calm smile, and in the next instant, they both launched at each other. Lance struck first, a powerful swing that his rival easily deflected before he followed up with another. The onlookers could only watch completely captivated. But Irene met every single one of his moves. As Lance pressed the assault again, their blades scraped together and a peculiar feeling shot through his arm. He watched his opponent's footwork, a sense of disbelief washing over him. "No way." He thought, "That can't be." Deciding to test his theory, Lance angled his blade. Irene mirrored the movement with a slight turn and a swing of his own, and they both leaped back, putting some space between them. Lance, panting slightly, stared in disbelief. Are you using the Bart style?" Irene's only answer was a knowing smirk which confirmed it for Lance. "I'm not crazy. That's 100% Bart's technique." "But how?" Lance wondered, ready to demand an explanation. Then Irene shifted into a new stance, and his jaw nearly hit the floor all over again. He recognized it instantly. With a surge of adrenaline, he charged forward, desperate to stop him from finishing that devastating move. He unleashed a furious flurry of strikes, but Irene deflected every single one, a knot of anxiety tightening in Lance's stomach. He jumped back to create some room, his mind racing. The last time he'd seen Bart fight like that was during a training session 5 years ago. How on earth did he pick up his moves? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Irene called his name and in a blink was right beside him. "My turn," he said coolly. With a single powerful swing, Irene brought his sword down. Lance managed to block it, but the force was so immense that the very floor beneath his feet spiderwebbed with cracks. Lance stared utterly dumbfounded. "This is a joke. This can't be happening." And just then, Irene seamlessly transitioned into a completely different fighting style. Another crushing blow slammed into his guard, and a flood of old memories came rushing back. He knew this style all too well. It was Judith's. He'd lost to it countless times. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to maintain his grip as his boots scraped backward across the floor. A small chuckle escaped Irene's lips, but he quickly pressed them together, realizing he'd just forced his opponent back. Lance, however, had always been sure of himself. He figured that aside from those two monsters, he was unbeatable. So why couldn't he land a single hit? Was he going to lose to this guy too? Fueled by frustration, he lunged forward with everything he had. Irene's blade met his, and a shower of sparks kicking up a cloud of dust around them. One of the spectators saw Lance gaining the upper hand and leaned forward nervously while Lulu cried out Irene's name in concern. Irene clenched his jaw, realizing he'd lost focus for a second. Lance seized the opening with a roar, striking fast, but when Irene countered, Lance deftly leaped away. Lance was on him again in an instant, a grim thought crossing his mind. I know I can't beat him like this. As he blocked the next attack, he saw it clearly, the perfect blend of his two friends' styles. They worked their tails off to get this good. He thought, but so did I. He remembered it vividly, one day after yet another defeat. He had staggered to his feet and called out, "Wait, Judith. One more round." She had turned surprised, but saw the unwavering fire in his eyes. Back in the present, he channeled that same determination, lunging at Irene with the thought, I refuse to lose. But Irene ducked under the swing with such speed it completely caught him off guard. A sharp flick of Irene's wrist sent Lance's sword flying from his grasp. The weapon spun beautifully through the air before embedding itself in the ground with a loud thunk. Irene then lightly tapped his own blade. Lance stared at his empty hands for a moment, blinked in confusion, and then broke into a wide grin. Lulu started doing a little victory dance, waving her paws in the air as Irene walked over and shook his old friend's hand. That was a great fight, he said warmly. Seriously, Lance replied, what have you been up to for the last 5 years? Just then, Lulu's ears perked up. She scampered over to Irene, tugging on his pant leg. He's here, she whispered urgently. Irene looked down, confused. Who's here? The master you mentioned, she hissed. And sure enough, standing there was Ian himself. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. Well, this isn't quite the scene I was expecting. I certainly didn't think we'd run into each other here. It's been too long. Have you been well? Ian asked. Irene assured him he had been, and that's when Ian finally noticed the cat at his feet. Lulu gave a little greeting, prompting a silent thought from Ian. Did that cat just talk? But that's not important right now. He decided, gesturing toward the two swordsmen. It looks like I've just missed a duel, so who was the winner? Lance just rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Yeah, that would be not me, he admitted. The old man let out a hearty laugh. I can't say I'm surprised considering who you were up against. Irene bowed his head respectfully. Master, I apologize. I didn't intend to hide my return from you. We can discuss all that later, Ian said, shrugging off his heavy cape. For now, since two swordsmen have met, it's only proper to let the blades do the talking. While the two guys looked stunned, Lulu was practically buzzing with excitement for the next brawl to start. The old man, meanwhile, casually settled into a fighting stance. So you found taking down Lance to be a walk in the park, did you? This guy, however, was clearly no pushover. A voice from the crowd whispered, Hey, isn't that the headmaster of the Chrono Academy The answer came back, They say he's the greatest swordsman on the whole continent. The first guy lit up. Are you serious? We get to see him fight. This is incredible. What a stroke of luck. With that, our hero drew his own sword and gave a simple warning, Here I come. Ian just nodded and said, Bring it on. At that, the kid launched himself forward, deciding to go all out from the start. His first slash was instantly parried. He followed up with another, but the old master deflected it just as effortlessly. As Ian pressed his attack, Irene was already finding it difficult to defend. The old man just tutted, Such a simple pattern. It's a solid lunge, I'll grant you that, but it's lacking in both strength and speed. Being this reckless just gives your opponent the upper hand. With that, Ian surged forward himself. Our hero managed to block the hit, making the old man comment, So you're using Bart's style. You handle it quite well. A heartbeat later, he reappeared at his flank. However, he added, Your movements are still far too stiff. Irene's eyes widened in shock. He twisted at the last possible second to parry the strike. Take a breath, son, the old man advised. Then he delivered a sharp punch to the gut that sent the boy staggering backward, clutching the spot where he'd been hit. You need to work on blending your techniques, Ian explained. A real battle isn't just about taking turns attacking and defending. Our hero immediately bolted toward him again, shouting a warning as he raised his blade, which began to gather swirling currents of wind around it. Lance's jaw dropped at the sight. The kid then unleashed a powerful tornado, aiming it directly at the old master. Shielding his face from the gale, Lance yelled, "What in the world is that? It can't be. Is that a heavenly sword technique?" Once the winds died down, Ian calmly remarked, "Not bad at all. In fact, that was quite impressive." He then exploded from the dust cloud and landed a strike that knocked Irene back. "But even so," he said, "it's not enough to surpass me." Irene stood frozen, gasping for air, when Ian asked, "Is that everything, or have you got something else to show me?" An idea suddenly clicked in our hero's mind. He focused his energy, lowered his sword, and closed his eyes. A hush fell over the audience, and Lance tried to figure out what was happening. Irene's eyes snapped open as he swung his sword down in a sharp arc. Ian readied himself, his own weapon starting to glow with a brilliant aura. Lance stared, completely captivated, wondering what was about to go down. In that instant, a blinding flash erupted between them. The old man swung his sword to intercept the boy's attack, deflecting the incredible force outward and wrecking everything nearby. Dust billowed up as everyone gasped. The blow had been so immense, it had literally cracked the arena floor. Everyone leaned forward, whispering in awe. Only a true swordmaster is capable of something like that. Ian's blade was now humming with light. It was an aura sword. "I never imagined I'd actually need to draw this," he admitted with a grin. "You did very well." Our hero looked down, a feeling of disappointment sinking in. He finally understood the level he was at, but his heart was still unsettled, and he needed to know why. Our hero just looked up at him, completely taken aback. Ian then turned to his guests. "My apologies, everyone, but this concludes our selection process for today." Picking up his cape, he told Irene, "Follow me." With the sword talk out of the way, it was time for a real conversation. They made their way to his office. The cat immediately hopped onto the old man's desk and introduced herself. "The name's Lulu. I'm a witchcraft mentor." He smiled warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Should I use a formal address?" he inquired. She waved a paw. "Now, let's keep it informal. We're colleagues after all." Ian then gestured to the woman standing beside him. "Irene, I'd like you to meet my deputy, Kira Finn." Our hero politely introduced himself in return. After the introductions, Ian got down to business. "Tell me, what have you been doing for the past 5 years? And what is this trouble that's weighing on your heart?" Irene explained everything. Ian listened thoughtfully before saying, "I see. This dream has clearly affected you deeply. I can't say why you're having it, but I may be able to help. My advice is to leave this place. Of course, you would be more than welcome to stay and train if you don't feel ready to face monsters just yet. You can practice here, certainly, but is that the right path for you? A swordsman has many roads to choose from. You should follow the one your heart leads you down. You've seen so little of the world. Your entire perception is shaped by your immediate surroundings. Perhaps by seeing something new, the problem that troubles you will begin to change as well. You might find something that strengthens your sword, or you might even find a blade more powerful than any you've ever known. In this vast world, you can find all the answers you seek, and perhaps even the man from your dream." Our hero remained silent, and the old man added, "Think about it carefully." It was an enormous decision. After a moment of thought, Irene looked up and said, "I'll go." He had always shied away from things that scared him or just felt too hard, but he decided he wasn't going to run away anymore. With that confident declaration, he took his leave, and the discussion immediately turned to him. Kira, gazing out the window, admitted she wasn't entirely convinced. The boy had raw talent, no doubt, but he was a long way from being a true swordsman. Ian just chuckled, remarking on how refreshingly blunt she was, and suggested she just give the kid some time. He was certain that young man would eventually find the answer he was searching for. The following morning, Irene went to see Lance off. Lance offered for him to stay a bit longer, but Irene just laughed it off, saying he was afraid if he did, he'd never want to leave. "So you're heading west then?" Lance asked. "I heard Judith went that way too." Irene seemed a little surprised to hear that, and Lance continued explaining that the 5 Western kingdoms are legendary for their distinct styles of swordsmanship, boasting countless famous academies and historic battlefields. He strongly recommended Irene go there, and Irene thanked him before they said their goodbyes. As they were parting ways, Lance suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze dropping to the ground in thought. It was Kira who gently pulled him out of his reverie. Stepping closer, she told him to stop feeling like he wasn't good enough. She said he needed to push past that feeling and keep moving forward with his head held high. She encouraged him to show everyone what he was really made of, just as he had been doing all along. Lance's shoulders tensed for a moment before he relaxed, offering her a smile as he said he understood completely. Meanwhile, as Irene made his way through the city, Lulu piped up asking him where they were off to now. He was about to answer when he spotted an orc collapsed on the side of the road, begging for food and claiming he hadn't eaten in a week. Taking a closer look at the orc's face, Irene's eyes widened. "Wait a minute, you remember me, don't you? We met about 5 years ago." In an instant, the memory clicked. It was Kubaru. Without a second thought, Irene took his old acquaintance to get a meal. As Kubaru practically inhaled every plate on the table, Lulu narrowed her eyes and whispered that the guy seemed shady. "What if he's dangerous?" she hissed. Irene just smiled and told her not to sweat it. He knew the orc was a good guy, though. He couldn't help but worry about the note he'd passed him earlier, the one asking about his age. It made him wonder if Kubaru knew something more about him. Once the orc had finally eaten his fill, he let out a huge sigh of relief, saying he felt like a new man. Lulu, still unimpressed, asked, "Don't you think you're laying it on a bit thick? You've only met once. What's with all this drama?" The orc just laughed and asked if he could offer her a little gift. The moment she stopped grumbling, he produced a small wooden ball. She looked skeptical at first, but as soon as she caught its wonderful scent, she started rubbing her cheek against it affectionately. The orc explained that the ball contained a special herb called taiho, which only grows up in the northwest and is basically irresistible to cats. Lulu's attitude did a complete 180. She immediately turned to Irene, purring about how this orc was actually incredibly nice. Irene chuckled, noting that since his magical companion was no longer mad, it probably meant Kubaru could cover the cost of the food. Irene looked at him baffled. "Hold on," he said. "Didn't you say you were totally broke?" "That's true," Kubaru replied with a grin. "But you're forgetting that I'm a wizard, and orc magic is way more powerful than human magic. I figure you'll find this more useful than regular cash," he added. Irene went along with it, and the orc asked, "There's a pimmon tree growing right by your house, isn't there?" Irene told him there wasn't, but the orc insisted, suggesting it must have been there during his childhood and he'd simply forgotten. When Irene confirmed there was definitely no tree, the orc tried again, asking if maybe it had been planted just recently. "Not a chance," Irene replied. Fed up, Lulu chimed in. "I knew it, I smell a scam. All right, wizard, tell me something about myself." He confidently asked, "You enjoy raw fish, don't you?" She shot back, "Seriously, what cat doesn't like fish?" "Exactly. Only cats would know that, not orcs," he declared. "It's all my magic." Lulu gave him a long, skeptical look before turning to Irene. "He's a total fraud. That explains why he couldn't even afford a snack." Kubaru let out a heavy sigh. "All right, you got me. I see this isn't working. The last thing I want is for you to think badly of me." Then his eyes locked onto Irene, and his expression turned serious. "But looking at you, the weight on your heart has grown even heavier." Irene flinched. The orc was dead on. Kubaru continued, his voice low. "You've done a masterful job of hiding it, but the truth is starting to bleed through. It feels like a searing hot point is piercing your heart, and it's agony, isn't it? And someone is deliberately pushing it deeper." Lulu stared in astonishment, wondering how he could possibly know that. The orc reached into his bag, explaining, "I don't just use cheap psychic tricks. I'm an elementalist." Granted, he admitted, "I'm not nearly as skilled as some of the more experienced practitioners. But even I can clearly see the power of metal within you." This caught Irene's interest, and the orc poured a small pile of sand on the table. "Elementalists believe everything in existence is composed of 5 elements: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. These elements and the harmony between them are what sustain the entire world," he explained. Irene asked, "So you're saying my metal element is out of balance?" "You catch on quick," the orc noted. "That metal spike is throwing your whole body's natural balance into chaos." "How do I get rid of it?" Irene asked urgently. The orc shook his head. "I already told you can't just eliminate an element. You have to force it to coexist peacefully with the others. When one energy becomes too powerful, you have to channel it into other weaker ones. Take the power of fire, for example." Using his magic, he transformed the sand into a shard of metal. Then with a snap of his fingers, it erupted in flames. Mastering that element would be a complete game changer for him. Even if the raw metal is sharp enough to hurt you, if you forge it with just the right amount of fire, it can become a magnificent sword. He showed him a quick demonstration which made the kid's eyes go wide. Leaning forward excitedly, he asked, "So how can I learn to control my fire?" He answered, "You have to light it in your heart." He could see a spark in the boy that wasn't there 5 years ago. You've got to get that flame moving, just like feeding more logs to a campfire. Just keep at it and that fire will grow. It suddenly clicked. For Irene to fuel his inner fire, he needed to get his body moving more. After they left the restaurant, Irene thanked the orc and started to say goodbye, but the orc stopped him, asking if he could tag along on their journey. He figured that since this was their first real long-haul trip, his help certainly couldn't hurt. After all, he'd been knocking around the continent for 10 years and could definitely be useful. Lulu glanced at Irene for his take. Irene looked up at the sky thoughtfully for a second before finally giving a nod. Karu was ecstatic, saying it was the right call. But when he saw their skeptical looks, he awkwardly added that he wasn't just in it for the money. I mean, how often do you get a front row seat to watch a kid become a true man? He was just hoping he could help with that. They weren't buying it. Lulu just deadpanned. No bees, no honey. No work, no money. Looking a little defeated, he mumbled that he got the picture. With that settled, they hit the road. The orc told them about a place called Durinku, which was apparently packed with skilled blacksmiths, including a lot of orcs. He suggested they should definitely check out the city before making for the 5 western kingdoms. Lulu just yawned and said she didn't need a new sword. The orc replied that this wasn't just a shopping trip for new gear. Blacksmiths are the undisputed masters of handling metal and fire. If you see how they combine raw metal and fire to create something totally new, like a sword, don't you think that could help light the fire in your own heart? Lulu admitted that he had a good point. Mages do similar things to get stronger. It's always better to see something for real, instead of just imagining it. He could use the actual process of forging a sword as a kind of mental training. The orc grinned, remarking that it was a pretty interesting name for it. The cat then asked if his knowledge of sorcery made things a lot easier for him right. He agreed, and announced that they were heading to Durinku. The orc then led them down a different path, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a village. They found an inn, and the orc immediately started haggling with the owner. The guy was trying to overcharge them, but the orc threatened to tell all the locals. The owner just snorted, grumbled for them to do what they want, and stomped off. After that, Karu shot them a triumphant smile and suggested Irene drop their bags in the room so they could head to the restaurant. Once they got to the restaurant and put in a huge order, he leaned over and said that an order this big should at least come with a complimentary beer. Did he really want to go and upset his most valued customers? The man caved and agreed to bring them beers, and Irene couldn't help but think the orc was a total professional. As night fell, they headed back to their room. But before turning in, Lulu asked the orc to tell them something interesting. He asked them if they knew who was on the list of the 10 most powerful swordsmen on the continent. Irene admitted he only knew of Master Ian, though he'd heard the head of the Lindsay family, Joshua, was also supposed to be a monster. The orc chuckled, saying he had no idea the kid knew so little about the world, especially for someone who planned on becoming a real swordsman. Most of the strongest fighters on the continent come from the 5 kingdoms of the Holy Kingdom, but there was one person who completely broke that rule. Ian, a graduate of the Chrono Academy. You also have the captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Guard, Julius Hula, the captain of the Scarlet Knights, Rigoberto Clark, and 5 descendants from a long line of swordsman families, including Joshua Lindsay and Caricum, the great orc chieftain. Those are the folks that everyone calls the strongest, although if you throw Ignat into the mix, that actually makes 11 of them. The second he heard that name, Irene sat bolt upright, and Lulu pointed out that he'd missed one. The orc had to admit she was right. He said that while Ian might have set the bar ridiculously high, which is why a lot of people call him the strongest, he personally had a different take on it. He would argue that a man named Khan is the strongest. He picked up a sword for the first time when he was 70. Hearing this, Irene practically jumped out of his bed in shock. Kubharu explained that most of Khan's acquaintances just laughed and totally underestimated his stubbornness. But seriously, who else would even think about becoming a swordsman at that age? It was obviously a tough road, but he actually did it. He started at 70, and by the time he was 90, he was widely considered the strongest on the continent. He ended up influencing every swordsman in the world and completely reshaped the art of sword fighting. Irene said it was incredible, but then wondered if maybe he was already pretty skilled by 52. They laughed at him, but he pressed on. Still, he managed to reach his goal, right? He figured there must be other amazing people out there who just keep pushing forward to the very end, and he was sure there were others like him in the world. The orc smiled and remarked that he'd put it nicely. He agreed with him completely, saying there are plenty of great people who just haven't unlocked their true potential yet. He thought it was pretty interesting. The kid wants to be a swordsman, but his whole view of the world is so much bigger than that. This kid's got a bright future. By morning, they were back on the road and had made it to the ridge overlooking the city of Durinku. Problem was, the orc mentioned they probably couldn't make it there alone. The area was crawling with bandits. Irene tensed up right away, but Kubharu just told him to chill out, saying they'd just tag along with a bigger group. After all, he did have a mercenary badge. When they walked up to a small camp and showed it to the leader, the guy was genuinely surprised to see it was from Alcantara. That was all it took. They were in. Irene found a spot to sit and waited for the orc to return. A few minutes later, the orc came back and asked if it was cool for him to join their little party as well. With a proud grin, he pointed out that pretty much everyone wants an elementalist orc on their team. Just then, a girl's bright voice piped up from nearby. She called out to the warrior, offering to take care of his armor and boots for him. For a price, she could handle anything. He just smiled and mentioned they were heading out soon, asking if she could get it done in time. She gave him a cheerful yes and promised she'd have it all ready for him. Right after that, her eyes landed on our main character's crew. She zipped right over, stopping so suddenly it startled Lulu, then pointed and squealed about how adorable the talking cat was. Lulu, a little thrown off, thanked her and added that she was cute too. The girl beamed and happily introduced herself as Anna. She said they could drop off any shoes or armor with her, and she'd patch it all up for the right price, of course. Our hero gave an awkward smile and politely declined. As she skipped away, she called back that if they changed their minds, she was available as long as they were paying. He sensed a faint hint of mana coming from the girl and quietly got Lulu's attention. She knew exactly what he was thinking and confirmed it. The girl was a sorceress. Not long after, the group finally set off. Lulu perched on Kubaru's shoulders, playfully messing up his hair. After a bit, she nudged him and told him to check out Irene's expression. He looked completely zoned out. Kubaru asked what was on his mind, and Irene quietly wondered aloud if he could actually bring himself to draw his sword on another person. He admitted he'd never killed a person before. The orc didn't say anything, so he continued explaining that he was just realizing that one day, whether he liked it or not, he might be forced to. But could he really go through with it? He knew they were about to face bandits, but even their lives had value, right? He couldn't just keep scaring off bad guys forever, you know? If they kept pushing it, he wouldn't be able to just look the other way. Kubaru offered a small smile and admitted that was a tough one. He told him not to overthink it. Getting a bit worked up, he mentioned hearing rumors about a notorious bandit named Kajal who operated in these very mountains. Turns out, Kajal was right there and replied that they'd been trying to keep the peace for over 5 years. His crew just collected a toll for passage near the city. He explained that they needed to look like a tough group so people wouldn't mess with them, but insisted they weren't actually bad guys. It was just their way of doing business. Basically, they don't like